The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows. Welcome to Nightly Old Time Radio Shows. It is July the 8th, 2024, and here is what happened on this day in history. In 1099, First Crusade, 15,000 starving Christian soldiers march in religious procession around Jerusalem as its Muslim defenders look on. In 1497, Portuguese navigator Vasco da Gama departs on his first voyage, will become the first European to reach India by sea. In 1777, independent Vermont introduces a new constitution prohibiting slavery. In 1800, Dr. Benjamin Waterhouse gives first cowpox vaccine in U.S. to his son to prevent smallpox. In 1854, Commander Matthew C. Perry sails his frigate Saskatchewan into Tokyo Bay, opening Japan to Western influence and trade. In 1848, 500th anniversary of the Russian Orthodox Church celebrated in Moscow. In 1949, South Africa's Prohibition of Mixed Marriage Act commences, prohibiting marriage or a sexual relationship between white people and people of other races. In 2010, Inception, directed by Christopher Nolan and starring Leonardo DiCaprio and Joseph Gordon-Levitt, premieres in London. In 1996, British girls group The Spice Girls releases their debut album Wannabe in the UK. In 1995, Wimbledon women's tennis, German superstar Steffi Graf beats Alexandria Shizinski Vicario of Spain 4-6, 6-1, 7-5 for her sixth Wimbledon title. And that was this day in history. Now let's get on with the shows. Hey, Maya, who's on first? Why, it's Bud Abbott and Lou Costello who are up next.
C-A-M-E-L-S. That's right, folks. C for comedy, A for Abbott, M for Maxwell, E for Ennis, L for Lou Costello. Put them all together and they spell Camel. Experience is the best teacher. Try a Camel. Let your own experience tell you why more people are smoking Camels than ever before. And draw up a chair for tonight's Camel Show, starring Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
Costello, come here. Costello, will you come over here, please? Will you listen to me? What are you writing on that pad?
Hey, Abbott.
What are you writing on that pad?
I'm just making out a list of girls I'm going to kiss next week. Here's who I got picked out. Lizzie Schwartz, Maggie Mugglemeyer, Tessie Tinfoil, Lana Turner.
Now, wait a minute.
No.
Lana Turner wouldn't kiss you.
Oh, no?
Oh, no.
Then I'll scratch her off my list.
I love you. You dummy, always thinking of girls. Girls. Now, great men don't waste their time on girls. Where do you suppose Benjamin Franklin would have been if he'd have thought of girls all of the time?
In the front row at Earl Carroll's?
No. Costello, I've been telling you for the past 3 weeks. You've got to quit chasing girls and get yourself a job. Look at you. Look how sloppy you are. Look at your socks.
I can't help my socks, Abbott. It's those new Hickok plastic garters.
What's the matter with them?
Your socks stay up, but your legs fall down.
Telegram for Luke Costello.
Here, boy.
Out of the way, fatso. I'm looking for Luke Costello.
Boy, he is Lou Costello.
The famous Luke Costello?
Certainly.
The one and only Luke
Yes,
Costello?
yes.
That's me.
Gee, I listen to you on the radio every Thursday night. You break me up when you say, how do you do?
Wait a minute! That ain't me, that's the Mad Russian.
You're saying?
I'm right.
Who's going to take this telegram?
I'll take it.
It's collect, $14.
He'll
He'll
take
take
it. Oh, give it to me. Here, boy. Hey, Costello, this telegram is from Joe DiMaggio. Listen to this. Dear Lou, as you know, I am recovering from a foot operation. I would appreciate you taking my place on the New York Yankees until I recover. Please report to the Yankee Stadium immediately. Signed, Joe DiMaggio.
Abbott.
Hey, that's
the
wonderful.
news. That's the news I've been waiting for. I'm going to be a big league ball player.
Yes.
DiMaggio probably heard about my playing with the Cucamonga Wildcats last year.
You a ball player? I don't believe it, Costello. You know nothing about ball.
Oh, no, I eat baseball. I live baseball. All night when I'm asleep, I dream about baseball.
Don't you ever dream about girls?
What, and miss my turn-up at bat?
Oh! That's ridiculous. What's the matter with you?
Yes. And another thing, Abbott. What page are you on?
Never mind what page you're on.
And another thing, Abbott. Not only that, in Paterson, New Jersey, I worked out with a baseball team. I used to stay out till 4 o'clock in the morning.
Why did you stay out till 4 o'clock in the morning?
This was a girls' baseball team.
Costello, if you're going to play with the New York Yankees, you really have to know something about big league baseball, Lou.
I know all about baseball.
All right, suppose there's a left-handed pitcher pitching. What do?
I put in a right-handed batter.
Now, suppose there's a right-handed pitcher pitching.
I put in a left-handed batter.
But now I trick you. I take out the right-handed pitcher and put in a left-handed pitcher.
Then I double-cross you. I take out my left-handed batter and put in a right-handed batter.
Now, wait a minute. Where are you getting all those right-handed batters?
The same place where you're getting all those left-handed pitchers.
Hello, Bud. Hello, Louis, honey.
It's Marilyn Maxwell.
Hello, Marilyn. I've got great news. I'm going to play ball with the New York Yankees. I'm taking you along as a pitcher.
Oh, now, Costello, Marilyn Maxwell can't pitch.
Oh, no? You should see all the guys she struck out that were trying to get to first base. This kid has got some nice curves.
Oh, Louis, you're so sweet. But I do hope you be careful. You know, big league baseball is a very dangerous game.
Oh, what's dangerous about baseball, Marilyn?
Well, I read in the paper this morning that in the opening game in Boston, 5 players died on base.
Marilyn, you don't seem to know much about baseball. Let me show you how to play indoor baseball. First, I put my left arm around your waist. Then I snuggle my head on your shoulder like this. Then I press my cheek against your cheek.
Oh, wait a minute, Costello. That's not the way to play indoor baseball.
How do you like that? Every season, new rules.
Well, goodbye and good luck, Louis. I just know you'll become famous with those New York Yankees.
Marilyn's right,
Thank you,
Costello.
dear.
This is your
Thank you.
chance to become famous. Now, you've got a good job as a baseball player, and you might find your proper niche in life.
Yes, I might. I mean, after all, if I find my... What will I find?
A niche. You'll find your niche.
Abbott, when I find an itch, I scratch it.
Now, what in the world are you talking about?
An itch? I once had the 7-year itch.
What happened?
I scratched real fast and got rid of it in 3.5 years.
No, I'm not talking about that kind of an itch. I mean an itch in life. A niche in life is what everyone is looking for. Anyone who is successful has found a niche.
Well, if that's the case, I know an Airedale that is doing very well.
Will you listen to me, Costello. When I say a niche, I don't mean a niche like you have when you have an itch. I mean a niche like you have when you have a notch.
Oh, you don't mean an itch like an itch when you have an itch. You mean an itch like you have when you have a notch.
Now you've got it.
Now I've got it. I don't even know what I'm talking about.
Costello, why do you mash everything up like that? You're the most mixed-up man I ever saw.
Well, maybe it's because I fell on my mother's mix master this morning. She had it set for mashed potatoes. I'm all muddled.
I know that, you idiot. All I'm trying to tell you is that a niche is a notch. Catch?
Natch.
Natch, all right. Now you know that a niche is a notch. You know that both of them are the same.
Yes.
Now, I could have a notch and you could have a niche.
Yes, niche to me
I'm only trying to impress you the importance of being a big league ball player and having a good income. Did you ever draw a nice big fat salary?
No, I never drew a fat celery, but I once sketched a skinny tomato.
No. Costello, when I say draw, I don't mean draw like you draw when you draw. I mean draw like you draw when you draw a salary.
Habit, let me smell your breath. Just as I thought. You've drawn one too many already.
Now, will you listen to me, please? When I say you draw a salary, I mean you draw money.
Now he's got me drawing money. Wait till the FBI finds out about this. I'll probably draw 20 years in a clink. And they don't feed you any celery in there either.
Costello, when I say you draw money, I mean you draw like you draw money to spend it. Not like when you draw on an easel.
That's what I always say. With money, it's easel come, easel go.
No. Everybody draws money. I draw money. I've been drawing money for years. My brother draws money. He's been drawing money for years.
You draw, and your brother draws?
Certainly.
Just as I thought. You and your brother are an old pair of drawers.
Experience is the best teacher.
It happened shortly after the end of the war. 2 cigarettes glow in the dusk on the veranda of a country house as a man and woman are chatting. The woman remarks,
Robert, you've changed your cigarette brand. This is a Camel. I can tell without even looking.
Yes, I have changed my brand. You know how we smoked whatever cigarettes we could get during the war?
Don't I?
Yes, I must have tried all the brands during that shortage. And that's when I found I liked Camels best.
And weren't you right?
Yes, experience is the best teacher. During the wartime shortage, people smoked whatever cigarettes they could get. It was this experience that taught millions the differences in cigarette quality. As smokers tried cigarette after cigarette on their T-zones, that's T for taste and T for throat, it was Camel's rich, full flavor and cool mildness that stood out from all the others. The result?
Today, more people smoke Camels than ever before.
Experience is the best teacher. Try a Camel. And while you light up a Camel, here's Skinny Ennis with Linda.
When I go to sleep, I never count sheep. I count all the charms about Linda. Lately it seems, in all of my dreams, I walk with my arms about Linda. But what good does it do me? For Linda doesn't know I exist. Can't help feeling gloomy. Think of all the loving I've missed. We pass on the street, my heart skips a beat. I say to myself, hello, Linda. If only she'd smile, I'd stop her a while, and then I would get to know Linda. But miracles still happen, and when my lucky star begins to shine, with one lucky break, I'll make Linda mine. On the street, my heart skips a beat. I say to myself, hello, Linda. If only she'd smile, I'd stop her a while, and then I would get to know Linda. But miracles still happen, and when my lucky star begins to shine, with one lucky break, I'll make Linda mine.
To be a big league ball player, you've got to get yourself in shape. Now, from 8 a.m. to 9 a.m., you lift weights. From 9 to 10, deep knee bends. 10 to 11, skip rope. 11 to 12, run 5 miles.
12 to 1, I'll never make it.
Hey, look. You idiot, you'll never be a ball player. Staying up late and going to nightclubs, eating rich food, running around with beautiful girls. Do you know what can happen to you?
Yes, I can become manager of the Brooklyn Dodgers.
Costello. I don't even know why DiMaggio picked you. You don't even know how to swing a bat.
I know all about swinging bats. When I was a kid, my father used to hit me with a baseball bat. My brother used to hit me with a baseball bat. My Uncle Artie Stebbins used to hit me with a baseball bat. And my mother used to hit me with a tennis racket.
With a tennis racket?
Yes, she didn't like baseball.
Hiya, fellas.
Well, it's Skinny Ennis.
Hey, Costello. I heard about you taking Joe DiMaggio's place for the New York Yankees.
That's right.
You know, I used to pitch for the Hollywood Stars, and boy, I'll never forget my last game. There were 5 men on base.
Oh, no, wait a minute, Skinny. Wait. 5 men on base. Now, that's impossible.
Did you ever see the Hollywood Stars play?
Ennis, I've seen the Hollywood Stars, and I don't remember you.
Oh, I've changed a lot since then. I had the biggest buck teeth you ever saw. I was the only man on the team that could slide into second base and spike you from either end. Well, so long, Fatso.
So long, Skinny. So long. Hey, you know that Skinny would make an ugly skeleton?
All right. Costello, don't waste time with him. Now, you've got to get ready for the opening game.
Yes, I think we're going to play the Cleveland Indians.
Cleveland Indians, eh?
Uh-huh.
Feller pitching?
Certainly there's a feller pitching. Who do you think they'd use, a girl?
Oh, I know they don't use a girl. I said feller pitching.
What feller?
Feller with the Cleveland Indians.
Look, Abbott, there's 9 guys on the Cleveland team. Now, which feller are you talking about?
Feller that pitches. There is only one feller with Cleveland.
You mean 9 Yankees are going to play against one feller?
That's right.
You mean there's no fellas in the outfield?
No.
And there's no fellas in the infield?
No, Cleveland only has one feller.
Well, this fella must be pretty good if he don't need any other players but himself.
Look, all the players will be out there helping him.
You just said there was only one feller on the team.
That's right.
Then where did all them other fellers come from?
Oh, you idiot. When I say there's only one feller on the team, I mean there is only one feller that pitches.
Well, Abbott, when the manager of the team wants this pitcher, what does he call him?
Feller.
You mean he just hollers, "Hey, feller!" And this guy knows that they mean him?
That's right. His name is Feller, Bob Feller. And when I say there is only one feller on the team that pitches, that's it. And the feller that pitches is Feller. There's only the other fellers on the team, but there's only one feller.
Boy, are you mixed up. Oh, you mean the feller that pitches is feller, and there's other fellers on the team, but they're not fellers?
Now you grasp it.
Yes, I grasp it, but it keeps slipping out of my hand.
Let's go into this sporting goods store and get your baseball equipment. I want you to look right for the opening game. Now, go ahead and ask that lady there where they keep the baseball uniforms.
Pardon me, miss.
Well, if it isn't Mr. Aubert.
Hello.
And Mr. Costello.
Hello.
You fought, little mon, you.
What are you doing in the sporting goods store, miss?
Oh, I just stopped in to get a gift for my nephew. I'm buying him a Boz ball.
Boz ball? Abbott, you know what a Boz ball is. That's what the poocher throws to the coocher. And the booter tries to boot a home run.
My nephew is just a lotto chope, but his ambition is to be a Brooklyn Dozier catcher.
Well, if he's only a little guy, why don't he join the Detroit Tougers and be a short stoop?
Be going. As we say in Chinese, "Gish ya gooey hop dooey on push got to you."
And a dish of gooey chop suey and a push to you, too.
Hey, look, Costello. Here comes the salesman now.
Oh, good morning, boys. As Johnny Weissmuller said to Buster Crabbe, what dive did you come out of?
Well, my friend and I are here to get some baseball equipment. I'd like to see a baseball uniform that would fit Costello.
So would I. Look, as Adam said to Eve, quit ribbing me. However, I'll do the best I can. We'll start with the spiked shoes. What size do you wear?
8.
Oh, let me see. I've only got 1 pair left, and they're size 5. Maybe you can squeeze into them, Costello. Go ahead and try.
Okay. What do you know? Open-toed baseball shoes.
Now for the uniform. My, you're certainly a pudgy little rascal, aren't you?
Mm-hmm.
Aren't you overweight?
I'm about 120 pounds overweight, but I'm going back to my normal weight.
Yes, what's normal?
60 pounds overweight.
Costello, you should really go on a diet. Yeah, of course, you know what a diet is, don't you?
Oh, sure. That's where you can eat all you want of everything you don't like.
Young man, if you really want to reduce, why don't you exercise with a couple of dumbbells?
Okay, I'm ready whenever you and Abbott are.
All right, now. Cut that out. Now, we've got to get your baseball equipment. Mister, do you have any bats?
Oh, certainly. Here's a fine bat, autographed by Slaughter of the Cardinals. This bat was made for Slaughter.
Ain't you got one that was made for baseball?
When he says Slaughter, he means Slaughter, the baseball player.
Slaughter, the baseball player? With that bet, you could slaughter anybody.
No, Costello, I'm talking about Slaughter. Everybody knows Slaughter. He knows Slaughter.
Well, maybe he knows Slaughter, but I don't know him.
Look, you idiot. Everybody knows Slaughter, the baseball player. Slaughter is the man's last name.
What's his first name?
He knows.
Now, there's a clever guy. He knows his first name.
Oh, look. Let's forget about the bat. Look, mister, do you have a baseball cap that will fit Costello's head?
What size pencil sharpener does he wear?
Yeah.
Oh, a baseball cap. Oh, yes, here's a dandy. This is the kind fella wears.
What fella?
The fella with the Cleveland Indians.
There's 9 players with the Cleveland Indians. Which fella are you talking about?
Oh, young man, when I say fella with the Cleveland Indians, I am only referring to one fella. The fella that pitches for the Cleveland Indians.
When you say the fella with the Cleveland Indians, you're only referring to one fella. The fella that pitches for the Cleveland Indians.
Yes. As Orville said to Wilbur, you're right.
How do you like that? Now they're doing our routines in sporting goods stores.
Oh, forget about him, Costello. Hey, wait a minute. I've got an idea. Mrs. Wetwash's late husband used to be a big league ball player. Now, he was a home run king, in other words. Now, maybe she'll give you one of his bats for good luck. Let's go over to her house and ask her.
Oh, okay. I'll go right over now, huh? You're right, Abbott. As John Adams said to Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. How do you like that? I forgot what John Adams said to Henry Wadsworth Longfellow.
Well, good morning, Mrs. Wetwash.
Oh, hello, Mr. Abbott. My, you know you ought to muzzle that St. Bernard dog. Oh, pardon me, it's Costello. Tell me, Costello, how are things in Gawker, moron?
Mrs. Wetwash, I wish you hadn't said that. I was just telling Abbott your face reminds me of a rose.
Oh, really? An American Beauty rose?
No, a rhinoceros.
Hey, shut up, Costello. Mrs. Wetwash, Costello's leaving for New York to join Joe DiMaggio's place. Take Joe's place. Isn't that wonderful? He's going to play with the Yanks.
Oh, I can't believe
Yes.
it. What do those big Yanks want with a little jerk like him?
Mrs. Wetwash, that was an insult. I'll have you know that beautiful women find me irresistible.
I don't find you irresistible.
And I don't find you beautiful.
Quiet, Costello. Ask her for those baseball bats her husband left her.
Okay, Mrs. Wetwash, I understand when your husband was alive, he had a lot of old bats.
That's a lie. He never went out with anybody but me.
No, Mrs. Wetwash. Costello means your husband's baseball bats. You
Yes.
see, he thought you might give him one of them.
Yes, that's right, Mrs. Wetwash. You see, I need a good bat.
Oh, you need a good bat. I'll be glad to help you out.
Can I have the bat right now?
Right now.
Presents lovely Marilyn Maxwell for Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of The Sea of Grass. For Camel fans everywhere and in honor of New Orleans Jazz Week, Marilyn sings for the first time on the air the title song of the picture, New Orleans.
Do you know what it means to miss New Orleans and miss it each night and day? I know I'm not wrong, the feeling's getting stronger the longer I stay away. Miss the moss-covered vines, the tall sugar pines, where mockingbirds used to sing. And I'd like to see the lazy Mississippi hurrying into spring. The moonlight on the bayou, a Creole tune that fills the air. I dream about magnolias in June, and soon I'm wishing that I were there. Do you know what it means to miss New Orleans when that's where you left your heart? And there's something more. I miss the one I care for more than I miss New Orleans. More than I miss New Orleans.
According to a recent nationwide survey, more doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
3 leading independent research organizations asked this question of 113,597 doctors. What cigarette do you smoke, doctor? The brand named most was Camel. Now, you probably enjoy rich, full flavor and cool mildness in a cigarette just as much as doctors do. And that's why, if you're not a Camel smoker now, try a Camel on your T-zone. That's T for taste and T for throat. Your true proving ground for any cigarette. See if Camel's rich flavor of superbly blended choice tobaccos isn't extra delightful to your taste. See if Camel's cool mildness isn't in harmony with your throat. See if you, too, don't say, Camels suit my T-zone to a T.
Well, Costello, I'm going to New York with you. You know, Bucky Harris, the Yanks manager, gave me a job as coach for as long as you're on the team.
Look, Abbott, if you're the coach, you must know all the players.
I certainly do.
Well, you know, I never met the guys, so you'll have to tell me their names, and then I'll know who's playing on the team.
Oh, I'll tell you their names, but you know, strange it may seem, they give these ball players nowadays very peculiar names.
You mean funny names?
Strange names, pet names, like Dizzy Dean and...
His brother Daffy?
Daffy Dean.
And their French cousin.
French?
Gouffet.
Gouffet Dean, oh, I see. Well, let's see, we have on the bags, we have who's on first, what's on second, I don't know who's on third.
That's what I want to find out.
I say, who's on first, what's on second, I don't know who's on third.
Are you the manager?
Yes.
You're going to be the coach, too?
Yes.
And you know the fellow's name?
Well, I should.
Well, then who's on first?
Yes.
I mean the fellow's name.
Who?
The guy on first.
Who?
The first baseman.
Who?
The guy playing
Who
first.
is on first?
I'm asking you who's on first.
That's the man's name.
That's whose name?
Yes.
Well, go ahead and tell me.
That's it.
That's who?
Yes.
Look, you got a first baseman.
Certainly.
Who's playing first?
That's right.
When you pay off the first baseman every month, who gets the money?
Every dollar of it.
All I'm trying to find out is the fellow's name on first base.
Who?
The guy that gets the money.
That's it.
Who gets the money on
He
first?
does, every dollar. Sometimes his wife comes down and collects it.
Whose wife?
Yes. What's wrong with that?
Look, all I want to know is when you sign up the first baseman, how does he sign his name to the
Who?
contract? The guy.
Who?
How does he sign his
That's
name?
how he signs it.
Who?
Yes.
All I'm trying to find out is what's the guy's name on first base?
No, what is on second base?
I'm not asking you who's on second.
Who's on first?
One base at a time.
Well, don't change the players.
I'm not changing nobody.
Take it easy, buddy.
I'm only asking you, who's the guy on first base?
That's right.
Okay.
All right.
I mean, what's the guy's name on first base?
No, what is on second?
I'm not asking you who's on second.
Who's on first?
I don't know.
Oh, he's on third. We're not talking about him. Now, let's forget about it.
Now, how did I get on third base?
Why, you mentioned his name.
If I mention a third baseman's name, who did I say is playing third?
No, who's playing first?
What's on first?
What's on second?
I don't know.
He's on third.
There I go, back on third again. Look, will you stay on third base and don't go off it?
All right, now what do you want to know?
Now, who's playing third base?
Why do you insist on putting who on third base?
What am I putting on
Oh,
third?
what is on second?
You don't want who on second?
Who is on first?
I don't know. Third base. Look, you got outfield?
Sure.
The left fielder's name.
Why?
I just thought I'd ask.
Well, I just thought I'd tell you.
Then tell me who's playing left field.
Who is playing first?
I'm not. Stay out of the infield. I want to know what's the guy's name in left field.
No, what is on second?
I'm not asking you who's on second.
Who's on first?
I don't know. Third
base.
And the left fielder's name?
Why?
Because.
Oh, he's center field.
Look. You got a pitcher on the team?
Sure.
The pitcher's name?
Tomorrow?
You don't want to tell me today?
I'm telling you,
Then
man.
go ahead.
Tomorrow.
What time?
What time what?
What time tomorrow you're going to tell me who's pitching?
Now listen, who is not pitching?
I'll break your arm, you say. Who's on first? I want to know what's the pitcher's name.
What's on second?
I don't know.
Third base.
Now the catcher?
Certainly.
The catcher's name?
Today.
And tomorrow's pitcher?
Now you've got it.
All we got is a couple of days on the team. You know, I'm a catcher, too.
So they tell me.
I get behind the plate, do some fancy catching. Tomorrow's pitching on my team, and a heavy hitter gets up.
Yes.
Now, the heavy hitter bunts the ball. When he bunts the ball, me being a good catcher, I'm going to throw the guy out of first base, so I pick up the ball and throw it to who?
Now that's the first thing you've said right.
I don't even know what I'm talking about.
Well, that's all you have to do.
Is to throw the ball to first base.
Yes.
Now, who's got it?
Naturally.
Look, if I throw the ball to first base, somebody's got to get it. Now, who has it?
Naturally.
Who?
Naturally.
Naturally?
Naturally.
So I pick up the ball and I throw it to Naturally.
No, you don't. You throw the ball in a hole.
Naturally.
That's different.
That's what I said.
You're not saying that.
I throw the ball to Naturally.
You throw it to who?
Naturally.
That's it.
That's what I said.
Listen, you asked me.
I throw the ball to who?
Naturally.
Now you ask me.
You throw the ball to who?
Naturally.
That's it.
Same as you.
Don't change them around.
Same as you.
Now get it over.
I throw the ball to who? Whoever it is drops the ball and the guy runs a second.
Yes.
Who picks up the ball and throws it to what? What throws it to? I don't know. Throws it back to tomorrow. Triple play.
Yes.
Another guy gets up and it's a long fly ball to because. Why? I don't know. He's on third, and I don't give a darn.
What?
I said I don't give a darn.
Oh, that's our shortstop.
I'm in
Come on.
Costello will be back in just a moment for Camel cigarettes. During the war, the makers of Camel cigarettes sent a total of more than 150 million free Camels to our fighting men overseas. Now free Camels are sent to servicemen's hospitals instead. This week, the Camels go to Veterans Hospital, Fort Lyon, Colorado, USAAF Station Hospital, Davis-Monthan Field, Tucson, Arizona, U.S. Naval Hospital, Quantico, Virginia, U.S. Marine Hospital, Baltimore, Maryland, and Veterans Hospital, Palo Alto, California. Camel broadcasts go out to the United States 3 times a week. Are rebroadcast to practically every area in the world where men are still stationed and to our good neighbors in Central and South America. And now back to Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
What is that, Lou, you've got in your hand there? Another telegram?
Hey, Abbott, look, I just got a telegram from Joe DiMaggio.
Well, go ahead and read it.
Okay. Dear Lou, just heard your show. I think you have the makings of the world's greatest natural ball player. You have spiked teeth, a club head, and you've been off your base for years.
Good night, folks.
Good night, everybody, and a special good night to Joe DiMaggio. Get well quick, Joe.
Listen to Abbott and Costello again next Thursday night when Costello is going to build himself a new prefabricated house. You can imagine the trouble he'll get into. I don't know whether it'll be a 1-story house or a 2-story house, but anyway, that's another story.
Prince Albert Pipe Appeal. They're one and the same thing. Any tobacco burns, makes smoke, but where else can you find the tobacco that has the pipe appeal of Prince Albert? The coolness, mildness, the rich, full flavor. Prince Albert is specially treated to ensure against tongue bite. Crimp cut to smoke slow and cool. So pack your pipe with mellow, rich PA. Enjoy Pipe Appeal with Prince Albert. And while we're speaking of enjoying yourself, be sure to tune in on Grand Ole Opry on NBC Saturday night. You all know and love the songs of America, but this week you have something extra special in store for you. Red Foley and his guests, Ernest Tubb and Roy Acuff. Grand Ole Opry Saturday night on NBC.
Be sure to tune in next week for another great Abbott and Costello show brought to you by Camel Cigarettes. And remember, experience is the best teacher. Try a Camel. Let your own experience tell you why more people are smoking Camels than ever before.
C-A-M-E-L-S.
Abbott and Costello's famous baseball routine, Who's on First, is now available at Phonograph Records. This is Michael Roy.
Turn your back on Scaramouche, my lord. But surely you will not run away from Andre Moreau.
Scaramouche, you have given your last performance.
The hot-blooded adventures of masterful men, the bold intrigues of seductive women, the pageantry of a great novel. A fabulous swashbuckling era comes to life with one of the most exciting casts in all screen history. Stuart Granger as Scaramouche, bold lover, gallant swordsman, the toast of Paris. Eleanor Parker as Lenore, glamorous queen of the nightlife of Paris. A flame-haired wildcat, tamed only by Scaramouche. Janet Leigh as Aline, loveliest prize of French womanhood, risking her reputation to keep a rendezvous with Scaramouche. Mel Ferrer as the Marquis de Maine, heroic nobleman, the greatest swordsman in all France, worthy rival to Scaramouche. Henry Wilcoxon as Chabrelaine, daring captain of the Royal Cavalry, aggressive enemy of Scaramouche. Nina Foch as Marie Antoinette, impulsive queen of France, frivolity, and feminine wiles, spurned by Scaramouche.
I don't believe you.
I fall in love constantly, indiscriminately. The effect is the same as if I never fell in love at all.
I don't know what you said to the others, Andre. I only know that when you spoke to me, you loved me.
You like him?
Very much. He gave me hope and courage once when I needed it very badly.
My dear child.
I am not a child. Or am I a chattel? I'm a woman who wants to be loved for her own sake or not at all.
There is only one woman, and she is here in this room at this moment.
You're such a liar.
At times.
A liar, a cheat, and a fraud. Also an imposter. I ought to be burned at the stake for loving you.
From the sound of music. And Bing Crosby is up next.
Exit Moore and Kirby. Enter Clooney, Crosby, and Carpenter.
Greetings, BC.
Now, would you step in here and take over, R.C.?
I'll be very happy to. Thank you, BC.
Not at all, R.C. The mic is yours.
Kiss, you say, and I kiss you. Go, I go, but I miss you. You got the Indian sign on me, the Indian sign on me. Smile, and boy, I'm in stitches. Frown, I'm down in the ditches. My friends and relatives all agree. You've got the Indian, Wild West Indian sign on me. I bluff and bluster, blow and bleat to prove each move is mine. But I'm like Custer, I can't beat that old Indian sign. Wink, I babble and bubble. Call, I'm there on the double. You've got me dreaming I'll take your name and live in the same teepee with 2 little Indians, 3 little Indians, 4 little Indians. Gee, you've got the Indian sign on me. I babble and bubble. Call, I'm there on the double. You've got me dreaming I'll take your name and live in the same teepee with 2 little Indians, 3 little Indians, 4 little Indians. Gee, you've got the Indian sign on me.
I suppose you've probably noticed from time to time during the year we try to stir up some applause for Outstanding Women of the Year.
That's right. And what outstanding lady wins plaudits today, Bing?
Today, Mrs. Robert C. Healing, who lives in the suburbs of Poughkeepsie, New York.
What is Mrs. Healing's accomplishment?
Well, Rosie, Mrs. Healing clashed with the tax collector and won.
She won a bout with a tax collector?
Mm-hmm, and with prune juice.
Wait a minute. Did you say prune juice?
That's what I said, the juice of the happy little prune. Here's what happened. Because Mrs. Healings put up a fight, the city of Poughkeepsie lifted the sales tax on her favorite brand of prune juice.
She had a sales tax removed?
Clobbered it.
No kidding.
Yes.
Well, that's tougher than removing the spots from a leopard with an art gum eraser.
You know it is. That's why we must salute Mrs. Healing. She's a tower of strength. A dedicated lady who has the courage of her convictions, and Mrs. Healing objected. She contended that a certain brand of prune juice is a food, The city disagreed. They claimed it was taxable because it was diluted with water.
It must have been some battle.
Well, it was fruitful, Mrs. Healing's battle.
It
huh?
was indeed, but in order to prove this certain sales tax illegal, she went all the way to the Department of Agriculture in Washington and the State Tax Commission in Albany. Now, when the smoke of battle had cleared, the prune juice tax was lifted by the city of Poughkeepsie.
This goes to show that people can do something about taxes besides squawking about them, doesn't it?
Sure. We all know that taxes are necessary. But if there's a bad tax, a tax that's not ethical, not legal, not right, why pay it?
Speak up.
Millions for defense, but not a cent for prune juice, that is?
Now, you could put it. That's a nice way to put it. You've done it very neatly, Ken. This is another Boston Tea Party, only in a more orderly fashion.
That's right. No costumes, no destruction of merchandise. Let's call it the Poughkeepsie Prune Juice Party, huh?
Well, let's title it that, huh? For the archives. Why don't we crack open a bottle of the juice and sing a little song, huh?
Sure. Let's us have a party, too.
Go all the way. Every morning, every evening, ain't we got fun?
Not much money, oh, but honey, ain't we got fun?
The rent's unpaid, dear. We haven't a car.
But anyway, dear, we'll stay as we are.
Even if we owe the grocer, don't we have fun?
Tax collectors getting closer, still we have fun.
There's nothing surer. The rich get rich and the poor get poorer. In between time, ain't we got fun? Ain't we got fun? Ain't we got fun? Are you sure? Take off those boxing gloves.
Ain't we got fun?
Still we have fun. Hysterical. Ain't we got fun? Every morning.
Every evening.
Ain't we got fun? Not much money.
But honey,
Ain't we got fun? The rent's unpaid, dear. We haven't a car.
but anyway, dear, we'll stay as we are.
Even if we owe the grocer, don't we have fun? Tax collectors getting closer, still we have fun. There's nothing surer. The rich get rich and the poor get poorer. In the meantime, in between time, ain't we got fun?
I was down at one of those beatnik places last night, Bing, and got a great idea.
Don't tell me you're going to raise a beard.
Well, no, hardly, but I heard him read poetry and decided to tell the shoe repair story in rhyme. Here I go. If you're run down at heel or sole, there's someone who can make them whole. Sing praises for the craftsman true, the man who turns old shoes to new.
Shakespeare will never recover from this blow.
I'm afraid I'll have to agree with Rosie, Ken. I'd just prefer the old-fashioned way.
You mean tell him straight out that the shoe repairer with his modern equipment and years of know-how could make a family's budget stretch further? Well, that's not hip, man.
No, it's not hep to discard shoes with lots of wear left. As a matter of fact, it's downright wasteful.
Well, especially when it's so easy to find a shoe repairer who gives you quality products and first-class service at budget prices. All you got to do is look for the famous Cat's Paw sign in the window.
Outstanding products like Cat's Paw Twin Grip Soft Resilient Heels and Soles. And lighter than leather, lighter than rubber Microlite soles by Cat's Paw guarantee you the best underfoot.
What these squares are trying to say, cats, is for shoes that look and feel divine, play it cool at the Cat's Paw sign.
Translation, folks, visit your shoe repairer who displays the famous Cat's Paw cat and add many miles of walking comfort to your shoes. Economically.
Be sure to ask for Cat's Paw products by name and look for Cat's Paw on new shoes, too.
Whether you are here or yonder, whether you are false or true, whether you remain or wander, I'm growing fonder of you. Even though your friends forsake you, even though you don't succeed, wouldn't I be glad to take you, give you the break you need. More than you know, more than you know, girl of my heart, I love you so. Lately I find you're on my mind, more than you know. Whether you're right, whether you're wrong, girl of my heart, I string along. You need me so, more than you'll ever know. Loving you the way that I do, there's nothing I can do about it. Loving may be all you can give, but honey, I can't live without it. Oh, how I'd cry, oh, how I'd cry, if you got tired and said goodbye. More than I'd show, more than you'd ever know.
You know, quick relief from cold miseries is a show business must. No singer or actor can feel his best when he has a miserable cold. And that's why smart performers insist on fast relief from cold miseries. Listen.
Here's Giselle McKenzie, one of America's most popular TV and movie stars.
If a nasty cold bothers you, think what it does to me. I don't feel like singing with my nose stopped up, head feeling like a balloon from sinus congestion. To feel better fast, I take the newest medicine, new improved 4-Way cold tablets. Today's 4-Way contains a decongestant to drain sinus passages while it relieves cold distress.
Clinical tests prove 4-Way acts faster than any other leading cold or sinus tablet. In minutes, 4-Way speeds pain-relieving medicine all through your body. In the same time, there was no trace with other brands. Only 4-Way starts so fast to relieve muscular pains, reduce fever, relieve headache without upsetting stomach. And 4-Way drains sinus congestion to restore free breathing.
4-Way's marvelous. Makes me feel fine in no time.
To relieve cold miseries while you drain sinus congestion, get new 4-Way, fastest acting of all the leading cold and sinus tablets. New improved formula, same familiar package, only 39 cents.
What's up, Rosemary?
I've got to deliver some mail, Ken.
What sort of mail?
These are love letters.
Ooh, the very best kind.
They sure beat bills, don't they?
Love letters straight from your heart keep us so near while apart. I'm not alone in the night when I can have all the love you write. I memorize every line. I kiss the name that you sign. And darling, then I read again right from the start. love letters straight from your heart. And darling, then I read again right from the start. Love letters straight from your heart.
Bing, it was great to single out Mrs. Robert Healing of Poughkeepsie as one of our Women of the Year because of her victory over the tax commission and all.
Don't mess around with her prune juice.
Well, I just wondered. She seems to be a very thorough, very determined, very enlightened woman. How old's Mrs. Healing?
Well, let's see if I recall. Mrs. Healing says she's around 40.
Around 40?
Yeah, around 40.
Doesn't she give out a more definite age?
Around 40 is definite, Ken. Very definite. It means simply and definitely that Mrs. Healing is around 40. That's what it means.
But in the strictest sense, seeing as how Mrs. Healing is such a stickler for details, if she's around 40, she should say that she's 40 in 1 month, or 41, or 40 and a half, or whatever exact age she is around 40, wouldn't you say?
No, I wouldn't say so at all.
But she's definite about taxes.
A woman can be definite about taxes and be definite about what time the husband comes home from the lodge meeting. And she can be definite about what day the bridge club meets. And she can be definite about 1,000 things. But you can't expect a woman to be absolutely, positively definite about her age.
Oh, you can't, huh?
Never. If a lady says she's around 40, that's making quite a concession already.
Yeah.
That's pretty definite for any lady.
Well, I was just asking.
I wouldn't pry too much in such matters, Ken. Anyway, how would you like it if someone came out and asked you point blank how old you were?
Well, I'd be glad to tell them.
Very well, then. How old are you?
Well, I'm around...
What?
Around.
Just around.
Rosie, what Ken means is that he's been around quite a while. That's what he
Yes, and that's definite.
Very, very. A song with a little mileage now in honor of you, Ken. A vintage melody, perhaps.
When whippoorwills call and evening is nigh, I hurry to my blue heaven. I turn to the right, there's a little white light. It's gonna lead you to my blue heaven. You'll see a smiling face, a fireplace, a cozy room, a little nest that's nestled where the roses bloom. Just Molly and me, and baby makes 3. We're happy in my blue heaven. See a smiling face, a fireplace, a cozy room. Just a little nest that's nestled where the roses bloom. Just Molly and me, and baby makes 3. We're happy in my blue heaven. Well, I turn to the right, dig the little white light.
that's gonna lead you to my blue heaven.
We gotta go now, friends.
Let's make a date for tomorrow, though, shall we, folks?
Before signing off, here's news for all our listeners. WGGA, our CBS station in Gainesville, Georgia, today is celebrating its 20th year of broadcasting. Congratulations and happy 20th anniversary, WGGA, from Bing, Rosemary, Buddy Cole and his boys, in fact, from all of us on the show. Many happy returns.
Seems to have begun at just about the exact date you arrived here to settle down.
In the last 3 weeks, 2 murders have occurred in our city.
And you have been connected with each of them. We're being laughed at by every other city on the coast.
You know, we could mean something to each other. Really? The 5,000 didn't mean so much to you.
Maybe, after I've cleared up a couple of murders, you and I could have a lot of fun.
Isn't that something really worth working for?
Certainly nice of you to cut me in on this. But if that trumpet's really rammed full of jewels, it'll be worth plenty. It'll cost you much more than $5,000 to get it from me.
I said, that's a pretty rotten trick, old boy. That's not cricket.
How much of this is cricket and how much is racket? What are you doing here?
Would you mind very much, Mr. Shane, taking off your hat in the presence of a lady with a gun? So you're the man I hired to protect me.
The various killings were all the young lady's fault.
Oh, nonsense.
Nonsense? Listen, Mr. Shane.
So you have it all figured out, have you?
Certainly. You crossed Travers in Hong Kong. You double-crossed Espinosa, and then you triple-crossed poor Farrow.
A true legend of American comedy, Bob Hope, is up next.
The Bob Hope Show. And now, here is Bob Hope.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes, sir. It's always a pleasure to be back in town and do a show for you folks. Hollywood audiences are so fast. No kidding. One almost caught me yesterday. I do so few shows here, I had trouble getting into NBC tonight at the artist entrance. I said to the man on the door, but don't you recognize me? Look at my nose. And he said, if you can't fight, why do you get into arguments? But an exciting news item right now, you can now buy almost anything with just a small down payment. It'll mean more TV sets. Of course, Hollywood already has a terrific number of television sets. In fact, we have so many antennas that the smog is coming in shredded. There's so many TV antennas in California that they're interfering with the birds. This year, the only way the swallows could get back to Capistrano was to join the Automobile Club. Television is now America's favorite indoor sport. But I think the very last word in television is in the kitchen. They have it, you know. It's a combination television set and garbage disposal. If you don't like the programs, you press a button and start grinding ham bones. My shills are back there. But you know, television programs also have an effect on the education of children. There's a whole generation of kids that'll grow up believing that Washington crossed the Delaware because he needed another box of Ajax, the foaming cleanser. Of course, when I was a kid, we didn't have television. The only wrestling we saw was when we hid behind the couch. They've already tried teaching on TV as an experiment, but it didn't work out. When one little boy came to school the next day, the teacher said, "What did you learn, Tommy?" And he bowed and kissed her hand and gave her a lit cigarette. And the latest medical sensation is surgery on television. Imagine having your appendix out, then seeing it a year later. And you know how people always say, "Let me show you my operation." Now they get a channel and bring it right into your living room. Just as the surgeon prepared to remove the liver, the patient sat up and said, "But doctor, it's my tonsils." And the doctor said, "I know, but I'm trying to get a sponsor." Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, these are busy days in Hollywood. Among other productions, a Crosby Lamour Hope picture is in preparation. Right now it's early morning on the lot, and Bob is in his dressing room waiting for his makeup man.
Oh, boy. Just getting up at 6 in the morning is murder. I was better off back in Cleveland. There I got to sleep until 7. Of course, I was working in a butcher shop. I had to get there before anybody else and change the lamb chops from their pajamas into their panties. Oh, well, it's a living. Come in.
Morning, Mr. Hope.
Oh, good morning, Fred.
If you'll sit in your chair, Mr. Hope, I'll start putting on your makeup.
Okay. My, you're certainly cheerful this morning.
Well, I like to work on your face.
Why?
It's such a challenge.
What do you mean?
Acres and acres of flab, and it's all mine.
Oh, you read that line so nice, don't you? All right, Fred, just do it, huh?
Well, you can't blame me for being excited. Working on you is one job where I feel like a witch doctor. Here I am with my little makeup kit struggling to undo something Mother Nature did in a nasty mood.
All right, Fred, let's not do a whole bit here. Just smear, huh?
Very well. First, let's get this cold cream on your neck. Whoops!
What's the matter?
I got my finger caught in a wrinkle. Now we'll just let that set for a minute, and while we're waiting, I'll just pluck your eyebrows.
Okay, take it easy, though.
Oh, this won't hurt a bit. Here we go. 1. Here's another one. Ooh, here's a doozer. This is a stubborn little one. I got it.
Oh, swell. If I ever need an extra eye, now there's a hole for it.
Well, let's see now. I think we're ready for the makeup now.
Well, I want to talk to you about that, Fred. What was that stuff you put on my face yesterday?
Oh, that's something new. And I know it's going to be wonderful for your face.
Why?
It's the same stuff they're using to pave the Hollywood freeway.
Look, Fred, right, let's get this thing over with, huh?
All right. I'll just put some of this powder on you. Put this towel around your head, and we'll just put this chin strap under your face. There.
Anybody here? Oh, hello, Fred.
Oh, hello, Miss Lamore.
Hey, Dottie, come on over here.
Who is it?
Who is it? Don't you recognize me? No, it's me, Dottie. Wait till I get this stuff off.
Oh, that's better.
You all set to go to work?
Uh-huh. Gee, Bob, it's just like old times doing a road picture with you and Bing.
Yeah, remember the first one? Boy, was I green. I kept messing up one scene, I had to kiss you 500 times.
Yeah, then I turned green.
Go on, you loved every minute of it.
Well, I must admit that I've kissed a lot of leading men in pictures, but there's something about your lips that's different.
My tailor pads them for me. I've got the only tweed pucker in town.
You know, Bob, you've matured. You're really working hard on this picture.
Well, that's because of my new... I was working on my tweed pucker. Did you like it? I have a tweed pucker and a plaid head. Well, that's because of my new financial deal with Paramount. It's just wonderful.
Really?
Yes, rather than working on a straight salary, I'm paid on a cost-plus deferment basis, which is figured on a fiduciary arrangement over $1 million with the exhibitors cut east of the Rockies, which is included in the general corporation setup.
Oh, what does that come to?
About $25 a week.
Why don't you go to the unemployment office and cut out the middleman?
You know, Dottie, I'm glad you stopped by. There's something I want to talk to you about.
What's that?
Well, how shall I start? Well, let me put it this way. You, Bing, and I are making a picture. Now, let's evaluate the three of us.
All right.
Now, you're attractive, a good actress, and as for me, my looks and my acting ability, well, gee, I hate to say it.
But you will.
Well, I like to be honest.
Bob, what are you driving at?
Well, it's about Bing.
Well, what about him?
Well, Dottie, you know how it is in Hollywood. Some actors fade away, some disappear, some aren't as strong as they used to be. With Bing, it's different.
Different?
Yes, with him, rigor mortis is set in.
Oh, stop exaggerating.
Who's exaggerating? After we finish the scene, they put him back in the icebox so he won't fall apart.
Don't be silly. Bing's still wonderful.
Of course he is, but when you stack him up against us, I mean, why should he injure our brilliant careers?
I don't understand.
Well, after our last road picture, Paramount got a letter that said, Hope and Lamore were fine, but why did they need their grandmother in the picture?
Bob, are you sure that's what the letter said?
Well, I ought to be able to read my own writing. Now, here's what I had in mind. We got to protect this picture.
Oh, Bob.
Really, whenever we're shooting a scene, we got to hide Bing from the camera.
How can we do that?
Well, you could stand in front of him.
I will not.
All right, then I'll stand in front of him.
That'll hide everybody. Bob, I'm really surprised at you. After all, you and Bing have been friends for a long time.
Oh, please.
And he's done a lot for you.
Old hydromatic hips? What did he ever do for me?
Well, lots of things. Why, when you first came to Hollywood, you didn't know anybody. You couldn't get work. You were sick.
That's true. I almost froze to death posing for a calendar.
You were alone, friendless. You were like a little bird. And Crosby took you under his wing.
Well, that was nice, but he tried to sit on me and hatch me.
Bob, you ought to be ashamed of yourself, dreaming up a little plot like this.
Well, maybe you're right. It wasn't fair of me to think only of us. I take it all back. I wouldn't really do anything to hurt Bing anyway.
Well, that's better.
Hello? Yeah, this is Bob Hope. It's the production department, Dottie.
Oh?
What? He did? Why, he can't do that. Oh, he did, huh? Well, he hasn't heard the last of this.
Bob, what's the matter?
Crosby called to say he won't be in today. There'll be no shooting.
Why?
He's going to play golf instead. Why, the nerve of that monster. Did you ever see him play golf? It takes him all day just to play 9 holes. Every time he takes a step, he trips over his hearing aid.
Gee, he might have given us a little notice.
Well, that's the way he does things. He doesn't tell anybody. That's the way he foreclosed the mortgage on my house. Ooh, I'll fix him for this. I'll get somebody to replace him and have Paramount throw him out of the picture.
Who are you going to get to replace him?
Well, I'll get somebody. When I get through, he'd be sorry he did this. He'll be right back where he started from, on a milk truck.
You mean Bing drove a milk truck?
No, he pulled it.
Here, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like you to meet a gal we've had the pleasure of working with several times this season. And here she is with Be Anything, Miss Peggy Lee.
Be a beggar, be a thief, be my sunshine or my grief, be anything, but darling, be mine. Be a wise man, be a fool, treat me tender or be cruel, be anything, but darling, be mine. Climb to the top of the ladder, be master of all you survey. Fail, and it still doesn't matter. If you love me, everything is okay. Be the angel of my prayers. Be the devil who cares. Be anything, but darling, be mine. Be mine. Be
Wonderful, Peggy.
And thank you, Bob, for that lovely introduction.
Yeah? Well, there's something I'd like to add.
What's that?
Les, may we have a big fanfare, please? Les, that was a fanfare? It was more like my paycheck after they take out the withholding tax. We were just going to do a few scenes from our earlier shows this year. For instance, down in Corpus Christi, Texas, we did a show for the boys at the Naval Air Station, and I played the part of a cruel, vicious sea captain.
Steady as she goes, helmsman, and look sharp. Captain Bligh is headed toward the bridge.
Mr. Christian.
Aye, aye, sir.
Mr. Christian, heave-ho your topside, mizzen up your spinnaker, jib your boom, and lay your forecastle.
What does that mean, sir?
I don't know. I'm mad with power.
Are you taking over, Captain?
Indeed, Mr. Christian. Bring me up to date. What progress have we made since this good ship left home?
Well, I have the log right here, sir. The first day we traveled 6 inches. The second day, 1.5 feet. The third day, 2 feet.
Not very good, is it?
No, sir.
Well, we'll go a lot faster once we get to the water. Mr. Christian, I run me ship as I please.
Sir, I'm duty-bound to tell you that I consider you the cruelest, most vicious, black-hearted, sadistic monster on the 7 seas.
Thank you. Mr. Christian, what's this? The men are approaching the bridge. They have weapons.
It's mutiny, sir. I warned you. Now your time has come.
No.
You may have your choice, Captain Bligh. Hang by a rope from a yard arm or be cast adrift in a dinghy.
No, not that. I don't know a thingy about a dinghy.
Very well, then. It's the rope. And here it is.
Just a moment. I'm not afraid to die. But grant me one request so that I may die as an Englishman and a gentleman.
What is your request?
When you put that rope around my neck...
Yes?
Please tie a Windsor knot. And some months ago, we were at Camp Pendleton for the Men of the Marines. We did a cute little sketch with a Scottish background.
Hector. Isn't it wonderful out here?
Oh, aye. Tis a brabrich moonlich nicht to nicht. It's fun to say, and the dew is good for the heather, you know. Look, dearie, I got a surprise for you. I brought you some candy.
Oh, Hector, you're too good to me.
Here it is.
Thank you. I've never seen candy exactly like this before. I couldn't stop it.
You're winding it up.
What kind is it?
Oh, that are called lifesavers. I'll bring you another one from the package tomorrow night. Now, Annie, it's nice to be with you. Someday, when I'm a famous musician, we'll get married.
Daughter, where are you?
Oh, his father. He'd better not find me here with you.
Where are you, daughter?
I'm over here in the rye field, Father, trying to track down one of our lost sheep.
Well, he shouldn't be hard to find. I see some footprints here. It's the only sheep in the field wearing army shoes. I thought so. Who is this bum?
No, Father.
I'm not a boom. I'm a boom. I'm a very accomplished musician, and someday I'll be very rich. Bah. I will. I just finished writing a wonderful song, and your daughter was the inspiration for it. I'll sing it to you. Listen. If a body meet a body coming through the rye, if a body miss a body, need a body.
Didn't miss that body, did I?
Say, I can remember another show we did. It was at Los Alamitos. And we did our version of the great motion picture, Death of a Salesman. My name is Willie Loman. I'm a salesman. Been a salesman for almost 40 years. I've sold everything in my time, but right now I'm selling garbage disposal units. And I'm good at it. The president of the company said I had the best head for garbage disposal he ever saw. But don't get the wrong idea. It ain't no fun being a salesman. All day long you stick your foot in the door and people slam it on you. Happened to me so many times I don't wear shoes, I wear door stops. Yeah, selling's my life, but I got a funny feeling something's going to happen. The boss of the company has called me into his office.
Sit down, Willie.
Yes, sir.
Willie, you've been with this company for 40 years.
That's right, sir.
Willie, it's a feeling up in the front office that you're slipping.
I'm not.
How about your last trip? You were in Wyoming, supposed to be selling swivel chairs.
Well, it's hard to sell swivel chairs out in the cow country. I got a cow to sit down on one, but her aim was bad and she missed the bucket. Are you trying to tell me I'm through?
Afraid so, Willie. I'm going to have to give you your notice.
Oh, but you can't do this to me. I got a wife and family. I need the money. I'll do anything. I don't have to be a salesman. I'll be your office boy. I'll scrub the floors.
We have an old woman for that.
Let me scrub the old woman.
I'm sorry, Willie. We can't carry you. You're fired.
That's gratitude. 40 years with the company. 40 years of being a traveling salesman. I should have got that other job when I had the chance.
What other job?
Being a farmer's daughter.
how could you be a farmer's daughter? You're not a girl.
What do them farmers know? They only feed the whole world and elect presidents. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the number called Wing Ding, and I've asked Miss Peggy Lee to join me here tonight. Do it, go.
Howdy, stranger. Anything I can do for you?
Yeah. Scratch my back.
Is that all?
No, one other little thing. Let's get a little life in this joint.
Okay, stranger. If that's the way you want it. Hold it, Jeff. Sam, bring out the dancing girl. I'm shouting, I'm singing. Tonight I'll do some flinging. Time to start the show.
I'm laughing, I'm humming, because I know what's coming. Things have been too slow, and now we'll make them go.
What a night for a wing ding. My baby's more than willing to make the evening thrilling.
Things are right for a wing, and I can tell you, you can count on me. I got the maid I'm dating, waiting patiently. I figure I'll be on the spree. I'm for her.
I figure he's for me.
Tonight'll be a beauty.
Hip-to-hooty, what a time to be tingling. I'll soon be flying higher than a kite. Because tonight's my night to have a wing ding. There'll be real fine doings tonight.
I got the maid I'm dating, waiting patiently.
I'm suiting up to loosen up and have a spree. I'm for him.
I figure she's for me.
Tonight'll be a beauty. Hip-to-hooty, what a time to be tingling. I'll soon be flying higher than a kite. Because tonight's my night to have a wing ding. There'll be real fine doings. We'll leave the town in ruins. You and I do it tonight. So it's over, stranger. How'd you like it?
Oh, fine. Now, is there anything I can do for you?
Yeah. Scratch my back.
The Bob Hope Show is brought to you through the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Audrey Hepburn now welcomes you to Rome as the captive princess who goes out on the town to have some fun, with Greg as the bewildered bachelor who winds up with a royal blush.
It's very unusual. I've never been alone with a man before, even with my dress on. With my dress off, it's most unusual.
Yes, it's the real lowdown on Her Highness when she turns into a pixie on the prowl, letting her hair down all the way to find the kind of forbidden excitement she's always longed for.
Tell you what, why don't we do all those things together?
But don't you have to work?
Work? Now, today's going to be a holiday.
And what a holiday! A Roman holiday, when all the things happen you'd always hoped for on the happiest day of your life. Fun on the run as the princess gives Greg a regal and highly illegal scoot around. And you'll be there to share the excitement of the wildest escapade that ever set the Eternal City on its ear.
True crime stories of the LAPD are up next with Jack Webb's Dragnet.
Sound off for Chesterfield. Chesterfield is best for you. First cigarette with premium quality in both regular and king size. Chesterfield brings you Dragnet.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you're about to hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent. You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to bunco detail. For the past year, a confidence man has been cheating women in your city. You finally get a lead on him. Your job, get him. Tonight, I have a new report for you. A most important one, too. Because when you're asked to try a cigarette, you want to know, and you ought to know, what that cigarette has meant to people who smoke it all the time. After a full year of observation, a medical specialist was given a group of Chesterfield smokers thorough examinations every 2 months for the full year, reports no adverse effects to their nose, throat, or sinuses from smoking Chesterfield. More and more men and women all over the country are finding out every day that Chesterfield is best for them. Enjoy your smoking. Try Chesterfield today. They're best for you. Much milder, with an extraordinarily good taste.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Wednesday, February 12th. It was cold in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of bunco detail. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Captain Steve. My name's Friday. We were at the Armstrong Thomas department store cafeteria, and it was 3:14 p.m. when I got back to the table. Here, Joe. Let me give you a hand. Oh, thanks. Here you are, Miss Terrence.
Thank you.
I wonder if you'd tell us what this is all about now, ma'am.
Surely. Sorry you had to wait, but I thought it might be better if we talked up here.
Yes, ma'am.
Would you pass the sugar, please?
Oh, yes, ma'am. Here you are.
Well, it's not a pretty thing. I don't know how I could have been so foolish. But I guess when you get to be my age and you haven't got anything, almost any attention makes you forget.
Yes, ma'am. How'd you first meet this man, Benton?
I saw him first at a musicale. I met him very briefly that night. He called me the next day, said that he wanted to see me again. Well, I told him that I didn't think it'd be proper, but he insisted, so that night we had dinner together. He seemed so nice, I still can't believe it.
Yes, ma'am.
Such a wonderful time. I didn't think anybody could be so happy. We ate at a wonderful little place down at the beach. Then we went for a long drive and listened to the music on the radio. Just beautiful. The way the ocean looked, all moonlight and all.
Mm-hmm. When'd you see him again, ma'am?
Not until he left. He'd call a couple of times a day. got a little embarrassing. The girls at the store here got to kidding me about it, but I didn't care. Then he told me he wanted to marry me. I couldn't believe it. So wonderful.
Yes, ma'am.
Then one day he told me that he was going to have to take a business trip up north.
When was that? Do you remember, ma'am?
I guess it was about 3 weeks ago, something like that.
Go ahead, please.
Well, he left. I went down to the station and saw him off. He kissed me and said that when he got back, we'd be married. We were going over to Las Vegas on our honeymoon. Wonderful plan. Wonderful. And then I heard from him when he got to San Francisco. He called me from the hotel and said that he'd lost his wallet on the train. He told me he'd lost everything. All his money, identification, everything.
Mm-hmm.
That's when he asked me for the $100. I didn't think that anything was wrong, so I sent it to him.
Where'd you send it, ma'am?
To his hotel.
Did you hear from him at all after that, ma'am?
Not a word. At first, I thought that maybe he was just busy. I did think it was kind of funny that he wouldn't say something about getting the money I sent, but not a word. Then I got worried.
Yes, ma'am, I understand.
Finally, I called the hotel, and they told me that he'd checked out. I figured that maybe he was back in town and wanted to surprise me. So I called his apartment. The landlady told me that he had left a couple of weeks before, that he didn't leave any forwarding address.
Yes, ma'am.
I didn't know what to think. I didn't want to believe that he'd just used me, but there didn't seem to be anything else to think.
Yes, ma'am.
Then, of course, it was only $100. Seems that if he'd wanted to rob me, he could have asked for more. I still don't believe it, even when I know it's true.
Yes, ma'am. Now, I wonder if you could give us a description of the man.
Yes, I can do that. Let's see. He was tall,
About how tall, ma'am?
over 6 feet, maybe 6 feet 2. He had blonde hair,
Mm-hmm.
kind of wavy.
About how much would you say he weighed, Miss Terrence?
I'd just be guessing, but I'd say about 190 or so.
I see. I wonder if you'd be kind enough to come down to the city hall and look at some pictures for us.
You think you might have one of him?
Possible, ma'am. Maybe it'd make you feel a little better to know that you're not the only woman that this Benton has taken. There have been quite a few.
I guess I knew that. Even if I didn't want to believe it, I guess I knew it was just a confidence game. Such a cruel thing, though, to use a person's loneliness to rob them.
Yes, ma'am, it is.
When you get along in years and you haven't got anything to hold on to, little attention and affection makes you forget everything else. Nothing else seems to matter.
Yes, ma'am. I guess that's the way they figure it. Frank and I had been looking for Jonathan Benton for the past year. During that time, he'd taken approximately $37,000 from women in the Los Angeles area. His method of operation was to answer the ads in the personal columns of the daily papers. He'd give the woman a whirlwind courtship, then under the pretext of having to clean up some business before marriage, he'd leave town. He'd call the next day and give them the story about losing his wallet and identification. He'd ask them for $100. This in itself was to throw off the suspicions of the victim. In the event that they suspected that they were being taken in a racket, $100 was small enough so that their fear would answer about 20 to 30 of these ads at a time. And the request for money would hit all of the suspects at once. We'd had several complaints lately, and there was no way of knowing how many women were being taken and were too embarrassed to report it to the authorities. 4:30 p.m. We drove Miss Terrence back to the city hall and had her check the mug books. She was unable to give us an identification, however. Another month passed. During that time, we received 14 more complaints. In all instances, the description of the suspect matched that of Jonathan Benton. All available sources of information were checked. Bulletins had been gotten out carrying his description and the name he used. No result. On Wednesday, March 25th, we got a call that a man answering Benton's description had placed an ad in the personal columns of one of the daily papers. He'd used the name of Thomas Conan. The clerk at the ad counter gave us his address, and at 5:32 p.m., Frank and I went out to talk to him.
Yeah?
You Thomas Conan?
Yeah, that's right. What can I do for you?
Police officers would like to talk to you.
Oh, sure, come on in. Always glad to talk to the law.
This is my partner, Frank Smith.
How do you do, Mr. Smith?
How do you do, sir?
If you boys will come on in, I'll shut the door.
Thank you.
Now, what's this all about?
Well, sir, did you put this ad in the paper?
Now, let me see. Texas cowman desires to meet petite young lady. Object companionship. Spelled everything right, Dad. Yes, sir, that's mine. I wrote it all myself.
How long you been in Los Angeles?
Well, now, let's see. Got in on the bus last Tuesday. That'd make a week and a day.
Uh-huh. What brings you out here?
Well, guess you could say it's kind of a business trip. Got a little tired of the same faces back home, so I thought I'd just see what the rest of the country looked like. What little is of it. I'm from Texas, you know. Amarillo. What's all this about, anyway? Some law I broke?
No, it's about that ad.
Oh, you found out, huh?
Beg pardon?
Oh, you found out about me saying I was a cattleman. That's it, ain't it?
What do you mean?
Well, now, I didn't mean no harm. I do have a couple milk cows on the place. A Holstein and a Guernsey. They're real nice, too. Just that I was so darn lonesome, and I kind of thought this might be a way to meet some nice gal. I didn't mean no harm. You can see that, can't you?
Yes, sir, I guess so. Wonder if you'd mind taking a ride with us, sir?
Well, I should say not. Always happy to go along with the law. Where you figure to go to?
We'd like you to meet somebody.
Well, now that's right. Nice of you. Got some gal you'd like me to meet, huh?
Well, it's not exactly that, sir.
Well, it don't matter none. I got nothing to do anyhow. Just sitting here wondering if I get any replies to the ad.
All right, sir. If you wouldn't mind, let's go.
Not at all. I'll get my hat. Don't hardly feel conspicuous in this hat at all.
Is that right?
Yep. Kind of thought people might make something of it, but they hardly even notice it. Had two little kids come up today, ask for my autograph. Guess they figured I was a movie star. Made me feel real good, too. Then I wrote my name for them. They didn't know who I was. That didn't make no mind to them. They just thanked me and went on about the business. Right nice little folks they was.
Yeah. Well, let's go.
Sure. Real nice people here in L.A. Real nice. Haven't met a bad one yet.
Well, you haven't been here long. We got 'em. 5:40 p.m. We drove Thomas Conant downtown and had a car go out and pick up Miss Terrence. While we talked to Conant in the interrogation room, she walked by the open door and looked in at the suspect. She told us that he was not the man who'd victimized her. She was returned to her home, and after Conant had been checked through R&I, he was released. The next morning, Frank and I ran down a tip from an informant, but it led us nowhere. 10:18 a.m., we checked back into the office.
You get the latest bulletin from San Francisco, Joe?
Yeah, I looked it over this morning. They checked out the hotel Benton was staying at. He checked out of there. They haven't seen him since.
Well, that means he's probably back here in town, huh?
Well, if he is, we should start hearing about him again pretty soon. I'll get it. Bunko, Friday. Who? Oh, yes, ma'am. Yes, Miss Terrence, I remember. Yes, ma'am. Where was that? Would you give me that again? Yes, ma'am. 48 Vine. Uh-huh. Yes, that's right, ma'am. We'll get in touch with you. Right. Thank you very much. Bye.
Grace Terrence?
Yeah, she just saw Benton.
Where?
Went into an apartment out on Vine Street. 10:41 a.m. Frank and I got to the apartment house on Vine Street. We talked to the landlord, and he told us that a man answering the suspect's description was registered in apartment 4B. He was registered under the name Jonathan Benson. He told us that this Benson had just moved in and paid his first month's rent in advance. He'd said that he was just going to be in town for a short time, and that in the event that he moved out before his month was up, he expected no refund. Frank and I went up to the fourth floor and knocked on the door.
Yeah?
You Jonathan Benson?
Who are you?
Police officers want to talk to you.
What about?
Might be better if we talked inside.
Maybe I don't want you in my...
All right, now, mister, you get your hat. We want to talk to you downtown.
What for?
Come on, get your hat.
Just a minute. I think maybe there's been some kind of mistake here. Just tell me exactly what it is you're looking for. I'm sure we can work
Come
it
on,
out.
mister. Quit stalling. Get your hat, will you?
Come on in. I'll get my hat.
I'll get it for you. In this closet?
Yeah, the gray one. You sure you got the right man?
Looks that way.
Mm-hmm. No way to work this out.
What do you mean by that?
Well, I don't even know why you want me to go with you. Seems you could fill me in on that.
Got some people we'd like to have you meet.
Who?
You'll see when we get there.
Here's your hat. Come on, let's go.
You guys sure think you're the Gestapo, coming in here dragging a private citizen out of his house.
If you haven't done anything wrong, you got nothing to worry about then, have you?
That's not the point. I don't like it. Coming in here and take me downtown so a lot of stupid old broads can look at me.
Who said we wanted women to look at you?
You did.
No, we said we wanted you to meet some people.
Must have misunderstood, huh?
Yeah, I guess you did.
No way we can work this out, huh?
There's no way. Now, come on.
Oh, just a minute. I want to be sure I got my key. I don't want to be locked out.
Don't worry about it.
What do you mean?
You might not be coming back. Frank and I took Jonathan Benson downtown. We ran him through R&I, but we got no identification. His fingerprints were rolled and checked, but they didn't make him. Miss Terrence was called and asked to come down to the city hall to try to identify the suspect. 2:30 p.m. We took him to the interrogation room.
You ever use the name Benton?
No.
You sure?
Yeah.
You ever use any other alias?
Why should I?
You tell us.
Now, look, why don't you come off it? Tell me what this is all about.
You told us you just got into town, is that right?
Yeah, I've been here about a week.
Where'd you come from?
Up north.
Where up north?
San Francisco.
You live up there, do you?
Most of the time, yeah.
Most of the time. What's that mean?
Just that. Most of the time I live in San Francisco. That hard for you guys to understand?
What line of work you in?
I'm a salesman.
Yeah, what do you sell?
Whatever people want to buy.
What are you selling now?
Nothing right now. That's why I'm here. I'm looking for a deal.
You know a woman named Terrence, Grace Terrence?
I don't think so. Might. Why?
We'd like to know.
Hey, maybe I'm wrong about all of this, but it seems to me that I had to be booked, that you had to let me go. They changed that law?
No, that law's still good.
Then let's stop horsing around. I got a lot of things I want to do. Fill me in on this and then let me out of here.
All right. There's been a confidence man working in the L.A. area, been taking money from women. Gives them a big pitch about wanting to marry him, and then he hits them up for $100 and leaves them.
Sounds like a good racket.
He's taking a lot of money from people who haven't got it to spare.
Offhand, I'd say that's a tough luck.
Offhand, we'd say you're wrong.
The way you look at it. Where do I fit into this little fantasy?
You look good for the guy who's been pulling the deal.
Me?
That's right.
You guys are flipping.
Description matches.
So I look like another guy.
Everything else about you checks out.
So you figure you made me for the job, huh?
That's what we figure.
Which way's the gas chamber? Oh, come off it, fellas. You guys know you're trying to hang a bad rap on me. You know it, and so do I. Now, let's call the whole thing off. I can get out of here, and you can get to the peanut.
I'll get it.
Hello, Miss. They told me I could see you right here.
Oh, yes, yes.
Hello, Jonathan.
What?
Why'd you do it, Jonathan? Why? If you wanted the money, you could have asked for it. I'd have given it to you. You didn't have to lie about what you thought.
Place is full of them loonies.
Is this the man, Miss Terrence?
Yes, Sergeant, that's him.
All right, how about it, Benson?
I don't know what she's talking about. What's this bit with that's him? Loonies jumping with.
All right, now, Benson, I've had enough of that. Now, come off it. You've just been identified. We got a lot more of them that we can have here. I think they'll identify you, too.
Why, John? Why?
Oh, get her out of here. One thing I can't stand is a woman bawling. Something comes along they can't figure out right away, they got to bawl. Anything comes along, they got to cry. I'm sick of it.
All right, ma'am. Maybe it'd be better if you waited in our office.
Yes, Sergeant. Still don't know why he did it. Why he took this way to get the money.
I took this way because it was the easy way. You broads are all alike, every last one of you. Let me get a few things straight first. You say I took $100 from you, is that right?
Yes.
All right. Now, I want you to think about this and think real careful. Didn't I say that I wanted to borrow the money? Isn't that what I said, borrow?
Yes, that's what you said.
Did I say that I'd pay the money back in any certain time?
I don't know.
Well, you think real good. You'll remember that I didn't. I just said that I'd pay you back. That's all. I didn't say when.
I don't care.
There you are. Is it any crime to borrow money from a friend? I borrowed the money from her. I'll pay it back.
You said you wanted to marry me. You said you loved me.
Oh, come off it, Sarah. You got no beef. You got the soft light and the romantic music. You got it all. Look at you. Take a good look. Who'd want to marry you? Here, just a minute. Here. Here's $100 I borrowed. I want to pay you back. I got $100 worth of laughs from you. That much easy. Here's your dough. Now go home and have a good cry. I wouldn't marry you if you were the last woman on
All right,
earth.
that's enough of that, Benson.
You're not just kidding. This old harpy with romantic ideas. What a laugh. She thinks anybody want to marry her, and she's a loony, too.
I didn't think anybody could be this mean. I didn't think anyone could be this cruel. I don't believe it.
You got no choice. You knew it all along. Thanks for the laughs.
Come on, Miss Terrence, please.
Imagine that old bag really thinking I'd marry him.
Yeah.
Real laugh. Well, anyway, she got her dough back. I said I'd pay her back. I did. You check with the rest of them. I'll tell you the same thing. I borrowed the money, that's all. I can't help it if they thought something else. I can't help it, Calvin. Come on, let's get this over with. I want to get out of here.
Yeah.
You look upset, Carl. Don't be. It won't prove anything. That's the way it
I
is.
got something for you, Benson.
Is that right?
Yeah. Someplace, sometime, you're going to make a mistake.
Is that right?
Yeah, and when you do, we're going to lean on you, and we're going to lean hard.
You are listening to Dragnet, the authentic story of your police force in action.
Chesterfield Regular, Chesterfield King Size. The first cigarette to give you premium quality either way you like 'em. This means that King Size Chesterfield contains tobaccos of better quality and higher price than any other king-size cigarette. Chesterfield is first to name all its ingredients. Ingredients that make the best possible smoke. And Chesterfield gives you this full year scientific report. No adverse effects to the nose and throat of a group smoking only Chesterfield. So enjoy your smoking. Change to Chesterfield today. Much milder, with an extraordinarily good taste.
We had 12 of the victims of the confidence man look at Benson. All of them gave a positive identification, but verified his story that he'd borrowed the money from them. 4:25 p.m. Frank and I got in touch with the district attorney's office and talked with them. What Benson had said was true. In borrowing the money, or in saying he was borrowing it, he'd committed no violation of the law. We had to release him from custody. A month passed. During that time, we'd heard nothing more from the suspect. He'd stopped working the Dodge in the Los Angeles area. We contacted the San Francisco authorities and informed them of what had happened. They said that they'd be on the lookout for Benson. During the next 2 weeks, Frank and I worked on a ring of bunco artists that were working the obituary columns. On June 16th, we got a call from Burglary Division that they'd gotten a report of a theft, and talking to the victim, they'd gotten the name Jack Bentley. They checked the files on him and found that it could be Jonathan Benson. The victim, a Miss Betty Lindsay, came to our office to talk to us.
I don't know why they thought that I should see you. It's just a plain theft.
The officers in burglary said that they thought we might be interested in the thief, Miss Lindsay. I wonder if you'd tell us about him.
Lousy crumb. This guy's a real schnook. Schnook of the first water.
Yes, ma'am. What's his name, please?
Called himself Bentley, Jack Bentley. What a bum.
What do he look like, Miss Lindsay?
Tall and blonde. Kind of nice-looking guy if you went for the type. I did. Now I got troubles. Oh, what a no-good bum.
Wonder if you'd take a look at some of the pictures we've got here. See if he's in these.
Sure. I'd like to see you get him. Where are the pictures?
Frank, would you get him, please?
Yeah.
Where'd you meet this Bentley? Do you remember?
Well, I'm sort of the hostess at a place downtown over on 5th. Anyway, about 2-3 weeks ago, this schnook comes in, orders a couple drinks, and he leaves. Next night, he's back again. Ooh, he was a cagey one. Didn't work too fast. Took about a week to make the pitch, then he asked me out to dinner. Well, he always seemed kind of nice, so I told him I'd go.
Mm-hmm. Here are the pictures, ma'am. If you just take a look through them and see if there's one of Bentley in there.
Sure. Let me see. No. It's not. Hey, this one's kind of cute. What's he wanted for?
Oh, he works a casualty racket.
What's that?
Gets the names of people that have died, tells their families if they ordered some stuff.
What kind of stuff?
Oh, pen and pencil sets, watches, cheap things. Charges a lot of money for them. Most of the people figure that it's one of the last things their loved ones wanted, so they pay the prices. The stuff's worthless.
Lousy racket. Such a nice-looking guy, too. So honest.
Well, that's why it works.
Yeah, I suppose so. Well, let me see. No, this one's not him. Hey, wait a minute.
Yeah.
That's him. Ooh, what a nudnik.
Ma'am?
A nudnik, a real bum. But that's him, I'm sure of it.
Benson.
Yeah.
You mean you know this guy?
Yes, ma'am. Wonder if you tell us exactly what happened.
Sure, like I was telling you. This guy, Benson?
Yes, ma'am, that's right. Jonathan Benson.
Yeah, well, anyway, he asked me out to dinner. I told him I'd go. It looked like he was pretty well fixed. I figured it wouldn't do no harm. Well, see, I don't get off till 12:30, and there ain't many nice places open after that. But I said yeah, so he told me he'd pick me up. He got to the club about 10 o'clock. Said that he'd gotten through with whatever it was he was doing, that he came by to see if he could use my apartment to freshen up a bit. Freshen up a bit. Boy, what a way to heist the place. Oh, what a bum.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Well, I gave him the key to the place. He said that he'd stop at a drugstore and pick up a razor, and shave and wash his face, and then he'd be back to pick me up. The last I ever saw of him.
Uh-huh.
Walked off with a fur coat I had. Saved for 3 years for that coat. Cost me $900. And he took a ring worth about $150. Diamonds. Belonged to my mother. Sure hope you get him. Nail him good.
Yes, ma'am.
Ooh, what a nudnik.
We continued to question Betty Lindsay. She gave us the name of one of Benson's friends. We checked on him, and he gave us the name of a girl who knew the suspect. We talked to her, and she was able to give us Benson's address. It was a rooming house on Franklin Avenue in the Hollywood area. 6:47 p.m. Frank and I went up to his room.
Yeah, come on in. Should have kept my mouth shut. What do you guys want?
We want to talk to you downtown, Benson.
We aren't going to get on that merry-go-round again, are we? I'm getting tired of this whole deal. What are you guys trying to tire me this time?
We didn't have to do it, Benson. You took care of that yourself.
Is that right?
Yep, you made a mistake.
What is it this time? You figure I took some candy away from a blind
All right,
newsboy?
come on, Benson. Let's go.
You're going to arrest me this time, or am I going as a favor?
This time it's on us.
You mean we're playing for keeps now?
Yeah.
What's the charge?
Grand theft.
You're kidding.
Nope.
I really believe you're serious.
That's right. You called it.
Well, this is going to be interesting. If you can't prove this, I'm going to own City Hall, and the first thing I'm going to do is fire you two. You know that, don't you?
Well, we'll take that chance.
All right, but don't say I didn't warn you. You know, someday I'm going to write a book. Call it Some of My Best Friends Are Cops.
Yeah, you do that.
I will.
You'll have the time. We took the suspect downtown. We talked to him for over an hour, but he'd admit nothing. Without being able to produce the stolen articles, the case would be difficult to prosecute. We had Benson take everything out of his pockets. Among his personal effects, we found a key to a locker in the subway terminal. 2 men from Bunko Division took the key and went down to the terminal. They recovered a locked suitcase and brought it back to the squad room where we were questioning Benson.
How about it, Benson? This yours?
Never saw it before in my life.
It's locked. You got a key to this, Benson?
I told you it wasn't mine. What more can I say?
See those keys there, huh, Frank?
Yeah. Here.
All right.
I don't know what this is all going to prove. I told you the suitcase isn't mine.
Yeah, that figures. That's how come the keys fit, huh?
Cheap suitcase. A lot of the keys double.
Is that right?
Sure, lots of times I lost a key for one suitcase, used the key from another one to open it.
You ever find one of these in the case?
I never saw that fur coat in my life. Haven't got the slightest idea how it got there. I want to talk to a lawyer.
You're getting kind of jumpy, aren't you, Benson?
Sure, I don't mind admitting it. I told you I got no idea where that coat came from, but I know you guys aren't going to believe it. You're out to get me. You said so. You're going to try everything you can do with it.
You want to tell us about it now?
There ain't nothing to tell. I don't know nothing about it.
You don't ever give up, do you?
I don't know what you're talking about. I want to see a lawyer.
All right, we'll fix it so you can put that call in. We got the owner of this coat on the way down here. She's going to identify him, and that's all we need. Now, you just sit there and keep your mouth shut, will you?
I'll get it. Bunko, Smith. What's that? Oh, yeah, sure. Sure, I remember. What? You did, huh? Well, that's swell. Glad to hear it. Well, I wouldn't know. I'm not much of an authority, I guess. Her name's what? Yeah, it's a nice name. Well, I'll be glad to tell him. I'm sure he'll be pleased. Thanks very much for calling. When are you leaving? I see. Okay, thanks a lot. Bye.
Anything?
Yeah, it's that kid from Texas, you know, that Thomas Conant.
Oh, yeah. You mean the cattleman?
Yeah, got an answer to his ad.
Is that right?
Yeah. Somebody called him up and he said that he made a real good deal for himself, and he's shipping her back to Texas.
Well, you mean he found a girl?
No, bought himself another Holstein.
The story you've just heard was true. The names were changed to protect the innocent.
On October 17th, trial was held in Department 87, Superior Court of the State of California, in and for the County of Los Angeles. In a moment, the results of that trial.
Now, here is our star, Jack Webb.
Thank you, George Fenneman. Quality throughout is what we try to put in every Dragnet show, and it's what Chesterfield gives you in every cigarette. It's the first premium quality cigarette in both regular and king size. And smoking 2 packs a day myself, I can tell you that they're milder, with a real good taste. Chesterfield.
Jonathan Arthur Benson, alias Jack Bentley, was tried and convicted of grand theft. He received sentence as prescribed by law. Grand theft is punishable by imprisonment in the state penitentiary for not less than 1, nor more than 10 years. You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department. Technical advisors Captain Jack Donahoe, Sergeant Marty Wynn, Sergeant Vance Brasher. Heard tonight were Ben Alexander, Peggy Weber, Harry Bartell. Script by John Robinson. Music by Walter Schumann. Hal Gibney speaking.
For a million laughs, tune in Chesterfield's Martin and Lewis show Tuesday on this same NBC station. And sound off for Chesterfield. Either regular or king size, you'll find premium quality Chesterfield much milder. Chesterfield is best for you.
Chesterfield has brought you Dragnet, transcribed from Los Angeles.
Ladies and gentlemen, make tomorrow your D-Day. Get an extra bond for defense. Step into any bank or post office and buy yourself a profitable share in America's future. As an investment, bonds are better than ever. They can help you save safely, conveniently, and profitably. So whether you already buy on the payroll savings plan where you work or the bond-a-month plan where you bank, get an extra bond for defense tomorrow.
Tonight, it's Adventure with Barry Craig on NBC.
And now Leo is roaring louder than ever because Leo has 10 times more to roar about.
Over hill, over dale, we have hit the dusty trail, and our caissons go rolling along. In and out, hear them shout,
Counter march and right about.
and the caissons go rolling along. Hey! Army! 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 In the field artillery. Shout out your numbers good and strong. 2, 3, 4. Roll up the score, Navy, and put away. Sail Navy down the field and sing the Army great.
Say, how's about it? Could I be in your army? I mean,
I'm afraid you'd tire of the discipline.
I report for duty, sir.
Attention. Forward march. Halt.
Rosalie, my darling, Rosalie, my dream. Since one night when stars danced above, I'm oh, so much in love.
R O S A L I E.
Very snooty, very snooty.
My name is Callahan, and don't get me mad.
Long live the king, but don't try to make him live too long. In the still of the night, while I'm drifting and dreaming, in the chill still of the night.
Let's drop in to Duffy's Tavern.
You're invited to drop in where the elite meet to eat. Duffy's Tavern.
Hello, Duffy's, where the elite meet to eat. Archie, the manager, speaking. Duffy ain't here. Hello, Duffy. Tonight, Phil Baker. Phil Baker from the Take It or Leave It, the guy with them fountain pens. Huh? No, not one of the ink spots. No, this is the guy that runs it. You know the program. They ask you who wrote, Wuthering Heights, So you say David Copperfield. And they give you $64 for that. Yeah. Who pays the $64? Baker does. Yeah. You see, it's a bribe, so the people will stand there while he tells them crummy jokes. No, he don't only tell jokes, he plays the accordion, too. Yeah, that usually gets him more laughs than the jokes. Well, anyways, I'm going to try to win that $64 tonight, Duffy. Huh? Why can't I? Because I'm a what? Well, Duffy, it takes a jerk to recognize a jerk. Pleased to meet you, too. I'll call you back. You see, Eddie, I win the $64 from Phil Baker. I buy two $50 war bonds, and the other $28 I play around with pin money.
Not only does this man count chickens before they hatch, he counts them before you can count. What makes you so sure you're going to win that $64?
Well, listen, I heard that program. It'd take an awful dope to miss them questions.
I think you could make it.
Of course, I'm a little rusty on some of me facts. After all, it wasn't yesterday when I went to college.
Wasn't the day before yesterday, neither.
Do you mean that I never went to college?
That's what I mean.
How about high school? Junior high? The education is disappearing before me very eyes.
Now, Mr. Archie, not having an education is nothing to be ashamed of. Why let it bother you? You got a lot of other things to be ashamed of.
But education ain't one of them. Ask me any question.
Okay. How many states is there in the United States?
How many states? Quite a few.
How many states?
They used to be colonies,
How many states?
All right, wise guy. How many are there?
48.
Right. But, mind you, that is only since Alaska seceded into the Union.
Hi, those guys need an extra mind in this discussion.
Why, no, not at all, Finnegan. Come on in. Eddie and me just agreed that the United States has 48 states. Can you name them, Finnegan?
Not quite all of them, Arch.
How many can you name?
3.
Which ones?
New York, New Haven, and Hartford.
Finnegan, there's others beside them.
Huh?
Not many right around here, but you go out west and the country is full of states.
Do tell. So, Arch, you must have a mental brain to know them things.
No more mental than yours. You see, basically, Finnegan, you got the same number of gray matters as I have.
Oh, that's very nice of you, Arch, but you'll be surprised to learn that many people get the impression that I'm a dope.
Hello, Arch.
Look who's here, Crack. Oh, look who. The forger.
I'm no longer a forger, Arch. I am now a salesman.
A salesman, huh?
Yep, Arch. I have went straight.
Well, that's fine, Crackpot. I'm glad to hear it. What are you selling?
Oil stocks. Here's me card. CPO Tool, field representative of the Take a Chance Oil Company.
Take a Chance Oil Company. Sounds like a good, reliable firm.
Arch, as an old pal, I wouldn't let you in on this thing if it wasn't reliable.
You mean there's a chance for a little guy like me to get in on it, to become a big oil maggot?
Right.
Gee, thanks. Tell me, Crackpot, where is this oil well of ours? Could you confide me?
Arch, this'll surprise you. Where would you say was the largest and richest deposit of oil in the whole world?
Well, I figure down west.
Nope, you're wrong. The largest and richest deposit of oil in the whole world is at the bottom of the Great Salt Lake.
Oil at the bottom of the lake? Now, wait a minute, Crackpot. How are you going to drill through the water?
How are you going to drill? That's the big secret, Arch. We wait until wintertime when the lake freezes over.
Oh, good idea.
Yeah, the idea originated with our president and founder, Mr. H.G. McGonigal.
McGonigal, huh?
Yeah, you remember him, Arch. Slippery McGonigal. He was me roomie in Sing Sing.
Oh, the con man?
Yeah.
Oh, and he's the president of the company.
Yeah.
Is that so? I'm glad the guy got a break. Well, tell me, Crackpot, how much of this stock can I get?
Well, how much dough do you want to put in?
Well, I don't know, maybe $32 or $64. I'll leave you no later.
Well, can you let me have a deposit now, say about $5?
$5.
What's the matter, right?
Well, you see, now that there is actual cash involved,
Well, what's bothering you?
McGonigal. Not that I got anything against Sing Sing, mind you, but I wish that you had met McGonigal someplace else.
Arch, I don't think that's very kind of you. After all, I am a crook, too.
Crackpot, I don't like to hurt your feelings, but after all, you know, McGonigal, you, Sing Sing, makes a person think that maybe, who knows, there ain't even any oil in the bottom of the Great Salt Lake.
You don't have to take our word for it, Arch. I have here a geologist's report.
Did you, by any chance, have a room with this geologist?
Arch, I swear he was a perfect stranger. The biggest geologist in New York. Let me read you what he says. We have investigated the claims of the Take a Chance Oil Company, and our findings are as follows. The existence of petroleum in the bottom of the Great Salt Lake is a fallacious supposition which is scientifically inconceivable.
Well, I'm sorry, Crackpot. I owe you an apology.
Well, Arch, what about the $5 deposit?
Well, Crackpot, I've been trying to think where to get it, but wait a minute. There's one place I ain't tried. Of course, I can get it from Duffy. Thank you very much, Duffy.
Hey, Arch, won't Duffy get sore?
Nah, he'll be glad he lent it to me. Besides, I won't tell him.
Supposing he finds out.
Ah, how could he ever find out? Hello, Duffy. You had a premonition, huh? Well, look, nobody has been near the cash register except me. That was your premonition, huh? Duffy, do you know that is tantamount to calling me a crook? Now, listen, Duffy, if you think that I'm a crook, why don't you come right out? Look, can't you wait until I'm finished? Ah, shut up. That dirty Duffy. Accusing me of taking his money. Here's the $5, Crackpot. And as soon as I win the $64 from Phil Baker, I'll give you the rest.
Okay, Arch. I'll be back for the balance later.
Oh, boy. Oil. Oil. Golden liquid petroleum.
Yep. Oil, and you is over the barrel. Miss Archie, you must be crazy thinking you can find oil in the bottom of the lake.
And why, pray?
Praying is the only way you'll get that petroleum.
Look, let's not talk about it now, Eddie. Here comes Phil Baker. Hello, Phil.
Hello, Archie. Sorry I'm late. I had trouble finding the place.
You did? Well, you didn't have no trouble the last time.
I know, but this time I've got a cold in my nose.
Insults. Everybody comes in here, talks about the smell. About the crummy people.
Archie, I didn't say anything about the people.
Well, take a look at them crumbs.
I see what
You
you
ain't
mean.
blind. And you forget the good things about the joint. You know, this place is consistent. You take them fancy places like the Stork Club and the Copra Cabroma. One day the food is good and the next day it's bad. Here you know what to expect. That's why Duffy's will always be famous. The last word in food.
Yep, famous last words.
Right. Another thing, you can trust Duffy's menu. You know, you go to them high-class places. You order a hamburger. What did he do? They call it tutti shore fromage.
Fromage, Archie, that's cheese.
See, and you ordered a hamburger.
Mr. Baker.
Yes?
The 1492 and 1812.
What's that?
2 answers. You think of the questions.
Why is it people like that always look like that?
I don't know, Phil. I guess it's just for appearance's sake. Look, Phil, how's about starting with the take it or leave it quiz, huh?
No, Archie, not on my night off. I thought we'd relax tonight and have some fun. That's why I brought my accordion.
Yeah. Your accordion. I was afraid of that. Look, Phil, please, don't play it. Don't put it on, Phil. Phil, you're going to hurt your shoulders with that thing. The people here don't like music too much.
Oh, they'll enjoy this, Archie. In addition to playing the accordion, I'll also tell jokes.
Baker, 2 wrongs don't make a right.
Look, Archie, no accordion, no quiz.
No quiz, no oil well.
Any particular song you'd like to hear?
Well, there is a song that I wrote.
You mean you want me to play that horrible Let Us Face It?
Baker, the song you are referring to happens to be that horrible Leave Us Face It.
Okay, but after this, I'll have the only accordion in the world with ulcers. All right, here we go. Let us face it.
What a horrible sound.
Hey, how does he keep that accordion from pinching his stomach?
Who says that he does? Them sounds can't all come out of the accordion.
You know, I can see the composer of this song turning over in his grave.
Turning over in his grave? Baker, I am the composer.
Well, I can dream, can't I?
You see, Eddie, the guy is physically handicapped. He's only got 5 fingers on each hand.
I'm physically handicapped, too. I can hear every note.
Baker, please, do you have to squeeze so hard?
Pardon me, Arch, I was just thinking of your throat. Brother, this is the poor man's Mersey dose. Well, how'd you like it, Archie?
Enough said, the better. On the other hand, what did you think of my song?
Well, strictly tutti shore fromage.
Oh, turning the other cheek, huh? Well, leave us get on with the quiz. Mr. Baker, pray down the podium.
And now our first contestant of the evening is Archie. Okay, Archie, what is your category?
Would you mind to repeat that?
I said, what is your category?
Oh, I'm the manager here.
That's right, for $1.
For a second, I thought I didn't know what a category was. Well, Phil, so far I'm not as dumb as you thought I was going to be.
I still have confidence in you. And
Thank you.
now for $4, what invention was known as Fulton's Folly?
The fish market.
No.
Oh.
Fulton's Folly.
The radiator?
You're getting warm. Now turn on the steam, Archie. Steam.
Steam. Steam.
Archie, steam.
Well, why are you complaining to me? Why don't you complain to the landlord?
I'm giving you a hint, Archie. Fulton. Steam.
Let's see. Steam. Clams. Steam baths. Shovels. Boats.
Right.
Which one?
Fulton invented the steamboat.
He did. He did. Of course he did. Certainly. More credit.
Amazing how his ears stay apart. Okay, Archie, do you want to go for $8?
Okay, $8.
Right, for $8. Who's buried in Grant's tomb? No help, please.
Who's buried in Grant's tomb? Baker, that's insulting. I don't want the money that way. Who's buried in Grant's tomb? That's an insult. Give me a real question.
Okay, you asked for it. Name the tributary branches of the Mississippi River.
General Grant, I accept the insult. Now, what is the next question?
All right, for $16. What was the name of the beautiful princess who was befriended by the 7 dwarfs?
7 dwarfs. These little dwarfs or big dwarfs?
Oh, just normal dwarfs.
Normal dwarfs. A princess and 7 dwarfs.
No, white. No, white.
I got it.
All right, Archie. I'll give you $16 for recognizing the tomb. Now, you've got $16. You want to go for 32?
Oh, Baker, if you was me, would you quit?
If I was you, I wouldn't have the brains to quit. Now, for $32, what race of people sold Manhattan Island to the Dutch for $24?
Manhattan Island, what race of people?
Quiet!
Quiet, will you? How can a guy concentrate when you all act like a bunch of Indians?
Indians is correct, sir. You win $32. Now,
This is amazing.
would you like to go for the $64 question?
Well, it's up to you. You think I should?
Why not?
Well, I'm hot tonight. You'll be sorry.
Okay, Archie, for $64, where is the largest and richest oil deposit in the United States?
Oh, boy. Right up the alley. Baker, the largest and richest oil deposit in the United States is at the bottom of the Great Salt Lake.
Archie, there's as much oil in the Great Salt Lake as there's brains in your head.
I've been swindled.
Sorry, Archie.
Oh, that dirty crackpot O'Toole. Once a forger, always a crook. Crackpot. Crackpot, come here.
Okay, Archie, I'm sorry. I confess, I tried to clip you and I'm ashamed. I should have never got into this racket.
Yep, crackpot, you was a much honester guy when you was a forger.
You're right. And I think I'll go back to fortune. And Arch, I'm going to see that you get back not only your $5 deposit, but also the $64 you are lost on account of my crookedness.
I'm going to give me the 64. Oh, well, gee, that's nice of you, crackpot.
I'm glad to do it, Arch. Mr. Baker, could I borrow your fountain pen?
Crackpot! The checkbook! Take it away!
Every night at 7, you walk in as fresh as clover, and I begin to sigh all over again.
You said you would love me long.
So what?
And never would do me wrong.
Stop bending the soup.
And faithful you'd always be.
Me? Why, baby, you must be loony to trust a lower than low two-timer like me.
Open your eyes, there's a carpet of jade around us, laid around us, all for you. When you open
left my hat in Haiti, in some forgotten flat in Haiti. I couldn't tell you how I got there. I only know it was so hot there.
Yet I've been worrying myself to death over him on account of you, and he's been married all the time. Isn't it wonderful?
What do you mean on account of me?
Well, on account of me being in love with you and you being in love with me.
I'm in love with you?
Well, aren't you?
John!
Ellen, what's the matter?
John, I want to marry you!
What?
I said I want to marry you!
You do?
Yes! Give me the time sheet church at 4 o'clock!
Right. Here.
Now it's time to spend a day with Jack Benny's favorite crooner. It's A Day in the Life of Dennis Day, coming up next.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dennis Day.
Every song that I sing, I'll sing to you, and I hope I can bring you a smile or two.
Dennis Day is brought to you by Palmolive Soap and Palmolive Shave Creams. Palmolive Soap, your beauty hope, and Palmolive Shave Creams for a smoother, more comfortable way to shave. The Dennis Day Show with Barbara Eiler, B. Benaderet, Dink Trout, Charles Dant in the orchestra, and yours truly, Vern Smith, is written by Frank Galen and stars our popular young singer in A Day in the Life of Dennis Day. Here's Dennis to sing I've Got My Love to Keep Me Warm.
The snow is snowing, the wind is blowing, but I can weather the storm. What do I care how much it may storm? I've got my love to keep me warm. I can't remember a worse December. Just watch those icicles form. What do I care if icicles form? I've got my love to keep me warm. Off with my overcoat, off with my gloves. I need no overcoat. I'm burning with love. My heart's on fire. The flame grows higher. So I will weather the storm. What do I care how much it may storm? I've got my love to keep me warm.
Three men out of every four get more comfortable, actually smoother shaves the Palmolive Brushless Shave Cream way.
Yes, 3 men out of every 4 get more comfortable, actually smoother shaves the Palmolive Brushless Shave Cream way.
This is not just a promise, not just a claim. 1,297 men tried the new, different Palmolive Brushless way to shave, and no matter how they shaved before, 79%, 75% got less razor pull, 69% closer shaves, 82% smoother feeling skin.
And 3 men out of every 4 got more comfortable, actually smoother shaves.
But you be the judge. Try the new Palmolive Brushless way to shave. Just do this. Wash your face with soap and water. Rinse. Soap your face thoroughly again and apply Palmolive Brushless Shave Cream
smoothing it upward into your beard to get the full benefit of Palmolive Brushless Shave Cream's beard conditioning effect. Then shave.
That's all. But remember, Palmolive Brushless Shave Cream offers you proof that 3 men out of every 4 get more comfortable, actually smoother shaves the Palmolive Brushless Shave Cream way.
Well, tonight, our friend Mrs. Anderson is giving a formal dinner party, and her guests are to be the very cream of Weaverville's socially elite. And now get ready for a shock. Among those in attendance will be our young hero, Dennis Day. It seems that with several husbands out of town, the party lacked men, so Mrs. Anderson invited Dennis, hoping her guests wouldn't notice the difference. We find him now being suitably garbed for the occasion as he tries on Mr. Anderson's old tuxedo.
Gee, I don't know, Mr. Anderson. Does it really fit all right?
Oh, it's a dream, my boy. Oh, does it... just look at those beautiful square shoulders.
Hang her out.
Oh. I'm sorry, I didn't see that.
Gosh, I don't think I can wear it, Mr. Anderson. It's awfully tight, and besides, it's all green.
Well, what of it?
Well, I feel like a pimento in an olive.
Nonsense. It isn't tight at all. Maybe a trifle snug here and there, but there's certainly no reason to... Dennis, didn't I warn you? There you go breathing again.
I can't help it. I feel I ought to every once in a while.
Well, can't you just breathe in?
Yes, sir.
Now, here, try on the trousers.
Gosh, aren't they a little short for me?
Oh, don't worry about that. We'll tell them it's the latest thing. Formal pedal pushers.
Yeah, maybe so.
Of course, we'll have to get those pink spots off somehow.
I doubt if we can. Those are me showing through the moth holes.
Well, after all, you can't expect it to look like it did when I first wore it, Dennis. You know what happened to me in this tuxedo?
No, what?
I was married in it.
I knew it couldn't be anything good.
Ever since, I referred to it as my straight jacket with lapels. In a joking way, of course. Well, I'd better be going. I still have to set the table and get my roast ducks in the oven.
Hi, Daddy. Dennis.
Oh, hi, Mildred.
Hello, Mildred. I'll see you kids later.
Okay.
Oh, golly, Dennis, I was so happy when Mother told me she'd invited you to the dinner party. It shows that deep down inside her there's something very...
Fighting into a worm and finding an apple.
Oh, Dennis.
But gee, I'm happy she invited me, too. You know whose name I saw on the guest list? John Van Rensselaer, who owns the big department store downtown. At last I'll have a chance to talk to him.
You mean about a job?
Sure, I've been trying to see him for months, only I can never get past the secretary.
Golly, maybe you can talk Mr. Van Rensselaer into giving you a job, Dennis. Especially when he sees tonight how socially acceptable you are.
And I will be, too, Mildred. I'm going to get right into the spirit of your mother's party. As soon as we start the kissing games, I'm going to grab every woman there
Oh,
and
Dennis, no.
Huh?
We're not going to have any kissing games.
This is a party?
Certainly, but not that kind. This will be very dignified.
The donkey and Ollie Ollie Oxenfree?
Look, Dennis, these people just aren't the type who play games or enjoy card tricks or jokes. Now do you understand?
Yeah, well, I guess we all have to go sometime.
Just be on your best behavior, that's all.
Oh, sure, but I don't see why your mother has to invite all these stuffed shirts when... Ooh.
So, Mr. Day, my guests are stuffed shirts, are they?
Oh, no, Mrs. Anderson, I didn't...
I suppose you think I'm a stuffed shirt, too.
Oh, that's ridiculous. If you're anything, you're a stuffed dress and
What?
Oh, no, I mean, you're as fine a piece of stuffing as I've ever...
Never mind. I've too much on my mind now to argue with you. Mildred, hand me that guest list and I'll figure out the seating arrangements.
Here, Mother.
Now then, Mr. Van Rensselaer on my left, of course. Next to him, Mrs. Carter. Then there's the Wilsons, the Manhoffs, Mrs... Oh, good heavens.
Mother, what is it?
I just noticed. There's going to be 17 of us. I've invited 17 people, and I only have service for 16.
Oh, Mother.
One of the guests would have no knife, fork, spoon, or plate.
Gee, sounds like a pretty sloppy way to eat a duck.
No one's going to attempt it, and I can't duplicate my Wedgwood pattern anywhere in town. Well, I'm afraid there's only one thing to do, Mildred. Cancel an invitation.
Huh?
We'll simply have to make our excuses to one of the guests.
Who?
Who else?
It's too bad, Dennis, but you can see my problem. I can't let anything interfere with the success of this dinner. I'm sorry.
Oh, golly, Dennis, this is awful. This was your one chance to see Mr. Van Rensselaer. Your whole future may depend on it.
I know. Oh, gosh, I just got to get to that dinner somehow. Mildred, is there any possibility one of the other guests won't show up?
Oh, not a chance. They wouldn't miss a social event like this for... Dennis.
Huh?
Mrs. Miller.
The woman who always has to get a babysitter when she goes out?
Yes, if she couldn't get a sitter tonight.
Or if the one the agency sent over was so bad she was afraid to trust her baby with him.
Perfect. I'll call the agency and cancel the sitter she's ordered.
Yeah.
And you rush right over to her house. Only don't forget, you've got to convince her you're the biggest dope on earth.
Oh, don't worry, Mildred. I can do it if I put my mind to it.
Yes?
Hello. Well, here I am with my diapers and SMA milk. I'm the babysitter from the Wendell Agency.
The babysitter? But they told me you were going to be a girl.
Oh, gosh, no, ma'am. I don't think I could ever make it.
But I mean, well, you just don't look like a babysitter.
Why, shucks, ma'am. I've been sitting on them for years.
You sit on them?
Oh, sure. That way I know where they are every minute.
But isn't it dangerous?
Oh, I don't know. I ain't never been bit yet.
Well, you're certainly not going to sit on my boy.
No, huh? Why not?
Why not, indeed? You're liable to hurt him.
Well, if the kid's a weakling, now's the time to find it out, Toots.
Good heavens, you're a monster.
Oh, shucks, thank you, ma'am, but let's not start any romance we can't finish.
Oh, this is incredible. Isn't there another sitter at the agency?
Nope, I'm the only one.
Well, if that's the case, I'm going to cancel my appointment for the evening and stay home.
That's the way to talk. I like your stuff, babe.
And as for you, if I ever catch you around here again, I'll take a broom to you. Do you understand?
Yep, but be careful to aim high, ma'am. I'm a babysitter, and I wouldn't want you to damage my place of business.
Dennis, you're wonderful.
Oh, Mildred, you're right. She'll phone your mother. She'll phone your mother any minute and to say that she can't come to the party, and then I'll be invited again. Boy, now we're all set for Mr. Van Rensselaer.
Hello, children. Mother around Mildred. I have some news for her.
Oh, news, Daddy?
Yes, Miss Miller just phoned and said that she wouldn't be able to make our dinner tonight.
Oh, gosh, isn't that...
I called Ruth Baker and invited her in her place.
Oy vey.
What'd you say? What'd you say?
Oy vey, it's from the Gaelic. It means, have I got Saurus?
I'm afraid
Oh, Daddy, it was Dennis who got Mrs. Miller to stay home so he could come to the party. You see, Mother only has 16 plates, and now we have 17 guests again.
Oh, my pulsing sacroiliac. Well, say, Dennis, if you were so successful with Mrs. Miller, maybe you could get some other guests to stay home.
Yes. What about that stuffy old Mrs. Carter? Nobody really likes her anyway.
Yeah, why not? Give me the phone. Operator, I want Mrs. Carter on Oak Drive, please.
But, Dennis, what are you going to tell her?
Oh, don't worry. I got the perfect story. I'll tell her your mother's in jail for smuggling Chinamen.
Dennis, you can't say that.
A murder rap?
Of course not, Dennis. It's...
Hello? Is Mrs. Carter in? Oh, I see. Dr. Barry, huh? No message. Thank you. Goodbye. She's out shopping now, and then she's got an appointment with Dr. Barry.
Oh, the psychiatrist downtown. I heard she was going to one.
Yeah. Let's see. This Dr. Barry is in the Taft building, isn't he?
Yes, but why?
Well, suppose I could get the psychiatrist out of his office on some pretext or other, and then psychoanalyze Mrs. Carter myself and tell her, ooh, what an idea. Ooh, am I a dirty sneak? Ooh, where's my hat? Dr. Barry.
Yes?
You gotta come right away. It's awful. It's terrible. Please, my poor brother. You gotta save him. You gotta come...
Wait a minute. Calm down, young man. What about your brother?
Well, sometimes he thinks he's a cocker spaniel and chews up the rug, and sometimes he thinks he's a lamb chop and sits on the dining room table with paper pants on.
What?
Yeah, we have a feeling he may not be right in the head.
Good heavens, I agree, but tell me, what's he up to today?
Well, he thinks he's a beaver. He's in the bathtub trying to build a dam with his tail.
By George.
This is the most advanced case of schizophrenia I've ever encountered.
Yeah, ain't it a beaut? But you gotta hurry, Doc. There isn't a moment to lose.
Wait, not so fast. I must know some of the background of the case.
The background?
Yes, tell me about your brother's childhood.
Well, most of it took place when he was very young.
I don't mean that. What type of parents did you have?
One male and one female.
No, I mean...
Please, Doc, we're wasting time. You gotta go see my brother right away.
Young man, I have an appointment here in a very few minutes. I can't just leave the office like that.
Oh, I'll stay here and explain to your patient. Please, Doc. My brother may think he's alive now and be eating up my poor mother and father.
Well, what's the address?
By, 165 Oak Street.
165 Oak... Why, that's on my corner, and it's an empty lot.
See that? He's eating the house.
What?
Oh, no. I mean, it's 365 Oak Street. Doctor, go on. Hurry.
All right, stop pushing me. I'm going.
Good. Here's your hat. Hurry now, will you?
I'm going. Only you stay here. When I get back, I want to take a look at you.
Boy, that gets rid of him. Now for Mrs. Carter. Where's that white coat of the doc's? Oh, here we are. Gosh, I sure hope that Miss Carter... Wow. I just got the doc out the back door in time. Come in.
Hello, Dr. Oh, but you're not Dr. Barry, are you? Oh, of course. You're that foreign colleague I've heard him speak of so often. Dr. Fleurot, isn't it?
Oui, madame. You see...
No, that wasn't it. Dr. Florovitch. Now I have it, haven't I?
Da, babushka.
Of course. Dr. Heinrich Wilhelm von Florovitch of Vienna.
Ach, jawohl, mein Herr.
I'm glad I finally got it straightened out.
Yeah, me too. We was on quite a trip there.
Well, this is quite an honor, Doctor. I was hoping that someday you'd analyze me.
Oh, good. We go right ahead now with the analysis.
Splendid.
Now, first, you lie down on the couch. That's right. Now we must get nice and comfortable. So, completely relaxed. Ah, yeah, fine, good.
May I ask a question, Doctor?
What?
Shouldn't I be lying on the couch?
That's the way Dr. Barry does it?
Why, yes.
A quack. In Vienna, we got the new system. The doctor lies on the couch, and while the patient talks, the doctor turns from side to side. We call it the Vienna roll.
Don't say.
Ach, yeah, sure. Now then, what seems to be the trouble mit mein little gehachte Lieber? You know, mit der head there.
Doctor, it's these terrible dreams. I keep dreaming of hippopotami.
Is that a fact, hippopotami? That's more than one hippopotamus, no?
Yes, and I dream of them every night.
Ha! Tell me, mein Herr, do you only have these dreams when you're asleep?
Why, yes.
I thought so. Nothing to it. You got what is known to us psychos as a Swedish complex.
A Swedish complex?
Yeah. Subconsciously, you hate someone with a Swedish name. Maybe like Larson or Olsen or maybe Anderson.
Why, Doctor, how do you know?
Simple. Ever been to Sweden? Not a hippopotamus in the whole place.
This is amazing. As a matter of fact, I do know an Anderson, a Clara Anderson. I'm going to a party at her house tonight.
Ach, don't go near her.
No?
No, you see, subconsciously, you hate the woman. The thought of her gives you these very bad dreams.
Well, who would ever have thought of that?
Me.
Well, now that you mention it, she is sort of a loudmouth.
Oh, yeah.
Come to think of it, I never did like her. Oh, I feel better already. I'll call her and say I won't be there tonight. Oh, Doctor, you've straightened out my psychosis.
Well, wear it in good health. And like we say in Austria, arrivederci, mein chéri.
Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hi, Mr. Anderson. Well, I'm back.
Well, don't take your hat off. You're going out again.
Huh?
Remember how all this trouble started because we had just 16 plates?
Yeah.
Well, when I went in to set the table a few minutes ago, 2 of them fell from the top shelf of the cabinet onto the kitchen floor.
And smashed?
How did you know?
I majored in physics.
Well, you're right. I'm sorry, son. I guess I've killed your last chance to join us at dinner.
Hey, wait a minute.
Huh?
Why give up? Why should it be any harder to get rid of two people than one?
What? But how? Who?
The Wilsons. They may not know it, but they're on the verge of the biggest fight they ever had in their married lives.
But are you sure that that'll keep them from coming? They're always having fights.
Fair skirmishes. This means war. Hello, Mr. Wilson.
Oh, hello, Dennis. What are you doing here?
Didn't you hear that doorbell? Answer the door.
I did answer the door, you dope.
Well, who is it? My mother?
No, why would your mother be at the door when she can fly right in through the window?
Listen here, you... Oh, hello, Dennis. We were just dressing for the party over at your place.
Yeah, you sure look sharp, Mrs. Wilson. I'll take you over the redhead any day.
Redhead?
What redhead?
Oh, you know, the one your husband was having lunch with the other... Uh-oh. Did I say something I shouldn't have?
What redhead was my husband having lunch with?
He's crazy.
I want to know what redhead.
Oh, let's not be hasty, Mrs. Wilson. I didn't get a very close look, and maybe he wasn't having lunch with a girl at all. Maybe it was a red-headed man in a strapless gown.
Now, you listen here, Dennis.
Even if it was a girl, Mrs. Wilson, she was very young. She kept calling him Daddy.
Oh, she did.
Honey, are you going to believe him or me?
Him.
But you can't believe him, Florence. He's making it up. He didn't see me with any redhead.
Oh, yes, he did.
How could he? Why, we were in Hooperstown, 50 miles from here. Oh!
Hey, what do you know? I struck oil.
So it's true, Sam Wilson. I thought
Now,
so.
Florence, wait. Florence, put down that jar.
I certainly will.
Oh!
Gee, what a place to put it.
I can't understand it. First Mrs. Miller, then Mrs. Carter, and now the Wilsons.
Well, it's just as well they all decided to stay away, Mrs. Anderson, because now we have just the right number of plates for the rest of us. Can I help you put them on the table? Huh?
Certainly not. After what my husband did, no one touches these dishes but myself.
Yeah, he was kind of careless.
He's always breaking dishes. He doesn't know how to hold them properly. Dishes should be held like this. And this is the way my silly husband holds them.
Ooh. Gee, works every time, doesn't it?
Janice, one of the dishes.
Yeah, mine again. Okay, I give up. Have a nice party, Mrs. Anderson.
Dennis, did I just hear...
Yeah, another dish, Mr. Anderson. I guess I just wasn't meant to go to that dinner tonight.
Oh, and it's really my fault, too. By George, I don't know why you're so anxious to be at that dinner, but you're going to be. I'm going to see to it personally.
Really? Oh, bless you, Mr. Anderson. You're the nicest, grandest, finest, sweetest, most wonderful man in the world.
Oh, nonsense. I'm just somewhere in between that opinion and Poopsie's.
You mean you actually did it, Mr. Anderson? You actually got rid of one of the guests?
Sure. Didn't I tell you I'd fix everything?
Boy, oh boy, how'd you work it? How'd you work it?
Oh, just gave him a simple excuse. I told him our house had burned to the ground, and we now felt that our living room might be a little too drafty to hold a party.
Wow. Now I'm going to be there after all.
You sure are. But say, you never told me why you're so anxious to be at this dinner in the first place.
To meet John Van Rensselaer. This party's going to mean my whole future.
John Van Rensselaer?
Sure, he's the one I've been... Mr. Anderson, why are you looking like that? What's the... Oh, no. No.
Yes, he's the guy I just got rid of.
Herbert Anderson, you...
No, Dennis.
You...
Wait, not with the fire tongs. Poopsie, help!
Ladies, regardless of age, skin type, or previous beauty care, doctors prove you too may win a lovelier complexion with Palmolive soap.
But to win this lovelier complexion, the kind men admire and women envy, you must stop improper cleansing. Instead, use Palmolive soap the way doctors advise.
Remember, 36 doctors, leading skin specialists, advised 1,285 women, many with complexion problems, to use Palmolive this way. Some have dry skin, some oily, some coarse-looking. Using Palmolive soap alone, 2 out of 3 won lovelier complexions. Now, here's what the doctors advised.
Wash your face with Palmolive soap. Massaging for 1 minute with Palmolive's soft lather. This cleansing massage brings your skin Palmolive's full beautifying effect. Rinse. Do this 3 times a day for 14 days.
It's that simple. But doctors have proved this way, using nothing but Palmolive, really works. So forget other beauty care. Use Palmolive soap alone for a lovelier complexion.
For loveliness all over, use big, thrifty bath-size Palmolive in your tub or shower.
With the music of Charles Dant and his orchestra, here's Dennis to sing his brand new RCA Victor recording of Tarara, Tarara, Tala.
Tara, Talara, Tala. Lay peekaboo with a star. Hush-a-bye, baby, when shadows creep. Dreamland is not very far. Tara, Talara, Tala. Just like the angel you are. Rock-a-bye, baby, now you're asleep. Tara, Talara, Tala. Hush-a-bye, baby, when shadows creep. Dreamland is not very far. Tara, Talara, Tala. Just like the angel you are. Rock-a-bye, baby, now you're asleep. Tara, Talara, Tala. Tara, Talara,
Good night, everybody.
Next week, tune in to another Dennis Day Show, brought to you by Palmolive Soap, your beauty hope, and Palmolive Shave Creams for a smoother, more comfortable way to shave.
Tonight, show him how much lovelier your hair can look after a Luster Cream shampoo. Only Luster Cream brings you Kate Dumit's magic blend. Glamorizes your hair as you wash it. Yes, tonight, you can be a
Dream girl, beautiful Luster Cream girl. You owe your crowning glory to a Luster Cream Shampoo.
Listen again next week for Colgate's Hour of Fun, Judy Canova, followed by Dennis Day. And for another great comedy program, hear Blondie next Wednesday evening over your favorite NBC station. This is Vern Smith speaking. Good night.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Mes chers amis, je vais avoir le plaisir de vous présenter ma dernière acquisition. Et elle est l'aboutissement de ma carrière. Je crois que la chose vous plaira. Je vous les use.
Tu es un ange dangereux, mais un ange tout de même. C'est une femme du monde, et ce monde-là, ça a ses règles, des règles très rigoureuses.
Hey, man, how about we check in with Fibber McGee and Molly next? That sounds good to me.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax, Johnson's Carnu, and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber McGee and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. You may not live in a trailer, but probably you have woodwork that has to be kept clean. So I think you'll be interested in a letter I received several weeks ago, and here it is. I have a lovely 24-foot house trailer with Philippine mahogany interior. This wood is so delicate, water will ruin its texture. So I tried frantically to find some kind of cleaner. Finally, one day I saw this bottle of Johnson's Cream Wax and decided to give it a trial. Result? My walls are shining with so little effort, and very little polish was needed to produce a gleaming luster. This compliment may not be worth anything to S.C. Johnson & Son, but it may be of value to other housewives in your listening public. As for me, I'll always keep a bottle of Johnson's Cream Wax on hand. Well, I might add that Cream Wax does an amazing cleaning job while it polishes. Look at the name, Johnson's Cream Wax. Try some on your furniture and woodwork. The squire of 79 Wistful Vista is not the man to do things by halves. An ordinary fellow might curl up some afternoon with a good book, but our hero goes all the way and curls up with 50 or 60 of them as we meet Fibber McGee and Molly.
Heavenly days
McGee, what goes on here?
Huh?
Looks like an explosion in the public library.
Well, you know how bad that hall closet needs straightening out.
McGee, don't tell me.
No. I got started too late for that, so I decided to straighten out the bookcase instead. My gosh, I never knew we had so many books.
Well, we wouldn't have if you'd returned the ones you borrowed. What's the big book you're sitting on there?
Now, this one, I don't know. It's a Swedish book. I can't read Swedish.
What's the title?
Glib to Hug.
Glib to Hug? Why,
Yeah.
that's not Swedish, silly.
Huh?
That's part of a set of encyclopedias.
So it is. That's the one I borrowed from Doc Gamble the time I was trying to find out how to make Hoffenpfeffer. Now, let's see. Doggone it, I wish I could... Oh, here it is.
Here's what?
The book I got for my birthday last week from old Fred Nitley of Starved Rock, Illinois. You've heard me speak of Fred.
Well, who hasn't? What was the name of the book he gave you?
Oh, some dull thing about the milk industry in the Solomon Islands.
Is that what it's about?
Sure, look at the title. Guadalcanal Dairy.
No, dearie, that's diary.
Huh? Oh. Hey, here's a swell little book, Molly. 10,000 Queer Quiz Questions. That's the one I got for subscribing to Zombie Comics. Remember?
Yes, and a fascinating book, too.
Oh, yeah.
Sample questions, how do you get down off an elephant?
Mhm.
Sample answers, you don't get down off an elephant, you get down off a duck. You know, the first time I heard that when I choked on my tablet.
Mine, too. I thought it was kind of cute myself. Hey, here's a book I'm glad we got.
What is it?
Ladies and Gentlemen's Complete Etiquette. Got all the answers on how not to make a mug out of yourself. Tells you how to dress for every occasion. Look.
Let me see it. How to dress for the opera.
Yeah.
The lady goes to the opera to see and be seen, and her dress must be adopted with a full realization of the thousands of gaslights which will bring out its merits and defects. Gaslights? Heavenly days, when was this printed?
1877.
1877? Well, it's no good now, dearie. You know, the wasp waist is giving way to the hornet hip.
What do you mean it's no good? Etiquette don't change. I contend that this etiquette book is just as good today as it was 65 years ago.
Well, it could be, dearie. But a few new problems have come up since then.
What do you mean?
Like, for instance, if a girl runs away from her husband, who gets custody of the coupon?
Look, Molly, it ain't the petty rules. It's the principles. By George, if everybody acted according to etiquette, it'd be a much better world in which to live in.
Well, go ahead, dearie. Start the ball rolling.
I shall.
Well, fine. Now, finish picking up those books, please. The house looks like a shambles. I don't
Forgive me, my dear, but I must ask you to leave the room.
Huh? Why?
It would be unseemly for a lady to remain, as I am about to remove my coat and roll up my sleeves, thus exposing my nude biceps.
Oh!
Come, let me see you to the door.
Now, look here, McGee. If you think for 1 minute that I'm going to put on a bustle and sit around waiting for a stereopticon show.
Hello, Mrs. McGee. Hello, Mr. McGee.
Oh, hello there, Alice.
May I come in?
Pray do, child.
Did you drop something, Mr. McGee?
No. He's just bowing from the waist, Alice. He's suffering from a sudden rush of etiquette.
You slept well, I trust, Miss Alice?
Slept well. Jeepers, my dear, I was out like a cork. The body didn't even twitch for 8 solid hours. And I mean solid, Pet. Did I get anything on the Amici from the Kerosene?
Well, if you mean, did you get any phone calls, Alice? Yes, you did. The last one from Douglas.
I sincerely trust, my dear, that you met this young man in a proper way. Formally introduced, I mean, to trustworthy friends or relatives.
Oh, dear. Are you kidding, Pop? Why, I've known Doug for simply days. He thinks I'm wonderful. He says I'm the big ripple in his carpool.
And what is the young swain's background? If I may inquire, Miss Alice?
Background? Criminy, Doug's got more background than a scenic railway. And manners. Why, when we're at a dance, Doug never says, let's cut one, kid, or what do you say we hurl a hip? He stands up and bows and says, with your kind cooperation, stupid, we'll dumbfound the natives with a mad minuet. Oh, Doug is really an ape, my dears, but smooth.
Well, he sounds charming, all right.
College man, Miss Alice?
Oh, yes. He worked his way through the university playing the drums for parties. He's a Phi Beta Krupa.
It appears, my dear, that the young gentleman's background is impeccable.
Well, who's second?
However, and I trust you will not take the suggestion amiss, perhaps you will persuade the youth that good manners demand he refrain from arousing the household at unseemly hours by means of the telephone.
Oh, Oh, you mean tell Doug to lay off beating his gums over the wire at the crack of noon. Oh, but I have told him, Mr. McGee, and I told him when he calls for me never to use the doorbell.
Well, how will he let you know he's here? Set fire to the front porch?
Oh, no, my dear. He's going to toss a pebble at my window. That way it won't disturb anyone but me.
Delightful, my child, delightful. Tossing a pebble at the lattice window of one's fair lady is an honorable and romantic custom, and I thoroughly approve.
Oh, there's Doug now. And he hit the wrong window.
Okay.
Well, goodbye now.
Billy Mills and the orchestra and the song of the Volga Boatman.
Boy, to think how I've been stumbling through life like an unmanly goof. Now, let's see now. If a person wishes to be served more tea or coffee, he should place his spoon in the saucer. Otherwise, let it remain in the cup. So you see, Molly, you're always bawling me out for leaving my spoon in the cup.
Well, that book was published in 1877, dearie. The rules have changed slightly. Nowadays, if you leave your spoon in your cup, you're liable to lose your social standing, to say nothing of your right eye.
Come, my good spouse. Surely one can't dismiss the fact that good manners in 1877 are still good manners yet in 1943.
Whale feathers, dearie. 1877 was a very prissy period. In those days, a dog would lie in the sun in trousers. Pants were considered indelicate.
Well, that may be so, but
And women didn't have figures then either. They had shapes. And what shapes? You know, it took 70 years to go from Gossard to Goddard.
Well, I still maintain...
Although men haven't changed much, except they were timber wolves in those days.
Huh?
They all carried canes.
Still in all, you got to admit...
No, McGee, you can't sell me on 1877. You can have your fancy etiquette if you like. Somebody's the door, dearie. Now, according to the book, who answers it, the lady or the gentleman of the house?
I don't know. I'll look it up. Let's see. How to write a letter of introduction. Never cheat while playing whist.
Hurry up now.
Proper manner of courtship.
Better hurry, McGee. Why don't you just take a gamble and holler, come in?
No. Might as well do this thing right. Oh, here it is. It says, in the well-organized household, the butler admits callers and receives calling cards on a silver tray.
Well, we haven't got a butler, and would a pie tin do?
Maybe I better run up and put on my tuxedo. We can at least fix this over.
Oh, for goodness sake, come in.
Hello, Molly. Hiya, pal.
Oh, hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Good afternoon, my dear fellow. Decent of you to stop by. Your card, please.
My card, chum?
Your card. Unless, of course, my good man, this is a business call, in which case I shall ask you to go around to the tradesman's entrance.
Well, there's nothing in my arrangement with Racine that says I have to put up with this kind of panucci. I'll see you later, folks.
No, don't go, Mr. Wilcox. This isn't serious. Come on. Do come in.
All right, I will. And if you want my card, here.
Ah, good lad.
Oh, my, a nice-looking card, too, Mr. Wilcox. Harlow Wilcox, representing S.C. Johnson & Son Incorporated, makers of Johnson's Wax Finishes for Home and Industry, Racine, Wisconsin.
Mm-hmm. Read the other side. Little verse I wrote myself.
All right. Waxing, varnish, enamel, and paint keeps homes from the age-old complaint of dampness and dirt, and it won't do no hurt to mention right here that no wax is better than Johnson's, 'cause it ain't. Why, that's wonderful, Mr. Wilcox.
I say, old kumquat. That last line seems to be dragging a busted garter, wouldn't you say?
Listen, don't criticize me, pal, till you explain that high hat business. I come in here perfectly friendly, and you act like a butler in a B picture.
That's jolly amusing, isn't it, my dear? Butler in the B cinema. I say, old chap, we shall overlook for the nonce the matter of calling cards, shall we not, What? Step into the drawing room. Perhaps Mrs. McGee will first see.
Listen, Mrs. McGee will sit this one out with the boys, dearie, and come off your high horse before you trot under a viaduct.
Yeah. Look, pardon my Omaha accent, Molly, but did little Chubby here just discover he was Anthony Eden's cousin?
I shall tell you, old boy.
No, you won't, McGee. I'll tell him. Well, he found a book of etiquette, Mr. Wilcox, published in 1877. Frankly, I don't see what the English accent has to do with it, but it's probably just his idea of elegance.
Well, is it good etiquette to give an old pal the high eyebrow when he drops in for a minute?
Oh, come, dear boy, come. Don't mistake a gentlemanly reserve for stuffy formality. After all, the rules of etiquette say, and I quote from page 42, be reserved at all times. A person who makes himself coarsely and offensively familiar will have few friends, and I unquote.
You keep this up and you can count your friends on the fingers of a catcher's mitt.
Well, he's certainly come a long way from Peoria, hasn't he, Molly?
Indeed he has.
When you first met him, I'll bet... Hey, by the way, how did you first meet him?
Oh, we went to grade school and high school together.
And a delightful association, my dear, if I may say so.
Thank you.
Even though in the American public school system, one is forced to mix with all the classes.
No. I mean, how did you meet? Who introduced you?
Well, nobody, I guess, Mr. Wilcox. We just...
You mean you two have never been formally introduced?
Oh, I say, old chap.
Wait a minute. Huh? Married all these years and never been properly... Oh, no.
Heavenly days, I never thought...
Now, look here, Junior, if you...
Please. Don't address me as Junior. That is a familiarity I reserve for my friends.
Mr. Wilcox,
I regret to say, Mrs. McGee and Mr. McGee, that you have taken advantage of our business association. All these years, you have led me to believe that you two were legally married. And now I discover that you have never even been introduced to each other.
What?
Yeah, but my gosh, that's only...
I'm sorry. Please consider our acquaintanceship terminated. Good day.
Was he? Did he... Was that on the level?
Well, it must have been he was all broken up about it. He could hardly keep a straight face when he went out.
This is terrible. Wilcox comes from a nice family, and if he thinks we're not legally married because we've never been introduced... Molly, I'm sorry if I done you wrong.
Oh, we can fix that, dearie. We're both of age. We can introduce ourselves to each other.
Yeah, maybe we better. I just looked through the book, and it don't say what to do in a situation like this. Who introduces whom to whom?
Well, I think the gentleman is always introduced to the lady, so I guess it's up to you, dearie.
Okay. You just sit there, and I'll pretend I'm just walking past, see?
Shall I drop my handkerchief or something? You know, you've got to have an excuse to speak to me.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Now, remember, you never saw it. Well, going through the park. One. Pardon me, madam. Is this your handkerchief?
No.
Huh?
Move on, you master, before I call a policeman.
Oh, gee whiz. Come on, Molly. We're supposed
You want me to scream?
Molly, don't do this to me. Gee whiz.
Very well. That is my handkerchief, sir. Thank you for returning it.
Not at all, babe. Not at all. Permit me to knock myself down to you. I am Fibber McGee.
How do you do, I'm sure. And I am Molly Driscoll.
Wow. I'm sure glad we got that taken care of.
Now, look, dearie, I wish you'd forget you ever saw that book of etiquette. After all, what they thought proper in 1877.
Hello there, Molly, darling, and Fibber.
Oh, hello, Uncle Dennis.
Good afternoon, my dear uncle. Won't you have this chair?
That I will not, boy. That I will not. And such unusual politeness I've not seen since my days as a diplomat when I was in Cleveland during the presidential campaign for Washington.
The presidential campaign for Washington.
Oh, what am I saying now? I meant I was in Washington during the campaign for Cleveland. Oh, what a politician I was in those days. The sticky little babies I've kissed. The cigars I've handed out. The ballot boxes I've stuffed. The dirty conniving and double dealing I've done to give the great American public the right man in office. And why?
Why what?
Why are you being so polite?
Well, he's got a book of etiquette, Uncle Dennis. He's going to be a gentleman if it kills him, and I can just hear the undertakers rubbing their hands.
Doggone it, I don't know why everybody has to sneer just because a guy tries to be cool. I can't leave a guy alone. I just want to live in a house by the side of the road. And I don't mean tobacco.
And right you are, lad. Always be a gentleman and avoid the use of profanity, which reminds me of my little brother Brian, who had his mouth washed out with soap so often he was known as Bubble Puss Driscoll. May his soul go marching on as he was shot in the fracas, while innocently engaged in blowing up a bank in Tuscaloosa.
As I seem to remember hearing, Uncle Dennis, yours was a very large family, wasn't it?
It was that. 13 children there was. My father, not being a superstitious man, peace be to his bones, such as they were, most of them haven't been broken at wakes and county fairs, jailbreaks, and other social festivities. And now, if you'll excuse me...
Going out, Uncle Dennis?
That I am.
You might let us know if you'll be back for dinner, Unc. Make you think little courtesies like that are effeminate.
Oh, I thought I'd meant to tell you I'll not be back.
Oh.
I'm invited to a turkey dinner with an old friend.
Oh,
yes, a former motorman who's about to be made a conductor as they're electrocuting him tomorrow. For the murder of the black-hearted company inspector.
Oh.
May he be made to count red hot nickels for over 7 million years. And my friend, having his choice of the last meal, chose roast turkey on my advice, as I am very fond of the same with sweet potatoes. Good night to you.
The King's Men sing the Lullaby of Broadway.
Come along and listen to the lullaby of Broadway. The hip hooray and ballyhoo, the lullaby of Broadway. The rumble of a subway train, the battle of the taxi, the daffodils to entertain, and Angelos and Maxie. When a Broadway baby says goodnight, it's early in the morning. Manhattan babies don't sleep right until the dawn. Good night, baby. Good night. Milkman's on his way. Party's over now. Hanging over now. It's another day. Stop yesterday. Now that I'm supposed to cheer, take me home and let me hear the Broadway lullaby. Listen to the lullaby of Broadway. The hi-ho and hullabaloo, the lullaby of Broadway. The rhythm lifts you off the ground. You feel a little bit crazy. You rock by your baby round till everything goes hazy. I will buy you this and that. You will hear a daddy saying, baby comes home to her flat to sleep all day. Good night, baby. Good night, milkman's on his way. Good night, baby. Sleep tight, why not call it a day? Listen, listen to the lullaby of
A gentleman's wardrobe need not be so large as a lady's, but it should be well supplied with drawers to contain neatly folded pantaloons and waistcoats. Pantaloons. Don't know where I can get a hold of a couple of pairs. Pray enter.
Hi, mister.
Ah, good afternoon, my child. To what do I owe the pleasure of this extremely gratifying visitation?
Oh, I just...
Come, child, come. Do not be alarmed at any seeming strangeness. It is merely that I have until now been neglecting the matter of etiquette in my personal contacts.
I guess I don't dig that jive, mister.
Manners, sis, manners. I'm brushing up on my etiquette. You know what etiquette is.
Sure I do, but I don't if you do.
What do you mean?
Look, I'm a lady, mister.
Huh?
A small one, maybe, but a lady, see? Did you get up when I came in?
Well, no, but I don't
Did
see...
you offer me a chair on account of me being a weaker sex?
No, but I don't see
Did
what...
you lay aside that nasty old cigar when a lady entered or asked my permission to smoke?
This cigar is one of the finest cigars I ever...
Having invited me in and therefore being technically your guest, did you offer me a cookie or any refreshments whatsoever, mister?
Well, gee whiz, sis, if you wanted a cookie...
Did you or did you not, when I started to leave, precede me to the door, as would any gentleman?
Now, look here, sis.
No, you did not. But unpedaled etiquette pistachio to me, mister. If you're a gentleman, I'm Eleanor Roosevelt, and I haven't been away from home in 2 years.
That's the kind of a little twerp that goes up and spends her life writing letters to the voice of the people.
You know, personally, I think she's got something, McGee.
Oh, how long you been standing there, Molly?
I heard most of it. Not that I meant to eavesdrop, but I think the child really... Come in.
Enter, by all means.
Oh, hello, Dr. Gamble.
Hello, Mrs. McGee. Hello, my boy. And a very good day to you, Doctor. Won't you have a chair, sir? And let me take your hat and stick? My hat and stick? You think I came over here to chalk a billiard cue or something?
Oh, McGee's merely trying to be polite, Doctor. He's a gentleman of the old school, holding a one-man reunion.
Just a simple touch of courtesy, Doctor. After all, sir, a man of your age is entitled to a certain measure of respect from younger people.
Well, thank you, my boy. That's very gratifying. After spending the day having people tell me if there wasn't a shortage of physicians, they wouldn't let me treat a rag doll for sawdust poisoning. Yeah, it's been a very What do you mean, a man of my age, you whippersnapper?
Oh, forget it, Doctor. McGee's just overdoing it a little.
Overdoing what?
Come, old fellow. Sir, let us not raise our voices in the presence of a lady. It isn't cricket, you know, sir.
Don't let me cramp your style, boys. Forget I'm here. Or forget I'm a lady.
Will somebody be so good as to tell me what goes on here? Either this dialogue's very bad or I came in the middle of the picture.
Well, McGee has taken up 1877 etiquette, Doctor. Modern manners aren't good enough for him. He thinks Emily was left at the post.
I maintain, Doctor, that the way...
Oh, so you've suddenly stumbled onto etiquette, have you, McGee?
Well, I have, by the way.
40-odd years, and I do mean odd. You've been fumbling along, breaking crackers in your soup, reading over people's shoulders, inhaling your coffee, wearing brown shoes with your dinner coat, and otherwise making a spectacular boor of yourself. And now you've discovered manners. Why, you hopeless little gutter snipe, you've got less grace than a muscle-bound moose. Oh, is that so?
Now, there's what I call a snappy comeback.
You make one more nasty crack about my manners, and I'll sink my fist so far into your solar plexus, I'll have to wear you like a bracelet.
Listen to the poor folks, Superman. Why, you torpid little tree toad, if you ever raise a pinky to me, I'll reassemble your silly face till you look like the phantom of your own opera.
Well, now, really, Doc.
You and how many Marines? You console burglar, just me, Bertrand. Is that so? That's so to 72 decimals.
Okay, step outside, Doctor.
It'll be a pleasure. Excuse us, Mrs. McGee.
One side,
Now, boys, please, I was...
He asked for it, Mrs. McGee. Come on, gas jet, out you go. After you, Doctor. After you, McGee.
I'm the host here. After you, Doc.
I insist. The guest is always right.
But the host always goes last.
Not necessarily.
What'll you bet? $5. It's a bet. Hey, Molly, hand me that etiquette book.
Here.
Thank you. Now, let's see,
Shall I make some tea while you boys look it up?
That'll be swell, Molly.
All right, let me know what the decision is, because I...
Ought to be right here somewhere. Page 149.
Here on the miscellaneous rules of etiquette, McGee.
That's it. Am I in your light, Doc?
Not a bit. Not a bit. Quite all right, sir. Interesting book, isn't it?
That's fascinating, Doc. There's item here on page 114 will kill you. Says that in a house where there's no bathroom, place an oilcloth on the floor.
What kind of polish should I use on floors made of asphalt tile? Someone asked me that question the other day, and I decided I'd better tell everybody again that the answer is Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat. For asphalt tile, you should use the same glow coat you use on linoleum floors or on rubber tile. For all of these floor coverings, Glow Coat gives protection, beauty, and low-cost labor-saving maintenance. To have that protection today is important. To save labor today is equally important. So if you have asphalt tile floors either in your home or in your place of business, it will definitely pay you to protect them regularly with Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat. There's no rubbing or buffing. You simply apply and let dry. Still things are wiped up in a jiffy. And, of course, Glow Coat brings out the beauty of the colors and gives those floors sparkle and luster.
McGee, do you realize next Thursday's Thanksgiving?
Oh, my gosh.
But I wasn't able to get a turkey.
Oh, my gosh.
So the butcher promised us a big sirloin steak.
Oh, my gosh.
That's what I thought.
Good night.
Good night, all.
The character of Uncle Dennis heard on this program was played by Ransom Sherman. This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for the makers of Johnson Wax Finishes for Home and Industry, inviting you all to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night. This program has reached you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Crash dive, 300 feet. All ahead full. I've got the destroyer coming in fast.
You've got a lot of guts, sir, with other people's lives.
Now, that's my decision and my responsibility.
To whom, sir? To a crew that died a year ago?
Yes, to a dead crew, a dead sub.
I'll take a rain check on the drink.
You sure?
Some other time.
Lieutenant? If there isn't another time, good luck. Take good care of my husband.
I'll take care, ma'am. Range 1,800 yards.
Commence firing.
Fire one. Fire one. Fire one. Keep anything from a crew, I don't expect them to keep anything from me. So come on, speak up. I've been looking through the Navy rules and regulations.
I want you to take over. You make one move to take over this boat, and I swear I'll see that you're hung.
Then we'll hang together. The orders were disobeyed. It's a proven fact. No more technicalities.
A fleet boat of the Navy, a submarine with her fighting power still intact, and you take her back to Pearl? I don't believe it.
I sure hope Jack Benny doesn't mind that Fred Allen is our next show.
The Texaco Star Theater. The more than 45,000 Texaco dealers from coast to coast welcome you to an hour of mirth and melody. With our star comedians, Fred Allen, Kenny Baker and Portland Hopper, the Texaco Round Table, Win Murray and Al Goodman's Orchestra. It's Texaco time. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, it is my pleasure
hurry up, Jimmy.
to introduce that happy harlequin,
let's go,
that
Jimmy.
tycoon of titillation,
Step on it,
that
Jimmy.
magnificent merrymaker.
Come on, Jimmy, that's plenty.
All right. Here he is, Fred Allen in person.
I took a big bow. I bought some new suspenders. I wanted to try them out. Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Say, Fred, what's the rush? I had a swell introduction.
Well, we can't waste any time tonight, Jimmy. We've got to get the program started before they change the wavelength on us again. We've got to keep...
What wavelength?
Well, don't you know that last Saturday, 802 radio stations in this country changed their wavelength?
Oh, no, I didn't know.
Well, a lot of people didn't know. Radio has been a composite mess, Jimmy. Wavelengths today are all mixed up. Why, the other night, Mr. Fadiman asked that other man, Mr. Oscar Levant, a question on information, please. You ought to starch yourself. I mean, a little starch in your bathwater and you won't wobble so much when you're up here at the microphone. But wavelengths are all mixed up. Mr. Fadiman asked Oscar Levant a question on information, please, and a hillbilly band on Major Bow's program answered that question. Why, one lady I know tuned in and got John Barrymore sitting in with the quiz kids.
No kidding.
Why, just before we went on the air tonight, a man rushed into the studio here yelling, "I'm the father of 19 children," unquote.
Who was it?
It was one man's family. They thought they were this program. So you see, Jimmy, we can't waste any more time. We have got to let people know that this is the Texaco Star Theater.
Well, how can we, Fred?
Well, all we have to do is turn to the latest news of the week. The Texaco News presents its highlight from the world of news. Chicago, Illinois. Judge Joseph Sabbath, who has spent 3 decades listening to divorce cases in the big cities of the world, singles out principal causes of marital strife. Judge Sabbath claims the chief causes of present-day divorce are...
Working wives. Non-working husbands. Tin-can meal. Interfering in-laws.
Tonight, Texaco News checks on Judge Sabbath's theory and invites a select group of marital malcontents to its microphone to check on outstanding causes of wedlock instability. Now, our first participant, a member of the Alimony Club for some months, is Mr. Fumfit Lint. What caused your divorce, Fumfit?
Well, the little woman and me was occupationally maladjusted.
Well, how do you mean?
I worked nights as she worked days. We never seen each other.
Oh, you work nights, you say?
Yeah, I'm a night watchman. I finish work at the break of day.
Well, what about your wife?
Well, the little woman was head stopper for the Western Union.
Head stopper?
Yeah, she puts the stops in day letters. Dear Joe, stop. Arrive, say stop.
Oh, I
Coming
see,
home,
yes.
stop.
Don't overdo it. I got it the first. And these day letters, you say, kept your wife busy all day.
Yeah, for 10 years, me and the little woman never seen each other.
And you were happily married all this time?
Oh, yeah. Every morning, she'd leave my breakfast and a love note in the sugar bowl.
A Billy Do in the sugar bowl,
Yeah. There was always some baby talk. Like, roses is red, violets is blue, sugar is sweet, whose baby is who?
Oh, how ucky-ducky.
Yeah. Every night when I went to work, I'd leave dinner all ready for her.
And you'd leave a note for your wife?
Yeah, I'd write, fish is in the oven. I got your fin and Hattie. Dessert is in the icebox. Love and kisses. Daddy.
And this went on for 10 years.
Oh, yeah, till that fatal morning.
And what happened?
I come home, there's no breakfast, just a note.
What did it say?
Roses is red, violets is blue. Met full of brushman, elope today. Woo!
Well, tell me, Fumpet, have you heard from your wife since?
Oh, yeah. She married the full of brushman.
She did, huh?
Yeah, she sent me a card from Mexico with one of the guy's samples.
And your marriage was broken up due to occupational maladjustment.
Yeah, he got my wife.
And you got the sample.
I got the brush.
And you're getting it again as we thank you, Comfort Lynn. Another husband who came to grief is Hawthorne Prone. What caused your trouble, Hawthorne?
A cracker box apartment.
You mean the apartment was small?
It was one room. The bed folded into the wall. When you pulled down the bed, the furniture sunk down into the floor.
In this one room. Well, what about bathing?
Oh, the bathtub was in 4 pieces. You could put it together as required.
Oh, fine.
Yeah, if you wanted a sink, you put 2 pieces of the bathtub together, catty corner, and somebody held it.
Well, how did you get your water?
Oh, a hose hung outside the window. When you wanted water, you pulled in the hose. Only not when the bed was down.
No, that made it too crowded, naturally.
Yeah, it was the same with reading. You can only do it at certain times.
Could you read in bed?
How? When the bed come down, the light bulb went up into the ceiling.
Well, were you bothered by mice?
Mice used to come to the door and look in.
There was no room, naturally, for them. They innocent bystanders, as it were. Well, how did you and your wife get along in a small apartment?
Well, we was hemmed in, but happy.
Good.
Then come the blow-off.
What brought that on?
The wife's family got dispossessed. The whole tribe moved in on I and the wife.
And you're all living in that one room?
Yeah, it's murder. The grandmother is sleeping in the hall. The mother having nightmares on the fire escape. The father standing in the corner snoring. 3 kids hanging up in snoods on the back of the door.
Why, that's terrible. Why don't you put your foot down?
There's no room. I can't even get my leg up.
And your advice to newlywed husbands is?
If you want to be boss in your own home, don't never move into no cracker box apartment.
Good.
Live in a place where at least you got room to put your foot down.
Well, thank you, Hawthorne Prone. And now a gentleman who comes to us direct from a run of 27 weeks on the Goodwill Court. What is your name again, brother?
Lionel Standard.
Lion L?
Yeah, lion like in front of the public library, L like what ain't on 6th Avenue no more.
Oh, Lion L.
Stander, Lionel Standard.
Lionel Standard. I finally got it.
You want to run over it again?
No, thanks. I think I've got it all right now.
The way we was going, I thought one of us was subnormal.
Now, no bragging, please. Now, what about your marital experience, Lionel?
Well, it was a case of mutual frustration.
Mutual frustration?
Yeah.
What sort of a girl did you marry?
She was a school teacher. It gave her a complex.
It did? You mean that after you were married, your wife still acted like a school teacher?
Yeah, every night when I come home from work, I had to bring her an apple. One night I come home with elderberry wine on me bread.
What did she do?
She made me stay in and write Lionel as elderberry wine as bread 200 times.
Well, is that what split you up?
That and gastronomic persecution.
Yes. That's why you got a divorce.
Yeah, my grounds was nocturnal vitamin incompatibility.
Nocturnal vitamin incompatibility?
The wife kept eating in bed nights. I couldn't get no sleep.
Well, I don't see how.
Well, we lived on the first floor in the apartment house.
Yeah?
At night, we'd leave the window open.
The window up, I see.
My wife would start eating sardines in bed.
Sardines?
Yeah, she liked herring, but she had a small mouth.
And you say she ate these sardines in bed?
Yeah. When she put out the light, the cats in the neighborhood would smell the sardines and start jumping in through the window.
Don't say.
Some nights there'd be 200 cats steeplechasing over their beds.
And you'd still be sleeping?
But not for long.
What would happen?
Well, from having seepage in me muffler all winter, I got chronic asthma.
This seepage in your muffler brought on this chronic asthma, huh?
I'd whistle in me sleep.
You'd whistle?
Yeah, it wasn't bad enough with the cats. When I whistled, every dog on the block came jumping in.
And when the cats and dogs got together...
That's all, brother.
You went to court?
I got a divorce and hydrophobia.
And your advice to fellows contemplating marriage is?
Men, marriage is a mirage. When you get up close, there's nothing to it.
Well, thank you. Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Kenny Baker brings our anti-marital fiesta to an arbitrary close by singing a love song, The Night We Met in Honolulu.
You gave your love to me the night we met in Honolulu. The stars, like lonely lanterns hung in space, they shed their light on our embrace the night we met in Honolulu. The palm trees were gently swaying. The wind breathed its soft caress. But you, the moon and stars are all forgetting, and I am left alone regretting the night we met in Honolulu. The moon no longer dips into the sea, and you are far away from me, and where we met in Honolulu. The palm trees were gently swaying. The wind breathed its soft caress. But you, the moon and stars are all forgetting, and I am left alone regretting the night we met in Honolulu. Farewell to palm tree swaying. Farewell to the wind's
Now a gentleman we had left over on last week's roundup of spring poets, that little-known versifier and man about Rondelay, Mr. Orestes Flicker. What was the title of the poem you missed out on last week, Orestes?
Somebody tell me.
Somebody tell me. You're going to recite it tonight. Somebody tell me by Orestes Flicker. Go right ahead, Orestes.
I'm an expert on quizzes. I often win prizes. Because I am smarter than most other guys is. Why, Franklin P. Adams calls me on the phone. When stuck with a sticker, he can't swing alone. But one question stumps me. I flop with a thud. When anyone asks me just what is a dud.
Well, thank you very much.
Yes, what is a dud? Will someone explain what is a dud? Is it fancy or plain? What is a dud? Does it swim in the sea? What is a dud? Is it you? Is it me?
Now, just
what?
a minute. Wait a minute. You'll have every horse in the neighborhood standing. Just a minute, Orestes. If you'll give Jimmy Wallington a chance to get a word in edgewise here, he'll be glad to explain in detail. Jimmy, just what is a dud?
Why, the flat, dull sound of the word dud itself tells you what it means. Something worthless, useless. Dud. D-U-D. And gasoline duds are the sluggish, slow-action elements in gasoline. The ones that fail to take the spark, waste fuel, steal power from under your very foot. When you pay for full power, you want it. And you get it with Fire Chief gasoline, for the duds are out, removed by important steps in Texaco refining. In Fire Chief, you're getting only the volatile, fast-action elements that deliver lively starts, smooth acceleration, and long mileage. Next time, try a Texaco dealer and start using famous Fire Chief gasoline. Remember, you'll be buying all action, not a dud in a tank full.
That was Andalusia, played by Al Goodman and his pari-mutuel pipers. And now, Mr. Goodman.
Yes, Mr. Allen?
What is that thing you were waving at the orchestra? I mean, you've been using all night. That thing you're waving at the orchestra.
Oh, this is my new baton. It's termite-proof.
Well, why a termite-proof baton?
Why, he is asking.
Yes. Right.
With a wooden baton, termites are making a snack bar. This baton is metal. A termite biting this is bending the bridgework.
Well, you have got something there, Maestro, and it isn't a termite-proof baton.
No?
This thing is nothing but an ordinary umbrella rib.
But Kenny Baker is selling it to me for a baton.
Mr. Goodman, yesterday was April Fool's Day. Kenny gave you the Cornish hug, as the saying goes. You were a fall guy.
Goodman a fall guy, and in spring yet.
Goodman is an all-out fall guy in any season. Oh, hello, Portland.
Hello, Mr. Allen.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Portland. Stop it. What are you doing? Stop walking around in circles.
Well, I'm looking for gold.
What gold? You won't see any gold in here unless Mr. Goodman yawns again. Unless the dentist took that bridge back, I don't know. Now, look, let's
But
get...
there may be gold here. This divining rod can tell.
That thing you are holding is a divining rod?
This is another termite-proof baton.
Quiet, please, Maestro. Portland, what you have there is an umbrella rib. And Kenny Baker sold it to you yesterday, am I right?
Yes, but...
Yesterday was April Fool's Day, Portland. Kenny played a little joke on you and the Maestro. You see, there's no harm done. It's all good, clean, innocent fun.
But I paid Kenny $3 for this rusty old umbrella rib.
Foxy Goodman only paid $2. You should have dickered.
You should both learn to suspect everybody on April Fool's Day. I certainly don't blame Kenny for duping you.
Hi, folks. Anybody want to buy some fishing rods for guppy fishing?
Guppy fishing? Put away those umbrella ribs, Kenny. April Fool's Day is over.
Oh, you're hep, huh?
Yes, I am hep, Kenny. Some April fooling, I'll say, when you sold Mr. Goodman an umbrella rib for a termite-proof baton.
Oh, killer, huh?
And you stuck Portland with another rib for a divining rod?
Well, wait till the night. If it rains, you're really going to see a gag.
You slay me, Kenny. What's going to happen tonight if it rains?
Well, those umbrella ribs.
Yeah?
I took them out of your umbrella.
Now, just a minute, Kenny Baker. Fun is fun, but tearing ribs out of people's umbrellas isn't funny.
But F.A., it was...
Kenny, you take those umbrella ribs, that divining rod, and that baton there. You take them all, get them together, and put them right back in my umbrella.
Okay.
How do you like that kid? A part-time vandal yet. Destroying public property.
Oh, be a sport, Mr. Allen.
Now the hole is in the other stocking. He who was laughing last is Goodman. Ha ha.
Better you should know when to wait. He who's laughing should know when to wait for a laugh. I mean, that would be the thing. Well, quiet the both of you. I'm here to tell the two of you, now that you're here, that boy needs a lesson. Kenny Baker, I'll show him what it feels like to be made a fool of.
What are you going to do, Mr. Allen?
I am going to make Kenny look sillier than the end girl in a daisy chain. If that's possible, I'm going to have a go at it. Sound man.
Yeah, Mr. Allen?
Now look, Sam, you're not doing anything. When Kenny Baker comes back, I want you to go outside and call him on the telephone here in the studio.
Yes, sir.
Tell him that you are the Pot of Gold program and that he has just won $1,000. You understand?
Yeah, Mr. Allen. I'm the phone baker, and tell him he won a pot of gold.
Right. Now hurry up.
Gosh, isn't that going to be a dirty trick on Kenny, Mr. Allen? After all, he's one of the gang.
One of the gang. I'll show you just how loyal that little scamp is. Now, quiet. He's coming back.
Mr. Allen.
Yes, Kenny?
Your umbrella's okay now.
Well, all right then, Kenny. We'll just let bygones be bygones. April Fool's Day is over. Let's have no more practical jokes, all. I bear you no malice, lad.
He should live so long.
Maestro, please. Now, say, Kenny, it just occurred to me, while you were out, an interesting community problem came up.
What problem?
Well, now, as you know, we all use the telephone here, and we all chip in every month and pay the phone bill. Am I right?
Yes, F.A.
Well, now, suppose this phone number here won a prize.
What prize?
Well, just let's say the Pot of Gold happened to call this number. Now, if we won, we should divide up the money evenly, don't you think?
Why, Mr. Allen.
Quiet, Portland. Well, Kenny, what do you think?
Since we all pay the phone bill, if the Pot of Gold calls, we should all share and share alike.
That's the spirit, Kenny. Well, I wonder who that is ringing. Will you answer it, Kenny?
Oh, my feet hurt. You answer it, Porty.
All right.
You stay where you are, Portland. Why don't you answer it, Kenny?
Why don't you answer it, Mr. Allen? You get all the answers on the program.
No sarcasm, Maestro. Always making an issue of everything. Now, answer the phone, Kenny. You're the youngest.
Oh, all right. Hello? What? What? Who won what? I won... yes, this is the number. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, just send it up to my house. Well, Well, I guess I'll run across the street for a cherry Coke until my next number. So long,
now,
Kenny.
wait a minute, Kenny. Who was that on the phone?
Oh, nobody. By the way, F.A., I was thinking, well, since I do most of the phoning around here, I ought to pay the whole phone bill. That'll make it my phone, won't it?
Why, yes, it will, Kenny. What's on your mind?
Well, if everybody calls the number from a contest or something, why, that would mean me.
Yes, it would mean you. And incidentally, the cost of the phone bill is $5.
Okay, here you are, Mr. Allen.
Thank you, all right.
Well, I guess I'll be running along now.
No, you don't, you baby face. You're not rooking us, shopper.
Rooking? I don't know what you mean, F.A.
Oh, quit kidding, Junior. We know you won something on the phone. We heard you.
Oh, it's too late now. We made a deal.
Kenny, I'm ashamed of you.
In humanity and also Kenny. I, Goodman, am losing faith.
All right, suppose I did win something.
You haven't won anything, Kenny. That phone call you just answered was a phony.
But gosh, the man said on the phone...
I know what the man said. The man said you won the pot of gold. Now, I'll show you exactly what happened. Sound man.
Yeah, Mr. Allen.
Sam, explain to Mr. Baker here about that practical joke we arranged. You know, about the phone call.
Oh, I haven't made that call yet, Mr. Allen. The line was busy.
You didn't make the call?
You didn't make the...
I didn't make the call. Well, why is everybody looking at me? I didn't do nothing. The line was busy, so help me. I tried, but the line was busy. Everybody's looking at me.
Stop crying.
But, Mr. Allen, that phone call...
I know, quiet.
It was the real thing.
Don't explain it, quiet.
What's everybody so excited about?
Who's excited?
Well, you are.
Nobody's excited, Kenneth, boy. Now look, Kenny, old man. I'll tell you what I'll do. You have learned your lesson, son. Why should it cost you money? I'll tell you, I've got to do this. I'll pay the phone bill. Let the phone be in my name. Who cares? Here's your $5 back.
Oh, gee, F.A.
And here's another $5 for being such a good sport.
Oh, you're a prince, F.A.
And now that it's my phone, it might interest you to know that phone call you just got from the pot of gold was supposed to be a phony, but through some strange coincidence that could only happen in radio, it turned out to be the real thing.
But, Mr. Allen...
Now, Kenny, it's too late. It's my phone and my $1,000. Not that the money means anything. I'll probably throw it away in some bingo den tonight. But you have learned a lesson. That is the main thing. And as a byproduct of your education, I seem to have won the pot of gold.
But, F.A., that wasn't the pot of gold.
What? Well, I heard you say you won. It was a radio telephone contest, wasn't it?
Yes. It was some aluminum company program. They called and said this number won.
Well, it's just like the pot of gold, isn't it?
Yes, only they call it the pot of pots program. They just give you the pot.
Well, we're right back to where we started. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to have you meet a young lady who was with us all last season, and tonight is right back where she started, Miss Win Murray.
Thank you.
Well, Winnie, it's nice to have you back on the program again.
Thank you, Mr. Allen.
When I knew that you were going to join us tonight, I said to myself, the minute Win Murray comes to the microphone, I am going to ask her a question. Well, now you're here, and I have my question ready. Will you answer truthfully?
That all depends, Mr. Allen. What is your question?
What are you going to sing?
With a twist of the wrist.
That's all I wanted to know. Maestro?
With the twist of the wrist, with your lips that insist, with that come-hither look in your eye. Just when I think we're through, you do magic and make me love you. At the drop of a hat, it's as easy as that, with the merest attempt at a sigh. When I'm sure you're untrue, you do magic and make me love you. Guess I'm just, after all, at your beck, at your call. Seems 'twill never be for you and me all over. With the twist of the wrist, I'd be back on your list. Doesn't matter how hard I may try. How can I keep away from your very persuasive eyes? When with a twist of the wrist, I'm yours. With a twist of with your lips that insist, with that come-hither look in your eyes. Just when I think we're through, you do magic and make me love you. At the drop of a hat, it's as easy as that, with the merest attempt at a sigh. When I'm sure you're untrue, you do magic and make me love you. Guess I'm just, after all, at your beck, at your call. Seems 'twill never be for you and me all over. With a twist of the wrist, I'd be back on your list. Doesn't matter how hard I may try. How can I keep away from your very persuasive allure? When with a twist of the wrist, with your lips that insist and a twist of the wrist, I'm
That was very nice. No encore, Win, please. Is that you, Jimmy? Stop making that noise.
Noise, Fred? I'm just practicing my scale.
Well, you sounded as though you had your lip caught in a door, Jimmy. I hope.
That's a fine thing to say after all the years I've spent studying voice. So you ought to hear me do the sextet from Lucia.
Alone?
Yeah, and the anvil chorus from Il Trovatore. And the refrain from Smoking.
Oh, wait a minute. The refrain from Smoking. I've never heard of that.
You haven't?
No, I haven't.
Oh, it's a beautiful thing.
Well,
I'll sing it for you.
No, wait a minute. Wait. No, me or you either. Neither of you. We don't want you to sing it. Now, just give us the lyrics without the music.
Well, okay, Fred.
How does it go?
Thanks.
Oh, wait a minute. Was I supposed to say that? Now, wait, let's make sure. Yes, I was supposed to say, how does it go? It's right here. Well,
now that we're all even, I'll tell you.
Yes, how does it go?
Thank you. When you see smoke coming from the exhaust pipe of the car ahead, you're not likely to pull up alongside and say, refrain from smoking.
No.
It wouldn't do much good if you did. Only a repair job will help that car owner, for his smoking exhaust is a likely sign of excessive engine wear. But if your car doesn't smoke, you can help to make sure it will continue to refrain from smoking. And now is the time to act, when you're making your spring oil change. Have a Texaco dealer drain that weakened winter oil from the crankcase and replace it with insulated Haviland. Haviland is insulated against today's high engine temperatures that break down ordinary oils. It stands up and protects your engine from needless wear. Haviland is distilled, too, free from carbon-forming impurities that also promote wear. So don't delay. Steer clear of smoke and trouble. Change to insulated Haviland at your Texaco dealer. The Texaco Star Theater continues after a brief pause for your station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
WABC New York, 880 on your dial.
That was a small helping of Let's Stream This One Out, contributed by our musical somnambulist, Maestro Goodman. And now our Texaco Roundtable, ladies and gentlemen. This is the only discussion group in radio that concentrates on trivia. Now, our three guests have been drafted for their unrehearsed participation, and Portland opens the meeting first by calling the roll.
Yes, Mr. Joseph Costa from Rockville Center, Long Island.
Well, good evening, Mr. Costa.
Good evening, Fred. How are you?
I was going to ask you that. That would take 3 or 4 hours to explain, Mr. Costa, my condition at the moment. But thank you for having brought it up. I was going to ask you, if you have no objections, to tell us what your business or profession is. Do you mind?
I'm a press photographer, Fred, employed by the New York Daily News. But I also have another job at the present time.
You have 2 jobs?
Yes, I have.
Well, how do you account for that? What is your other job?
Well,
wait, I should ask you first, because maybe the other job is more important than the one you're going to explain, and then I'd be in a fine mess here.
Well, as vice president of the Press Photographers Association of New York,
Really?
I've been busy staging the biggest show in New York.
Oh,
That
wait
is
a minute,
outside
I
of
was-
yours, excuse me, outside of yours.
Oh, outside of our show. Well, what is this other show you're staging that's not quite as big as ours?
Fred?
I hope for your sake it's bigger.
Fred, this is...
Oh, wait a minute. Who is he? That's the fellow.
He's one of my stooges, Fred.
Oh, you have your own photographer with you, huh?
Yes, sir.
Well, I didn't know. Whose picture are you taking, son? Oh, everyone. Well, all right. As long as it's a community affair, go right ahead. Well, what did you say?
Well, Fred, as vice president of the Press Photographers Association of New York...
Oh, don't go through
we're
that
busy-
again. Where is that? You're collecting pictures now.
This is the 6th annual exhibition of the...
Where is the
Association
exhibition?
at the Museum of Science and Industry in Rockefeller Center.
Oh, down in the cellar there, huh?
That's right, on the first floor, Fred.
On the first floor, the Museum of Science. And you know, that's a wonderful building, the Rockefeller Center. You know, there are people who have been down there since the building opened who are entirely cut off from the outside world, down in the basement of the Rockefeller Center building. People haven't been out for 6 or 7 years. These people down there think that when they die, they go to the Rainbow Room. Mr. Coster, I'm sorry I butted in when you were explaining about your picture exposition there, but I'll make it up to you later.
Thank you, Fred.
And now, Portland.
Miss
I
Vera?
have to tell you, you know that Miss...
Miss Vera Adrian from New York City.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Miss Adrian. I was laughing at something I'm going to say next week, I hope. But may I ask, do you work here in New York? Are you in business or?
Yes, I have my own business in which I design for individuals.
Oh,
and
you
then
are.
through wholesale for an average woman of
What
America.
is it you? Wait a minute. What is it you design?
Clothes.
Oh, you're a clothes designer.
Yes.
For individuals and for wholesale houses. You
yes.
do really?
Yes.
Do you design garments for debutantes and glamour girls?
Yes, indeed.
That sort of.
Josephine Johnson wears quite a few of my clothes.
Oh, she does really? And these, it must be nice to be in a business where you know you're going to have something on a glamour girl in years to come. But tell me, how do you design? I can understand designing a dress for one person, but how would you design a dress for the wholesale houses, for mass appeal?
Well, we have an idea. Every designer has an idea of an average woman. She's about 5'16".
Yeah.
She's about 135 pounds.
Yeah.
She's about 5 feet 5.5.
But
sort
you
of a dirty blonde.
Sort of a dirty blonde, the average woman. You'll get murdered on the way home. The average woman is a dirty blonde. How do you like that? But you don't have a composite girl. I mean, you have all her measurements, but you can't tell her taste, what the average woman's taste might
yes,
be.
after you work for a few years, I mean, you know
You can
what
outguess
sells.
the average woman. Huh? Well, there aren't many people doing it. I mean, if it's any news to you. But I tell you, do these glamour girls come to your?
Yes.
Don't you feel guilty in a business like that?
No, indeed not. It's
You don't
wonderful
really?
because you see something coming out. It looks so exquisite. That
I mean,
you
after you've
do
designed the dress, huh?
Yeah.
But I mean, after all, now, you, a dress designer, a hairstylist, beauticians, and that, you're all in a great conspiracy. Don't you know, you make a woman look beautiful, and then 4 or 5 months later, some poor little guy who never did anything to you in his life is hooked in. I mean, did you ever stop and think of that?
No, we never do.
Well, you give it some thought, and thank you, Miss
Thank you,
Adrian.
Sam.
And now, Mr. Albert Moore of New York City.
Well, good evening, Mr. Moore. May I ask your business?
I'm a geodetic computer, Fred.
A geodetic computer?
Yes.
Well, thank you very much. I have enough trouble with Mr. Coster, who's only a photographer. You're not getting me hooked into that. Geodetic, I can't even spell it. Well, that brings us to our question, Mr. Moore. Thank you for helping us save the time. Today, we live in an age of speed. We travel fast, we work fast, we eat fast, sleep fast, and do about everything but pay our bills fast. Speed has even influenced our reading habits. We have tabloid newspapers that enable us to see the news at a glance without having to take the time to read it. Outstanding magazine articles, popular novels, and classical literature are condensed and available today in digest form. Now, our question tonight, we're only going to take part of this. Do you think a person who has a limited time for reading benefits more through reading a few books and articles in their original form or reading many things in digest form? Now, Mr. Coster, how do you feel about the digest business?
My own reaction, Fred, is that the digest form would make a person give him the ability to discuss more things with more people.
Yes, but he'd only have a little to say about a lot of things.
That's right. That's right. That makes him look smart.
Oh, you mean for once over likely? I mean to call once on all of his friends, he'd be smart, and then he'd sort of run out. Well, thank you. Do you think, really, do you go over the digest magazines, or would you personally rather read a book or an article thoroughly in its original form?
Personally, I don't get much time, but I only read a few books thoroughly. But I feel I'm doing the wrong thing sometimes.
You feel that you're doing the wrong thing, but you're doing it correctly. Well, that helps a lot, Mr. Foster. And Miss Adrienne, how do you feel about the digest crowd?
Well, I feel almost the same as any woman that's in business. They have such few minutes of time that when they do have that, they want to enjoy it thoroughly. And I myself would read a book, too.
Would read a book?
I do have to read quite a few
Well,
small articles about fashion shows and this and that I have to do. It's compulsory.
It's part of your business, and so you
yes,
prefer.
But when for myself, for my own enjoyment, I wouldn't read a book.
Rather read a book. Well, thank you, Miss Adrienne. And Mr. Moore, how do you feel about it?
Well, for light, fluffy stuff, the digest is all right. But if you really want to know a subject, you very well just can't pass over it. You must study it.
Go into it thoroughly. Well, thank you all. I'm sorry we haven't time to go into this more thoroughly. The way our round table stands now, I'm sure that our evasive discussion tonight will have no lasting effect on the digest folk. I think, though, eventually we'll have digest homes, digest meals, digest automobiles, digest jobs, and a digest outlook. And so with everything in digest form, we can truthfully say it's a small world after all. Our round table adjourns, and thank you all for your time. This seems to bring us to Kenny Baker again. In a Gilbert and Sullivan mood now, Kenny sings A Wandering Minstrel from the Mikado.
A wandering minstrel I, a thing of shreds and patches, of ballad songs and snatches, and dreamy lullaby. My catalogue is long through every passion ranging, and to your humours changing, I tune my supple song. I tune my song. Patriotic sentiment is wanted. My patriotic ballads cut and dry. For wherever a country's banner may be planted, all other local banners are defied. Our warriors in serried ranks assemble, never quail or they conceal it if they do. And I shouldn't be surprised if nations tremble before the mighty troops, the troops of T.T. And if you call for a song of the sea, we'll hear the captain on. With the yo-heave ho, the wind is free. Her rank with the tip and the helm will leak. Her rock to the homeward bound. To lay aloft in a howling breeze may tickle a landsman's taste, but the happiest star of sailor sees is when he's down at an inland town with his Nancy on his knees. Yo-ho! And his arm around her waist. A wandering minstrel I, a thing of shreds and patches, of ballad songs and snatches, and dreamy lullaby.
Just a word from Larry Elliott.
Yes, Fred, just one word. Congratulations. 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 Congratulations.
Wait a minute, just a minute, Larry. You sound as though you're needle stuffed. How many times are you going to say that?
Well, I should say it 400,000 times, Fred.
Really?
Congratulations to the owners of the more than 400,000 1941 cars coming off the assembly line during the month of April. Yes, if your name is on one of these beauties scheduled for spring delivery, congratulations. And a reminder, you now have every reason to fly, not just drive the highway with Sky Chief in the tank. For you'll want to enjoy the utmost. All the spirited performance under that gleaming new hood. And Sky Chief, with its flexible power, its great range of smooth response, will make a grand running mate. Then let your car show off its nimbleness in traffic, its hill-climbing ability, its smooth gliding motion of the straightaways. Yes, Sky Chief will make your acquaintance with that new car a complete one. It's your Texaco dealer's different, premium gasoline for those who want the best.
And now the Texaco Workshop Players. Tonight, they present a Hollywood murder mystery. It's called Death Gets Back on the Job After Taking a Holiday, or One Long Pan Takes a Chance and Outchanced Charlie Chan. Music, maestro. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Ken Crum, broadcasting from the lobby of Blauman Siamese Theater here in Hollywood. Tonight we bring you another Gala Hollywood premiere, the first showing of that sensational new mystery, Charlie Chan in Flatbush. This is the 100th Charlie Chan picture to be premiered here in Hollywood. Charlie Chan is here. Right now, Charlie's leaving his footprints in the cement here at Blauman Siamese. The lobby's crowded with stars. There goes Slim Somerville. Here's a friend of Gene Autry's passing by. What a night. Every star is out to see Charlie Chan in Flatbush. And here's the producer of the picture, Mr. Sasha Watso. Tell our radio audience, Mr. Watso, how much did the picture cost?
The picture is costing me $2 million.
And can you tell us something about the mystery, Mr. Watso?
How am I going to get back the $2 million? That's the mystery.
Thank you, Sasha Watso. And here's the author of the picture, Mr. Ludwig Korn.
Good evening, all.
You've written the entire Charlie Chan series, Mr. Korn?
Yes, but Charlie Chan in Flatbush beats them all.
You failed at this?
Yes, it tops Charlie Chan in Honolulu, Charlie Chan in Mexico, Charlie Chan in Kankakee, Charlie Chan
Get away. And thank you, Mr. Ludwig Korn. And now a word from the director of the picture, the brilliant young genius who has all Hollywood agog, Mr. Dawson Bell.
It isn't necessary to introduce me by name.
No?
Merely say, ladies and gentlemen, here he is. The world will know.
Mr. Bell, tell me, what do you think of your picture?
It is magnificent, awe-inspiring, super mediocre.
Thank you.
I wanted to call this picture Citizen Chan. The rest, you know.
Yes, we do. Thank you, Dawson Bells. And folks, here comes the star of the picture, Charlie Chan. Yes, folks, it's Charlie Chan in person. Say something, Charlie.
Charlie Chan, very glad. Say hello. Very glad. Finish 100 picture. Very glad. Oh. Charlie shot. Hey, Confucius, clap hands. Here comes Charlie.
He's dead.
Help, murder, police.
Get one long pan.
Charlie Chan murdered.
Get one long pan. Hello, give me police headquarters. Get one long pan.
Help, murder.
Get one long pan.
Gleating, have terrible time stopping car. Almost went by. Gleating and shalom alaikum, kiddies. Detective One Long Pan on job. Jello again. O-N-E Long Pan.
Say, who is this? Dennis Day with jaundice?
Not Tennis Fay. I am Detective One Long Pan, Chinese Superman. On radio every week, tongue buster on every week.
Who needs a Chinese detective?
Who are you, Mr. Talk Bad English?
I am Sasha Wartzel, the producer. You are here to solve Charlie Chan's murder?
Not the murder. Long Pan here to get Charlie Chan job. Long Pan sing, Long Pan talk, Long Pan dance, Long Pan do comedy, all funny stuff. Great Bedford picture, Long Pan Chinese boy. Long Pan make with sweater, sweater boy.
This is not only a Chinaman, he is crazy.
Long Pan also sing. There's a brandy known as Hennessy. All night long I'm drinking Hennessy.
Please, I'm begging, solve the murder.
Yes, quit stalling, Long Pan. How about Charlie Chan's murder?
Who are you, little man, a skimpy hair?
I am I'm Ludwig Kahn. I wrote all of Charlie Chan's pictures.
Oh, you bad boy. You commit many crime already. What happened, Mr. Horn?
Well, Charlie stepped to the microphone to greet his radio fans.
What happened?
A shot rang out. Charlie fell.
Then what happened?
Charlie gave up the celestial ghost.
Then what happened?
Blauman, the manager, locked the audience in the theater. We came into Blauman's office here to wait for the police.
So far, so good. And now for $64 question. You catch him, Chan?
Yes. What is your question?
Where is Charlie Chan's body?
Oh, it's lying in state on a pinball machine in the lobby.
Body in lobby? A long time go to lobby, examine body. And thank you, mister. One long time for lobbying for your body. Oh, some fun, hey, kid? Some fun.
Is it true? Tell me, is it true?
It's what true?
Is Charlie Chan dead?
Yes, Charlie Chan is dead.
Good. Now I can make a picture of his life.
Who are you?
I'm Don Amici.
Someday Don Amici go too far. Don Amici play Don Amici.
Listen, Corn, and you too, Watson. I thought you were getting a detective.
This is the detective, Dawson.
Who are you, big boy?
I am Dawson Bells, the actor, director, author, producer, and all-around genius.
What do you know about Charlie Chan murder?
To whom are you speaking? Bells the actor, Bells the director, or Bells the producer?
Long pan grilling bells across the board. You face up. What you know about murder?
Nothing.
Short and sweet like Midget's girlfriend.
Where's the detective? Where's the detective?
Who are you, missy?
I'm the cashier. I've been listening at the keyhole. I seen the murder.
You mean?
Ludwig Kahn killed Charlie Chan.
Why, you infamous little troll.
Oh.
You insinuate that I, Ludwig Kahn, the author of the Charlie Chan pictures...
You were standing next to Charlie Chan at the microphone. You had your hand in your coat pocket. When Charlie fell, you walked away.
Oh, long time search you, Mr. Woodneck Horn.
Here, take your hand out of my sport coat.
Aha. You see what long time finds?
What?
A Lewalawa.
A revolver.
Oh, that proves nothing. This is Hollywood. Anybody might be carrying a revolver. Why don't you search Dawson Bell?
Ridiculous. What would I be doing with a pistol?
Long time flisk. Make sure.
Do.
Jeeper peeper, side pocket. Look.
What?
A Lewalawa.
A revolver? I told you. Search Watson. He's probably got a gun, too.
Who's got a gun?
Long time flisk. Make sure. Look in the Wassall coat pocket. Holy smoke, Lewalawa.
Wallowa?
Just a minute. Somebody slipped that gun in my pocket. I had no Wallowa.
Me also. This suit is coming with 2 pair pants, but no Wallowa.
See, Lewalawa, very baffling.
Well, anyway, that proves I didn't murder Charlie Chan.
Well, who done it, Long Pan?
Long time soon find out.
How, Longy?
Oh, very simple. Kiddie stuff for Long Pan. Long Pan examine Lewalawa. Long Pan see which where Lewalawa has bullet missing. Holy smoke! All 3 Lewalawa have 1 bullet missing. Very baffling.
What's your next move, Long Pan?
Long Pan examine body. Location bullet hole, solve crime. Where is body?
Charlie's right outside, laying on a pinball machine.
Very good. Let's go.
Right through here.
Ah, you see, Long Pan.
Oh, there he is. Poor Charlie.
What a beautiful death for an actor. Passing out on a pinball machine. Still and right.
Oh, you see, Charlie look better than 1 Long Pan. Oh, Charlie eat better, too. Fat boy, big belly. Plenty egg for young on fish. Aha!
Find something, Long Pan?
Powder burn on coat. Left side. Oh, standing left side.
Not me. I was on his right side.
Yeah, you was on Chan's left side, Mr. Corn. And on top of that, I seen you do it.
Oh, this is ridiculous.
Aha. What is object here? Clutched in Charlie Chan's hand.
It's a book.
You bet, book. A little book, too.
It's a pocket atlas.
Exactly. Names of cities, countries, check off here, you see?
Yeah, Hawaii, Madagascar, South Africa.
What do you make of it, Long Pan?
Charlie Chan, detective to end. Left fatal clue personally to help Long Pan solve mystery.
Then you know who made it Charlie.
You bet. The murderer is...
Well, I've got to get back to the studio. I'm 14 conferences behind.
Not so fast, Mr. Corn. Hold him, Mr. Bell.
Here, I'll hand him.
Mr. Bell.
I've got him, Long Pan.
Now, Mr. Nudnik Horn, this atlas belongs to you. You fast up. You killed Charlie Chan.
No, I didn't.
You plant Lewalawa in Dawson Smell's special pressure pocket. You fire 1 bullet from there, Lewalawa, at home. Fatal bullet, you fire at Charlie Chan personally.
Well, all right. I confess. I did it. I had to do it.
Why you killed Charlie? Oh, you bad boy.
I'll tell you why. In all my pictures, I've had Charlie in every country, city, and hamlet on the face of the earth. Charlie Chan in Timbuktu. Charlie Chan in Dongdang. Everywhere. I finally had to kill him. I couldn't find another place for Charlie Chan to go.
But why you plant the gun on Dawson Schmelz and such a pretzel here?
Well, that was a plot I used in Charlie Chan in Walla Walla.
What happened?
It didn't work in the picture either.
Exactly. Long time arrest you, Mr. Ludwig Cohen, for murder Charlie Chan.
Well, do you think I'll get the hot seat for Long Time?
Oh, sure. Certainly, silly Billy. Aesop say, man who writes B picture, sure to get stung in the end. Some finish, surefire every time. Elliott sums up for the defense.
The next few moments are devoted to the entire petroleum industry by the Texas Company. For over 20 years, the unparalleled forces of industrial America have been geared to peacetime production. They are now engaged in meeting the great emergency and problems of our national defense program. When the hurry call for preparedness came, the petroleum industry was ready, completely ready. The production and supplying of oil is in full stride on all fronts, and our known oil resources are the greatest in our history. Yes, the American petroleum industry is at full strength, is mobilized for all demands of our industrial, military, and naval defense programs, as well as those of civilian life. The petroleum industry is ready for national defense.
Thank you, Larry, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for letting the Texaco Star Theater service your radio for this hour tonight. We'll be back. Wrong till the end. It is I. We'll be back to render the same service next Wednesday night at Texaco time. This is Fred Allen saying good night for the more than 45,000 Texaco dealers from coast to coast, and inviting you to drive in anytime. Remember, you're welcome.
Columbia Broadcasting System.
I'm Barry Kane, American. Right now, I'm a fugitive. A couple of days ago, I was an aircraft worker. Then something happened. My best friend died in that fire. The authorities questioned everybody. I told them what I knew.
There were 2 detectives here a moment ago. They wanted to arrest you. They said that you killed him.
You don't know what it is to be hunted like an animal. To dread every door you open. To fear everybody. Even the one girl you could love.
Even if a man committed murder to defend himself, maybe I wouldn't tell the police. But there's only one reason why a man commits sabotage. That's worse than murder.
We fled through 3,000 miles of terror from Los Angeles to New York. Step by step, the whole vast pattern of sabotage became clear to us. We had to find those saboteurs. Well, we found them, and we almost wish we hadn't.
Before they get to us, go out and stop the music and tell them all.
Honey, this is the Sutton Mansion. I'm just a guy from Glendale, California, wanted by the police. They'll grab me as soon as I open my mouth.
What are you going to do? We can't just stand here.
Now it is time to go back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers.
And that's with the U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
He sure made himself scarce in a hurry, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, it looks that way.
The plaza seems pretty quiet. Maybe he got the wind up and rode right on out of town.
You're giving him credit for too much sense, Chester.
Yes, sir.
The only time that Mallard bunch stops is when somebody stops them. Yeah, come on, let's take a look in the Texas trail.
All right.
Matt, something wrong?
Kitty, I'm looking for Billy Mallard.
Ah.
Has he been around?
Take a look at the mirror back of the bar. He's shot up half the town already and passed the word out that he's going to shoot up the rest of it before midnight.
When was he here?
Half an hour ago, Matt. Drunk, mean. I can't stand him or his father. Maybe they do own half of Texas, but I hate them.
Well, they're Texans, Miss Kitty, and that means they've always got to be
Chester.
trying to...
I told the Mullers when they brought their cattle up here last year that they'd have to act civilized. Come on, Chester.
Sounded like it's up at the west end of the plaza.
Yeah. It's probably the Occidental.
Oh, just a second, Marshal.
What? Oh, what is it, Mr. Colby?
About those pistol shots, Marshal. Now, I reckon that's young Billy Mallard kicking up his heels.
Well, in about 5 minutes, he's going to be kicking them up in jail.
Now. Let's not be hasty, Marshal Dillon. We have to think of the best interests of Dodge City in a situation like this.
What?
Those Mallards are mighty important people, you know. Own one of the biggest ranches in Texas. Always throw a lot of money around when they come up here with a herd.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, he gets the same treatment as any other drunken cowboy. I'm sorry, Mr. Colby.
Now, wait a minute. All you're going to do is antagonize them. They'll turn their drives east from now on. They'll ship their stock out of Hayes City or Abilene. And you can't arrest Billy anyways. Well, he's got that gunman, Tom Wayne, and 30, 40 Mallard Ranch riders back of him.
Look, I'll argue with you later. I got a job to do.
Dillon, you can't do that.
Chester, let's go pick him up.
That's him, all right, Mr. Dillon. Standing there in the light.
Yeah. I see him.
Must be a dozen or more of his riders with him.
Chester, you keep Tom Wayne covered. The rest of them will wait for him to make the first move. I'll take Billy.
Yes, sir.
Mallard.
Huh? Hold on, Billy. Well, now. What do we got here? Local marshal, huh?
Put the gun away, Mallard.
Why don't you try to put it away for me, Marshal?
All right.
Mr. Wayne, you'll keep your hands still and in plain sight.
I said put the gun away, Billy.
You're talking mighty big, Marshal. For a man with empty hands. That 10 star of yours makes a good target. I got me a whole collection of stars like that. That's far enough. You'd better hold it right where you are.
I gave you 2 warnings, Billy. That's one more than I usually give a man. Now, you hand over that gun.
I told you to take it if you think you can.
Let's go.
You bend that gun barrel someday, Marshal. Laying it over a man's head that way.
Don't worry about it, Wayne. As long as it's not your head.
I'm not worried. I would be, though, if I was wearing that star of yours.
Why?
Old King Mallory, he don't like badge toters much. Especially when they buffalo the boy here.
Then he better leave the boy at home when he brings a herd north. Does he get away with this kind of behavior down there?
He does.
Well, here it's different. You can see for yourself.
Maybe it ain't over yet, either.
You weren't figuring on drawing a hand, were you, Wayne?
It's nothing to me, Marshal. Not unless I get orders from King.
Well, he knows where he can find me.
Yeah, I reckon.
All right. The rest of you men. You can stay up all night, spend your money, do as you please. With one exception. If any one of you pulls a gun inside the city limits of Dodge, you'll get the same treatment as young Maller here. Is that clear?
Let's go.
All right, Chester, let's drag him over to the jail.
There you are, Mr. Dillon.
All right, in you go, Billy.
He sure is out cold.
Well, it's better than having a bullet in the stomach. That's what he was asking for.
He certainly was. I declare, Mr. Dillon, if you don't stop taking chances when a man's already got a gun in his hand...
Chester, you can't shoot every cowboy who has a snort or two and starts to take it out on the town.
I know, sir, but...
Here, hand me that bucket of water there in the corridor, will you?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. All right, Billy. Yeah, that ought to bring him around. All right, Chester, lock up his cell.
Just a minute there, Marshal. Don't lock that cell.
Lock it up, Chester.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I just told you to stop that. What's the matter? Didn't you hear me?
They can probably hear you clear back in Texas. Now, what's on your mind?
I'll tell you what's on my mind. I want my boy out of that cell. And I want him out in a hurry.
Come around in the morning when the court opens. He's under arrest.
Arrest? You? I can buy you in this 30-cent town of yours and never know the difference.
Maybe. But we'd know it. Now, you shut up and get out of here.
Look, I've argued about this long enough. Either you'll open that cell or hand over the key.
I'm sorry.
You. There, come on, hand them over.
Here now, Mr. Maller. What
King, you've gone far enough.
If you think some tin horn is going to...
All right. I said leave him alone.
Let go of me, Dillon.
Chester, unlock the cell.
Yes, sir.
I'm warning you, Marshal, for the last time. If you don't get your hands off me...
Sure, King. In you go. Now lock it up, Chester.
Yes, sir. I'll break you, Dillon. I'll break you and run you out of the country.
Sure, I know. But you'll have to wait till tomorrow morning.
Kind of quiet around town, Mr. Dillon, with them Mallers locked up.
You and Chester look thirsty, Matt. I brought you a pitcher of beer. On the house.
Well, it's not a bad idea, Kitty.
Well, thank you.
I heard about the Mallers. They ought to be locked up in the same cell. They're two of a kind.
Well, Kitty, I don't know. Kid always has had his way paved for him by the old man's money. I don't know who's more to blame.
Excuse me, Kitty.
Uh-huh.
But I don't know exactly what I'm supposed to do here.
Well, you'll learn, honey. Oh, Matt, I don't think you've met Nora Beale.
Huh?
Matt Dillon, Nora, and Chester Proudfoot.
Proud to know you.
How do you do, ma'am?
Well, no, honey, all you got to do right now is just stand around and look beautiful. I'll be along in a second and show you the rope.
Oh, thank you, Kitty. I'm very pleased to have met both of you.
Thank you.
Likewise, ma'am.
Oh, where'd she come from? She's new in Dodge, isn't she?
Oh, yeah. She's real sweet, Matt. She's a singer from Chicago or somewhere. She got stranded here a couple of days ago. She only plans to work a week and make
Excuse
enough
me, Miss
money.
Kitty. Mr. Dillon, look. There's King Maller.
What?
Over at the bar there with Mr. Kelvey.
Well, what's he doing out of jail, Matt?
My gracious, you arrest a man and throw him in jail, and an hour and a half later he's out loose again. It's aggravating.
But I'm sure he didn't mean any harm by it, Mr. Miller. It's just that sometimes he's got... Well, now. Now, Marshal, let's keep our temper.
Shut up. King, how did you get out of jail?
When I've got anything to say to you, Dillon, I'll look you up.
Now, Marshal, it's all perfectly legal. Mayor came down to his office, he fixed bail, and he released Mr. Maller and his son.
They're both out, huh? Who went bail for this, Covey?
Now, it's all in the best interest of the town, Marshal. Just like I've been telling Mr. Maller here. It was just a misunderstanding, and all of us hope he won't hold it against us.
Kelvey, I ought to run you in for obstructing justice.
What's going on?
Somebody fired from the street, Mr. Dillon. I'll go out there.
What? What is it, Kitty?
Nora Beale got hit, Matt. She's hurt. Bad.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, giving medical and welfare assistance to our armed forces and veterans, collecting much-needed blood, training our citizens for service in case of a national emergency, and always on the spot first with disaster relief, these are some of the many services of the American Red Cross. But this all costs money, $85 million this year. So please answer the call. Give generously to the Red Cross. Now for the second act of Gunsmoke.
Over here, Matt. They're over here on the poker table.
All right, Kitty.
Oh.
Easy now, man. It's all right.
Sorry, boys.
Oh, yes.
Whoever had the high hands out of luck. There, Matt.
All right, Kitty.
Here. Let me slip this coat under her head. There.
Did somebody send for Doc?
Yeah, and the dealers went after him. There, now. Now, look, Nora. Don't try to move now.
Looks like she was hit twice.
Matt, do you think, does she have a chance at all?
I don't know, Kitty.
Poor kid. It's all right, honey. Doc will be here soon.
What? Why did they shoot me?
Well, I think they were trying to get me, Nora. Not you.
Why did they do it? Why? Oh,
Where's Doc? Why doesn't he get here?
You want me to go after him, Mr. Dillon?
oh, please, I feel so...
No, Chester, there's no need for Doc to hurry now.
Matt. So...
Yeah. Well, Doc can take care of her when he gets here.
Looks like Billy Maller really pulled something this time, Mr. Dillon.
No? How do you know it was Billy, Chester?
Well, sir, half a dozen people saw him fire through the window and then ride off down the street.
Yeah. I got a feeling those shots weren't wild. They were aimed. Only they were aimed at me.
You were just lucky, Mr. Dillon.
Where's Billy now, Chester?
I don't know, sir. I heard the Maller bunch is getting ready to pull out. They're milling around the street out in front of their hotel. King Maller and Tom Wayne are there.
Yeah. Well, they'll cover Billy, of course. It's going to be a lot tougher this time.
Yes, sir. A whole lot tougher, I reckon.
Kitty,
Yeah.
will you sort of take charge of things here until Doc shows up?
Oh, sure, Matt. You go on. Get your posse.
Posse.
You'll need one, Matt.
When you move in with a posse, you ask for a gunfight. Works on a man like an out-and-out challenge. I'm going to handle it alone.
But there must be 50 of them, Matt.
Only 3 that count. As long as we can control the Mallers and Tom Wayne, the others don't matter. Marshal! Huh? Oh, Kelvy. You got another suggestion for the best interests of the town?
Now, listen here. You can't go up there, Marshal. That'll just lead to more killing. Won't do anybody any good. This wouldn't have happened, you know, if you'd taken my advice, not thrown that boy in jail.
And it wouldn't have happened if you'd have stayed out of it and left him in jail, Kelvy. But tomorrow morning, he'd have sobered up and cooled off.
Well, what's done's done. But they're getting ready to leave now. You can pass the word for King not to bring the boy along when he comes up next year and let it go at that. Don't make it any worse now, Marshal.
Now, let it go at that, huh? Don't antagonize him, huh? Look the other way. It's just Billy Maller kicking up his heels, so let's stay real quiet. And maybe he won't commit another murder.
Murder? That wasn't murder. That was an accident.
It was murder. He meant to kill somebody, and he did. The only accident about it was the fact that he didn't kill me.
Well, it's just a common dance hall girl. Nobody's going to pay any mind.
I mind.
They're over here on the poker table.
All right, Kitty.
Oh.
Easy now. Stand me.
Now, Dillon, you're not talking to some saddle bum.
Yeah. Chester.
Yes, sir.
Matt,
Yeah, Kitty.
I'm not going to help to go get yourself killed.
It seems to me I'm being sold awful short around here.
They outnumber you 20-1.
Kitty, if I let Maller get away with this, I'd be through in Dodge City, and so would the law. It was hard work bringing the law in here. And it's been hard work keeping it here. And it'd be 10 times harder trying to bring it back if it ever got shoved out.
Yeah. All right, Matt. But do one thing, will you?
What?
Wait here. I'll be right back. Give me the shotgun, Red.
Right.
Here. Take this shotgun with you. Red keeps it back at the bar, but you take it, Matt. It'll help the odds a little, at least.
It's a good idea, Mr. Dillon. I'd sure feel a lot easier in my mind if you took it.
Well, all right. Thanks, Kitty. I'll see you.
She was a pretty little thing.
Yeah.
Seems a shame. There they are, Mr. Dillon. Out there in the street in front of the hotel.
Yeah, I see him.
Looks like the whole Maller mob. This ain't going to be very easy.
King and Wayne are there, but I don't see Billy.
No, sir, I don't either.
Those 2 are the ones to watch, Chester. Don't let them start a play.
Yes, Mr. Dillon, I understand.
Here comes the marshal, Mr. Maller.
King, I want that boy of yours.
What's he charged this time, Dillon?
Murder?
That girl died, didn't you?
She died. Now, where's Billy?
Where'd you get the idea he had anything to do with it?
Half a dozen people saw him fire the shots from the street.
Well, I say he wasn't near that street.
Well, don't say it to me. Say it in court. Now, where is he, King?
Marshal, there's 40 of my riders standing here in the street. Every one of them packing a gun. I suppose you just turn around and start walking.
I said, where's Billy?
All I got to do is give the word, Dillon. These boys will drop you right in your tracks.
You're not giving anybody the word, King.
Huh?
Buckshot's got a pretty fair spread. Now, at the first sign of any move by this bunch, and I'll get you and Wayne with one blast. Now, you better warn him, King.
Dillon, you're barking up the wrong tree here. Billy rode out of town, headed south.
That's his horse tied there at the rail, isn't it? All right, where is he, King? Inside the hotel?
Now, look, Marshal, there's no call for all this. Maybe Billy did get a little bit out of line. He's always been a high-spirited young'un, but there's no reason for us to lose our heads. You know you got no case against him. Every one of my men here will swear he wasn't anywhere near that shoot.
They'll get their chance at the trial.
Well, now, that's just the trouble. We can't hang around here waiting for a trial. It's costing me money, but I'm willing to spend quite a bit, Marshal, to avoid the inconvenience.
Never mind, King.
Don't be a fool, Marshal.
Shut up. Wayne, move over a little closer to him here. All right, that's it right there. All right. The rest of you men fish your guns out and drop them on the ground. Now, slow and easy. No sudden moves. Watch him, Chester.
Yes, sir, I am.
All right. Back up now, out into the street, away from those guns. The whole bunch of you. Move! Here, Chester, take the shotgun. Keep him covered.
Yes, sir.
Hold it now. Just like you are. Nobody will get hurt.
Dillon, what you gonna do?
I'm going in the hotel and bring out that kid. Watch him, Chester.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon.
Marshal?
Yeah?
He's upstairs somewhere.
Alone?
Yes, sir. Everybody else cleared out.
Well, now's your time. Go ahead if you want. The Mallers won't bother you.
Thank you, Marshal. And the best of luck to you, sir.
Billy? Billy? You better give up. Billy, you haven't got a chance if you know what's good. Now hold it, Billy. Throw your gun out into the hall.
I'm gonna tell you, Dillon.
It's your last chance, Billy. Now come out into the hall and give yourself up.
I'll kill you, so help me.
Dillon. Dillon, was that... Is he dead?
Yeah. I gave him 2 chances. He wouldn't take them.
Yeah. Headstrong. Always was. Guess maybe I didn't bring him up right.
Too late to worry about that now. But I'm sorry, King. For Billy and for the girl both.
He had it coming. I know that, Marshal. I tried to stop it. Too late. The only way I knew. But you wouldn't bluff. Tom, go get him. We'll have to bury him in Kansas.
All right, King.
We'll be leaving Dodge right after.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Les Crutchfield, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Sam Edwards, John Daner, Lawrence Dobkin, Harry Bartell, Charlotte Lawrence, and Barney Phillips. Parley Bear is Chester, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Gunsmoke is heard by our troops overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Every Sunday evening, CBS Radio presents My Little Margie, a hilarious comedy show starring Charles Farrell and Gail Storm. It's a worthy addition to the Sunday Fun Day lineup, a program that's packed with laughs from start to finish. Listen for My Little Margie on most of these same stations, tomorrow night presented by CBS Radio. This is the CBS Radio Network.
Your boss, Jack Burley.
Notte e giorno, al giorno voglia, sempre dietro le vetrà.
She's not going out there. I've stood for this song-singing blather of yours for years and never squawked. You can't bring it in here. This is my joint. He's not going out there.
Our next guest will give you the laughs. Just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Donald Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Baby Me. If you have a family of football fans, you know what an afternoon at the game can do to their appetite. Send them zooming up higher than a kite. So be prepared with a good hearty meal. And for dessert, that all-star favorite, Jell-O. You always win with Jell-O. You make a touchdown every time. It's so good to look at, gayer than the college colors. Cheerful and bright and appetizing, and it's so good to eat. Jell-O's rich, zestful fruit flavors make a real occasion out of every meal. Strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime. All six are chock full of extra rich flavor that taste as tempting as the ripe fruit itself. There are dozens and dozens of different ways to serve Jell-O, and you'll find attractive recipes on every package. So look for those big red letters on the box. They spell Jell-O. Was Baby Me, played by the orchestra. Now, folks, as you all know, 447 years ago last Thursday, Christopher Columbus discovered America.
That's right, Don.
To finance this expedition, he borrowed a huge sum of money from Queen Isabella of Spain.
Yep.
So tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you a man Columbus would have had trouble with, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, although I appreciate your timely introduction, aren't you assuming too much?
Now, what do you mean?
Well, how do you know Columbus would have had trouble borrowing money from me? That's just a wild guess.
Well, Jack, I was merely trying to be topical, that's all. Last Thursday was Columbus Day, and I wanted to tie you in with him.
Don, tying me in with Columbus is indeed flattering. But you didn't have to make me tight.
He didn't make you tight. He just lifted the veil.
Oh, he did. Now, listen, Phil, and this goes for you, too, Don. We're beginning a new season. I think we ought to make a few changes. I'm sure there are more vital things to talk about than me being tight.
I'm awfully sorry, Jack.
Me, too.
Don, I believe. You know, fellas, this is only our second broadcast, and during this new season, we ought to try and get on more believable subjects.
You're right, Jack. We've all been picking on you too much.
You said it, Mary. Imagine saying I wouldn't finance Columbus. Well, if I'd have been living in those days, I would have been glad to loan him the money.
Yeah, but he'd have a tough time sailing that boat with one arm.
Mary, I wouldn't have asked for collateral. To hear you talk, you'd think I never spent a dime.
Well?
Well, nothing. What about that party I threw Wednesday night at the Coconut Grove?
What party?
You know, the party I threw at the Coconut Grove. Didn't I pay the check for 10 people? Didn't I leave a big tip?
Yeah, but you took a tree home for firewood.
I did not. I just took a few branches that fell off. So don't exaggerate.
Boy, that's rich. Benny the wood chopper.
Phil, get this straight. I didn't go to the Coconut Grove Wednesday night to chop down any trees.
Then why did you wear that lumberjack shirt?
That wasn't a lumberjack shirt. That was my tuxedo shirt that was washed with some plaid socks. So there.
Why, Jack, you ought to sue the laundry.
He can't. He did it himself.
Well, you're certainly right up on your toes tonight, Miss Livingston. Quite a contrast to your opening performance last Sunday.
You said it, Jack. Oh, boy, was I nervous. I nearly fainted.
I'll say you did. It's a wonder you couldn't control yourself. You've been on the air before. Why all the worry?
Did you ever have a strap break in the middle of a program?
Oh, I see. So that's what happened, huh?
Say, Mary, is that why you borrowed my fraternity pin?
Yeah.
Phil, how can a hillbilly that only went as far as third grade have a fraternity pin?
What are you talking about? I'm a college man.
What college?
Cornpone Tech.
Cornpone Tech?
Yeah, cornpone. Here we come. Shaving a haircut. Bay rum.
Oh, a barber college. Well, I'm certainly glad to hear that, Phil. Right after the program, I'll let you cut my hair.
Okay, just send it over to the Wilshire Bowl.
All right, Smarty.
No cover charge.
Mary. Now, wait a minute, fellas. That's another topic I want dismissed this season. I don't want to hear another word about my toupee, because I don't wear one.
What's that over your right ear, a halo?
Now, Mary, cut it out and let's change the subject. Say, Don, come here a minute.
What is it, Jack?
Did you hear any nice reports on our opening program last Sunday? I mean, was there any good comment on it?
Why, yes, everyone I talked with liked it very much, and they were especially enthusiastic about our new tenor, Dennis Day.
Oh, that's swell. Of course, he was a little nervous his first time on the air.
Well, I have to admit, Jack, that I was pretty nervous myself.
I had the shakes, too.
Phil, you've never had anything that a good night's sleep won't cure. But really, Don, I'm very happy about Dennis. Of course, I'm going to have to do something about that mother of his. Oh, boy, what I've gone through with her already.
Well, after all, Jack, it's a mother's instinct to look after the best interests of her son.
I know that, Don, but I don't want her around while we're broadcasting.
Oh, why don't you put your foot down, Jack? Why don't you threaten her?
A lot of good that'll do. She's bigger than I am. Look, we've been on the air 10 minutes and they haven't shown up yet. And you know why? Because I told her to be here on time.
Oh, Jack, you're just imagining things. Mrs. Day seems to be a very nice woman.
Don, you don't have to put up with her like I do. She's always interfering with my business. She came over to my house the other day and made Dennis stop mowing the lawn. How do you like that?
Don't tell me you got that kid mowing your lawn already.
Well, it keeps him out of mischief, and besides, Dennis was perfectly willing to do it.
He should be. You got it in his contract.
I have not. His mother took it out. Anyway, my lawn sure looks nice, half mowed.
Well, why don't you make Rochester finish it?
Oh, he can't. He joined some kind of a union where he can only do 5 jobs for me. He's up to his quota now. Anyway, fellas, getting back to Mrs. Day, if she doesn't... Whoops, that must be her now. Don't say anything, fellas. Come in. Well, Andy!
Hiya, Buck!
Well, hello. Well, Andy!
Well, Andy, it's about time you showed up. I was expecting you to drop in last Sunday.
Well, I couldn't make it, Buck. I had to drive Ma and Pa to the Pomona Fair. We never miss it.
Oh, the Pomona Fair. I say, did your mother win first prize again on her famous elderberry wine?
Well, she was expecting to, Buck, but Pa was all alone in the back seat with the jug.
Oh, so your Pa drank it, huh?
I think so. We passed an orange grove on the way, and Pa said, "Holy smoke, look at that sunset."
Well, then you're probably right. Say, Andy, they generally have pretty good exhibits at the Pomona Fair. How were they this year?
Swell. The farm products were wonderful.
Oh.
You know, Buck, they had an ear of corn there 3 feet long.
What was that, Andy?
I knew you'd be interested, Phil. Well, I'm glad you had such a good time, Andy. By the way, did you get a chance to tune in on our show last week?
I sure did, Buck.
How'd you like our new tenor, Dennis Day?
Oh, he was great, but Ma was a little disappointed. She thought I was going to sing this year.
Well, you could hardly talk that one.
That's all we need.
Now, wait a minute, Andy, wait a minute. You're not a tenor.
I am on some words.
You're a quartet on some words. Well, stick around, Andy. I'll have you meet the kid. He'll be here pretty soon.
I'd like to, Buck, but I gotta run along now.
Why, Andy? What's your hurry?
Well, my girl's picking me up in front of the studio.
Oh, your girl, eh? Who is she?
Whoever picks me up. So long, Buck.
Well, say, that Andy's getting to be quite a devil. Well, come on, Phil. Let's get going with the show. How about a number?
Okay, Jackson. Would you like a newie or an oldie?
Phil, just play a goodie if you can-y. A newie or an oldie. That was Put That Down in Writing, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. And, Phil, in all fairness to you, the band sounded very good, much better than last week.
What are you talking about? The music was sensational last week.
Sensational?
Yeah. Did you see that marvelous write-up I got in the musical Curio?
The musical what?
Curio. I got it right here.
Let's see that. Curio. That's Courier, musical Courier. He owns a fraternity pin yet.
If I could trust that strap, I'd give it back.
I don't blame you.
What does the write-up say, Phil?
It's a rave from start to finish, kid. You read it, Jackson. I don't want to sound hammy.
Okay. It says, musical review. Phil Harris and his orchestra are back again on the Jello program this year. And on the opening broadcast, Sunday, October 8th, we can only say that the music was abominable.
I guess that's bad, eh?
In all selections played, the brass was turbulent, and the strings were as stagnant as anything this reporter has ever heard.
And that guy's one of the best critics in the country.
He certainly is, Phil, so that's what you call a rave notice, eh?
Sure, I got a scrapbook full of that stuff.
Did you hear that, Mary? He saves those kind of write-ups.
Maybe he's going to blackmail himself.
That must be it.
What are you kids talking about? Why, that's one of the best write-ups I ever got. Did you notice them big words?
Phil, this review says that your music was abominable, turbulent, stagnant. If you take a bow on that, it proves that you're definitely an illiterate egomaniac.
No kidding.
Gee, that went to his head, too.
Well, I give up. I did my best. Now, let's drop all this nonsense and get down to business.
Say, Jack.
Yes, Don?
Speaking of write-ups, our opening program got a lovely notice in the Grocer's Journal.
Oh, in the Grocer's Journal, eh? Have you got it with you, Don?
Sure, here it is, right here. It says, The Jell-O program opened its fall season last Sunday night with the most enjoyable half hour.
Well.
It was a distinct pleasure to hear Don Jolly Boy Wilson.
Jolly Boy? Yeah.
Again remind us that Jell-O is not only economical and easy to make, but that it comes in 6 delicious flavors: strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime.
Well, that's very nice, Don. Doesn't it say anything about the rest of us?
Oh, yes, it says, Jack Benny, Mary Livingston, and Phil Harris maintained perfect silence as Mr. Wilson, in a voice vibrant with emotion, stressed the importance of insisting on genuine Jell-O with the big red letters on the box.
Well, that's a marvelous review, Don. You went over very big. You know, fellas, when you get that kind
Say,
of...
Jack,
What?
here comes Dennis Day now.
Where?
Right behind his mother.
Oh, yes. Hello? Hello, Dennis.
Oh, hello, Mr. Benny.
Well, did you hear that, Dennis? That shows everybody liked you last week. You were a big hit.
Gee, it all seems like a dream to me.
I can imagine. Oh, hello, Mrs. Day.
How do you do?
Hmm.
And, how are you, Miss Livingston?
I'm fine, thank you.
Mary. Now, Dennis.
Yes, please?
Dennis, I don't want to harp on any particular subject because this is all new to you. But as I told you last Sunday, it's rather important that you be here on time. You were a little late again today.
I'm very sorry, Mr. Benny.
That's quite all right.
You see, we haven't lived out here very long.
You've apologized, Dennis. That's enough.
But, Mrs. Day, your son was just trying to be courteous, that's all.
He said he was sorry. That's all that's necessary.
Oh, brother.
What was that?
I said, oh, brother. I was talking to my brother. He's sitting in the 18th row. Hello, Sam. My goodness. Now, Dennis, tell me, did you hear any nice comments about your singing last week? Did your friends like you?
Oh, yes, Mr. Benny. I was so thrilled that I took the first paycheck you gave me and framed it.
Oh, you framed your check. You mean you're not even going to cash it?
No, sir, never.
This is the happiest moment of Jack's life.
Now, Mary, I'm glad he's sentimental. It shows good character, Dennis.
Thanks for the frame, Mr. Benny.
Never mind. You know, Dennis, I'm one of the friends who thought you were grand last week. You went over very well.
Sure, the kid went over. Say, Mrs. Day, how'd you like the way my orchestra accompanied your son?
Since you asked me, I thought the music was a bum.
There you are, Jackson. Everybody says so.
Phil, I can't stand this any longer. I'm going to explain this whole thing to you in your native tongue. When that critic said that your music was abominable, he meant that you weren't jiving, that you were off the beam.
You mean I wasn't in the groove, I wasn't hep?
Exactly.
Well, dummy up on that. Mama, Jackson.
Now, don't take it too hard, Phil. We all get a bad write-up once in a while.
Shucks, and I just subscribed to that paper for 25 years.
Well, that's too bad.
Oh, Jack, you shouldn't have told him. He was so ignorant and happy.
I did it for his own good, Mary. Phil's been getting pretty swell-headed lately.
Is that so?
Yes, Phil. You know, there's an old Chinese proverb that says, when orchestra leader gets kicked in pants, hat fit better. Remember that, Phil. Now, Dennis.
Yes, please?
We're ready for a number. Have you got your song prepared for tonight?
Oh, indeed I have, Mr. Benny.
Okay, so now, ladies and gentlemen, Dennis Day, our young vocal discovery, will sing that old and popular favorite, Melancholy Baby.
Dennis is not going to sing Melancholy Baby. He's going to sing Cinderella, Stay in My Arms.
Now, Mrs. Day, I've arranged with Dennis to sing Melancholy Baby. It's my favorite torch song.
Dennis is singing Cinderella, Stay in My Arms.
Just 1 minute, Mrs. Day. Whose program is this?
It's up for grabs.
Stay out of this, Mary. Ladies and gentlemen, Dennis Day is going to sing Melancholy Baby.
Oh, no, he isn't.
Oh, yes, he is.
It's no use, Mr. Benny.
Dennis, I'm handling this. Just do as I say and we'll have no trouble. Melancholy Baby, folks. Sing, Dennis.
A few minutes to midnight, at the ball all the crowd was swaying. Then two charming people went dancing by, and I heard him say, stay in my arms, Cinderella. the clock is striking, I'll hold you. At the stroke of 12, don't run away. Oh, can't you hear my heart? It begs you to stay in my arms, Cinderella. Maybe I'm that fella, Prince Charming. Since I met you, I've had one design. Your wedding shoes placed next to mine. Midnight of midnights and so divine. Cinderella, stay in my arms. While the clock is striking, I'll hold you. Midnight of midnights and so divine. Cinderella, stay, never stray from my
That was Melancholy Baby, sung by Dennis Day. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
That was Cinderella, Stay in My Arms.
Now, listen, Mrs. Day, Cinderella was a melancholy baby, and you know it. Anyway, Dennis, you sang that number beautifully. You didn't sound a bit nervous tonight.
I wasn't, Mr. Benny, but last week, gee, oh boy.
Well, that's only natural.
Gosh, if it hadn't been for Miss Livingston, I don't know what I'd have done.
Oh, it was nothing, Dennis. I didn't want you to be scared, that's all.
Well, that was awfully sweet of you, Mary. What'd you tell him?
I just said that if a certain comedian got by for 7 years, why should he worry?
Well, that's a fine way to talk about Fred Allen. Anyway, Dennis, don't feel upset about last week because we were all just as jittery as you were. Every one of us.
I was as cool as a cucumber.
Is that so, Mrs. Day? As if I care.
What was that?
I said we're on the air. We're on the air.
And hello, Sam.
Mary, I'm talking. And now, ladies and gentlemen, if I may resume control here, I would like to announce our play for next Sunday. A week from tonight, the Benny Belligerent Barnstormers will inaugurate their new season of dramatic offerings. After much thought and careful consideration, we decided to open with our version of Darrell F. Zanuck's 20th Century Fox production, that historical drama of adventure in darkest Africa, Stanley and Livingston. Thank you, Kismet. This, I feel, will be one of our outstanding presentations.
I agree with you, Jack. I think it's a great idea to do Stanley and Livingston.
Yes, Don, at least it'll be something new.
New? Fred Allen did it 2 weeks ago.
Mrs. Day, what Fred Allen does on his program is no concern of mine. This is a true story that took place in the year 1875. And I have just as much right to do Stanley and Livingston as Fred Allen.
Even more, you knew the boys.
I'm not that old, Mary. Now, getting back to next week's attraction.
Oh, Mr. Benny.
Yes, please. I mean, yes. Yes, Dennis.
Why does Mr. Allen talk through his nose?
What was that, Dennis?
I said, why does Mr. Allen talk through his nose?
Because he hasn't enough strength to blow it, and thanks for asking. And now, ladies and gentlemen, oh, gosh, I hope he's listening. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take the remaining moments of our program to give you a preview of some of the highlights from next week's stirring drama. First, pardon me, I'll take it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny, this is Rochester.
Well, Rochester, I'm busy now. Call me back later.
But it's important, boss. Carmichael's got a toothache.
Toothache? Doggone, I knew there was something wrong with that polar bear this morning. Is he in pain, Rochester?
Yes, boss, and he's in a bad mood. I threw a fish at him, and he declined it right back in my face.
Well, Rochester, it's your own fault. Carmichael wouldn't have a toothache if you'd take care of him. Did you brush his teeth this morning?
Only as I passed by.
Well, that's awful. Which tooth is bothering him, Rochester? Is it a molar or a bicuspid?
What's that, boss?
I said, is it a molar or a bicuspid?
Yes, pretty bad.
Rochester, what I'm trying to get at, what's bothering him? Is it a front tooth or a back tooth?
It's that long front one, the one he dimpled my leg with.
Well, look, I'll be home pretty soon. Meanwhile, here's what I want you to do. Now, pay strict attention.
Okay, boss.
Now, take a piece of cotton.
Take a piece of cotton.
Roll it into a ball.
Roll it into a ball.
Put some toothache drops on it.
Put some toothache drops on it.
And then shove it in the cavity. Rochester! Rochester!
Your echo just resigned.
For heaven's sake, now, don't be such a coward. Animals understand when you're trying to help them.
Uh-huh.
You remember that story about the man who took a thorn out of the lion's paw?
Yeah, whatever become of him?
Well, look, Rochester, just leave the bear alone. I'll take care of him later. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, say, boss.
What?
Can I borrow your top hat tonight?
My top hat?
Yeah, I got a date with a tall girl.
Well, just stand on your tiptoes and leave my hat alone. Goodbye. And that polar bear's got more troubles.
What's the matter, Jack?
Oh, Carmichael's got a toothache. There'll be no living with him all week. Well, where were we?
You were going to give us a preview of Stanley and Livingston.
Oh, yes. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for the highlights of our next week's attraction, Stanley and Livingston. That thrilling saga of the Dark Continent. Take it, Don.
Africa. The jungle. Headhunters.
These, ladies and gentlemen, are just a few of the highlights from next week's Sunday's sensational offering, Stanley and Livingston. So be sure and tune in. Pardon me, come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
I'll be seeing you in the jungle next week.
Oh, are you a headhunter?
No, hair is all I'm after. Goodbye.
And he's not kidding, folks. Play with it.
You know, there's always something new for dessert if you just look around. And the new Jell-O puddings make the best desserts that you've tasted in a long time. Just try that Jell-O butterscotch pudding and find out how delicious it is. It has a creamy, mellow flavor, the flavor of real old-fashioned butterscotch, the kind you loved when you were a kid. And it has a tempting golden color like taffy that makes you hungry just to look at it. Then try Jell-O chocolate pudding, rich and dark and satin smooth. And a Jell-O vanilla pudding with that rich color of old ivory and a delicately tempting flavor. Yes, ma'am, you'll say all three Jell-O puddings are tops in goodness, and all three are quick and easy to make. For all you do is add milk and then cook and stir over a low flame till the mixture is smooth and thick. Simple directions are in every package, and you can't go wrong. Jell-O puddings are a swell cold weather dessert, a truly heartening treat for a brisk fall night. So try all three and try them soon. Ask your grocer tomorrow for Jell-O butterscotch, chocolate, and vanilla pudding.
This is the last number of the second program in the new Jell-O series, and we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. So be sure and listen in to the opening of our dramatic season.
Say, Jack.
What?
Let's go out someplace and get a sandwich.
I can't, Mary. I got to run home and take care of Carmichael. Oh, say, do you know a good dentist I can get for him?
Sure, I got an uncle that's a swell dentist.
Well, call him, will you? Is he painless?
No, he's got rheumatism, something awful.
Oh, well, I guess he'll do. Good night, folks.
Here's news. Every Tuesday night, the Aldrich Family is on the air, starring Ezra Stone and Henry Aldrich, that lovable hard-luck kid. Consult your local newspaper for time and stations, and be sure to tune in on the Aldrich Family next Tuesday night.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
There's trouble riding with us all the way. Although we sweat and fight and cuss, the only job for us is hauling freight from state to state along the Santa Fe.
I shall request of the War Department upon your graduation next week that all of you be assigned to the most dangerous branch of the United States Army.
Iron rails to Kansas, iron nerves from there on, as you head for the Santa Fe Trail where nothing grows but trouble. Across the years they roll, the fighting heroes who made America great, the men who'll make America thrill. Errol Flynn as Captain Jeb Stuart, Raymond Massey as the infamous John Brown, Ronald Reagan, the Gipper of Notre Dame, as gallant George Custer. History springs to flaming life as they carve a path through the wilderness. Robert E. Lee, Sheridan, Longstreet, Pickett, Hood, Tex Bell, and Windy Brody, the famous Prairie Scouts. And the match for them all, lovely Olivia de Havilland.
Are you in love with him and not with me?
I guess I am, George.
Oh, wait a minute. I can handle this proposal from now on. Thanks, son.
There you are. Put your hands up and keep them up. I advise you to make no move towards your guns.
One more murder won't mark you any deeper than you are now, Mr. Brown.
I intend to be a marked man.
Forward and a get-up!
One of the all-time great directors, Cecil B. DeMille, hosts Lux Radio Theater. Up next.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Charles Boyer and Hedy Lamarr in Algiers. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. On the south shore of the Mediterranean sprawls the old strange city of Algiers, gateway to Africa and crossroads of the world. For 1,000 years, it's been the home port of drama and adventure, a haven for hunted men, with mystery in every winding street and danger in every doorway. I can't think of a more intriguing locale for a play with Charles Boyer and Hedy Lamarr. A French detective named Ashelby picked this setting when he turned his man-hunting mind to the printed page. He called his story Pepe Le Moco. That was the title of the French motion picture, too, but Walter Wanger called his American version Algiers and gave the part of Pepe Le Moco to Charles Boyer, who revives it for us tonight, with Hedy Lamarr playing her original role of Gabrielle, and it's her first appearance at any microphone. We've never received more requests for a play than this one, and lately, with the picture Pepe Le Moco being generally released in this country, and Algiers playing many cities all over again, you've requested it under both names. Algiers is the drama of a man doomed to spend the rest of his days in a relentless battle against the law, danger with his breath of life, and love the kiss of death. No man alive could call Pepe Le Moco afraid. I think the best way to tell you how we feel about tonight's cast and play is to quote two young girls whom I found in front of the theater marquee today. One said to the other, "Look, Lux has Charles Boyer and Hedy Lamarr tonight. Oh, boy, is that going to be a swell show. I hope they'll forgive my eavesdropping and accept my gratitude, because they put the whole idea of this theater in a few words. It is Lux Flakes that makes a production like this with stars like these possible. And your support of both our theater and product keeps things humming on this side of the footlights. You took our word for it that Lux Flakes was worth a fair trial. And we have your word for it that it came through with flying colors. From coast to coast now, the house lights go down, and the curtain goes up on Algiers, starring Charles Boyer as Pepe Le Moco, Hedy Lamarr as Gabby, and Alan Napier as Inspector Slimane. Algiers, where the blazing desert meets the blue Mediterranean, and modern Europe jostles ancient Africa. A stone's throw from the modern city, the native quarter, known as the Casbah, stands like a fortress above the sea. Here mingle the people of many tribes and races, drifters and outcasts from all parts of the world, and criminals seeking refuge from the law. Supreme on these heights rules one man, Pepe Le Moco, long wanted by the police. Far below the Casbah at police headquarters, the new commissioner demands his capture.
I'm not interested in hearing excuses about local conditions, Inspector. Here's a criminal whose exploits have made him notorious throughout Europe. And for 2 years, he's been living here in Algiers within a stone's throw of your headquarters.
As you say, Commissioner.
I'm here to settle this, and I want it done quickly.
Commissioner, you have only just arrived in Algiers. You are not familiar with the Casbah.
Casbah? What's that? Some kind of nut?
A very hard nut to crack. You see, Pepe Le Moco lives in the Casbah.
Well, why not go in and take him out of it?
You cannot arrest a king in his own palace, and Pepe is well guarded. Let me show you this map, Commissioner.
Ah, this is fantastic.
As a civilized man, you do not like fantasy.
As a police officer, I don't believe in it.
Yet here it exists. Now, this is the native quarter known as the Casbah. As you look at it here, it is just a few lines on the map. But the reality is something stranger than anything you could have dreamed. It is only a step from the modern city to the Casbah, but when you take that step, you enter another world, a melting pot for all the sins of earth. A jungle of houses, a labyrinth of narrow passages and winding alleys, rotten with vermin and decay and the filth of centuries. No one knows what mysteries are hidden behind those walls. No one knows what crimes and hopes are buried in those secret courtyards. 40,000 inhabitants from all over the world live there. Kabyles in their white robes, Chinese faithful to Confucius, gypsies with their fortune-telling and their songs, Negroes from every corner of Africa, and women. Oh, women of every age and color. Women caught in the net of the Casbah. Everywhere there are terraces, all connected together so that those who are accepted can move to any part of the Casbah without even using the street. It is like a fortress rising from the sea, colorful, sordid, dangerous. There is not just one Casbah, there are 100, 1,000. And in that labyrinth, Pepe Le Moco is at home. And he is safe as long as he stays there.
Well, how does this Pepe Le Moco conceal himself? Disguise, no doubt.
You do not know Pepe, Commissioner. He'd laugh at disguise.
Then why don't you find him, Inspector?
Ah, but that is singularly easy. I see him every day.
You see him?
But of course.
Then why, Inspector Slimane, has there been no effort to make an arrest?
To arrest him in the Casbah would be simple. To get him out, impossible.
So you do nothing?
I flatter myself that I do a great deal in my humble way. I learn about Pepe. I know his habits. I study his weaknesses. When one cannot use guns, one must work with brains.
I prefer guns. Inspector, we're going into the Casbah tonight. I'll need 12 men fully armed and ready for work. And you might prepare a special cell for Pepe Le Moco.
As you wish, monsieur.
Police! The police are coming! Police!
Find out where he is. You there. Where is Pepe Le Moco?
Anna, Mabafu. What's he say, Inspector?
He does not know him. Sergeant, I see Regis over there. Bring him to me.
Who's this Regis?
Oh, a very old friend of ours, an informer.
No, let me go. I don't know anything. I haven't done anything.
Come here, my friend. Where is Pepe Le Moco?
I don't know. By the sword of the great prophet, I haven't set eyes on him for 2 weeks. For 2 weeks, I haven't seen his face.
Where is he, Regis? Where is Pepe?
Grandpère. I don't know anything. I haven't seen him.
Let him go, Sergeant.
Let me alone. I don't know anything. What did he say?
He said that Pepe Lomoco is at Grandpère's.
Grandpère? Who's he?
A receiver of stolen goods.
And you know where his place is?
We know it.
Then order your men to surround him at once.
As you say, Commissioner.
Now, here, Pepe, look at this pearl. A remarkable specimen. You know, you and I have the same feeling for beauty, Pepe.
Yes, this pearl belongs on a very special kind of ear. Like a pink shell, with a little curl of gold hair. A special kind of gold. I can just see it.
Pepe, let's get down to business. We want to sell the stuff, not talk about it.
Be quiet, Carlos.
Carlos is definitely uncouth.
Grandpère, you took the words out of my mouth.
He's trying to cheat us, Pepe. All this talk is so he can get a better price, so he can make fools of us.
Yes, so easy to make a fool of me. Why don't you try it sometime?
Well,
Grandpère has dealt with us for 2 years. We must have confidence in each other. That's the way to get along, eh, Grandpère?
That's the truth, Pepe.
You know, this was once my trade. I began life in a jewelry store.
And when you left, you took the store with you.
Yes, it became a habit. You know, I dream about settling down sometime, away from the Casbah, in a great city where people understand the things of beauty. I'd make a collection of jewels like this, not just for myself, for people to see in glass cases, with Max here in a uniform to take care of them.
Okay.
And me, Pepe?
You, Pierrot, you, my young friend, you would have a uniform like a general and be in charge of everything.
Oh, I'd like that if you were there, too. I want to stick with you, Pepe.
Ah, Pierrot, I have great hopes for you someday.
The signal.
Get that stuff off the table.
Leave it alone, Carlos. Who is it?
Sign in, quick.
Ines, open the door. Come in, Ines.
Pepe, the police, they're coming.
Police? Yo, look out the window. How do you know it's the police?
I saw them. They're coming across the terrace, down in the street, everywhere. They're surrounding the house.
Well, that's funny. How did they know I was here?
Here they come, Pepe.
Pierrot, give me the gun. When will you learn to obey orders?
Pepe, I only thought that...
There, you see? That was too close. Don't take so many chances, Pierrot. I don't want a bullet to come between us, the way that one almost did.
Pepe, they're at the door downstairs.
Now they'll break it again. Oh, every few weeks I have to get new doors. You'd better go, Pepe. Go on, quick. Cross the room.
Ines, you come with me. I want to speak to you. The rest of you, out the back way. I'll see you later. This way, Ines. Ines, did you tell anyone where I was?
No one, Pepe.
You're sure? Try to remember.
Why don't you believe me, Pepe? All I want is to please you. I could not lie to you.
Don't you? What about all that time you kept telling me that you didn't like me?
But this is serious.
Ah, so love is not serious.
Pepe, it's serious if someone told the police. I didn't talk to anyone. I stayed at home until Regis came.
Who came?
Regis?
Oh, Regis. My old and trusted friend.
As soon as he told me, I ran to you.
What did Regis tell you?
About the police. He wanted me to warn you.
Well, that was nice of him, wasn't it?
And that's what I thought.
Yes. Is that all you thought?
Was there anything else for me to think?
That's what I like about you, Ines. You're such a child.
I don't understand you, Pepe.
Never mind. Here, hold out your hand. I have something very beautiful.
Oh,
See?
a ring. Oh, Pepe.
Oh, no. Don't grab. It's unlucky.
You want to give it to me, Pepe?
No, it's for some fat old woman.
Oh, let me have it, Pepe. Sometime I'll get fat.
But you would lose it before that.
Oh, no, I'll keep it for a charm.
Then you must keep your fingers crossed.
All right.
So, there, see?
Oh, this ring will mean that I'm always yours, Pepe. With my fingers crossed. Pepe, they've seen you.
There he is.
Keep down, Ines.
Pepe, run, they'll catch you.
Don't worry. You get back to Grandpère's. I'll meet you in the morning.
Pepe, be careful. Be careful.
There he goes. Across the roof. Get after him.
It is useless, monsieur.
Keep firing. Don't let him out of your sight.
Monsieur, will you help me, please?
Madame, get off the street.
I'm afraid I don't know which way to go.
In this doorway. Here, quickly.
Thank you, monsieur.
Not at all. But might I suggest that the Casbah is not a safe place to visit in the evening, particularly when one is wearing jewels such as yours.
But you see, I wasn't alone. I came with some friends, and we became separated when those men began to shoot.
Good evening. Make yourself comfortable, please. Something to drink?
No, thank you.
Evening, Aisha. We will just wait in here for a moment, if you do not mind.
Make yourself comfortable, monsieur.
What is this all about? What's happening out there?
Oh, it's nothing, madame. You know how the police are. They like to keep everything in an uproar.
A very profound observation. You see, madame, they are after a certain Pepe Lomoco, a jewel thief. They've been trying to catch him for 2 years.
2 years? The police must be rather stupid.
As one of them, I consider that a triumph of understatement.
You are one of them?
I have that doubtful honor. Inspector Slimane is my name.
And this Pepe Lomoco, how does he manage to keep out of your way so successfully?
Oh, he is clever. A good head.
It's not his head that saves him, it's his heart. A man with such a good heart could get around anyone.
He sounds very intriguing, your Pepe Lomoco.
That is a matter of taste, madame.
Good evening, Aisha.
Pepe, don't come in here.
Well, Inspector Slimane.
And how are you, Pepe?
Pepe, then this is...
Pepe Lomoco. We were just talking of you, my friend.
Good evening, mademoiselle.
Good evening. Why, your arm is bleeding. You're hurt.
Oh, it's nothing. A flea bite. One of the inspector's bullets scratched me. Well, this is a very pleasant surprise, mademoiselle. I often see the inspector, but never in such charming company.
Are you looking at the lady's jewels, Pepe?
No, I'm looking at the lady, Inspector. You've never been to the Casbah before, mademoiselle, have you?
No. I'm just passing through Algiers with my friends.
Oh, you will come again. There is something about the Casbah. Once you've been here, you can't stay away.
Really? Perhaps you're right.
Well, Inspector, why aren't you out chasing the fox?
Oh, it's such a silly business. I prefer to use my brain.
You know, your friends did a little better than usual tonight. At least they found me. That's pretty good for them.
Shall we say a step in the right direction?
Excuse us, mademoiselle, if we talk shop. Cigarette?
Please.
They thought I was at Gampere's. Poor old man. He has no luck. They won't even let him sleep in peace. Sometimes I feel sorry for them. They'll never get me by this technique, Slimane.
I know. I have tried to point that out to them.
Well, for once we agree, the inspector and I.
You know, Pepe, in the end, I am the one who will get you.
Really? I can hardly wait for the day.
And not only you, but the others, too. Pierrot, Carlos, Grandpère, all of you.
He's funny, my friend Slimane. He looks normal, doesn't he, mademoiselle? But he has delusions of grandeur. He thinks he can arrest me.
And that's exactly what I'm going to do.
Sure. You know what I like about you, Inspector?
I'm humbly waiting for you to tell me.
Your face. It is a perfect face for your job. To look that false is almost the equivalent of being honest.
Oh, I am honored that my appearance pleases you.
Don't mention it. Well, I'm afraid I have to go. Business, you know. Good night, mademoiselle.
Good night.
Good luck, Pepe.
It is a shame, isn't it?
What?
A waste of talent. An unusual intelligence. One hates to see him buried so young.
Buried?
It is the same thing.
What makes you so sure?
I have marked the date of his arrest on the wall of my room. High up, where it reads black in the rays of the setting sun. Shall we go?
Sit down, Inspector. I sent for Regis here. He has a very clever plan.
Oh, Regis has a plan. And what is it, Regis?
Well, Inspector, we've all learned that there's only one way to arrest Pepe, and that's to get him out of the Casbah.
That is very intelligent of you, Regis. Shall we send him an engraved invitation?
Pepe's too clever to fall into a trap. But some of his friends are not so clever.
Get to the point.
Well, suppose Pierrot comes down into town, Pepe will be worried by his absence, and he'll come down into town to find him.
You have overlooked just one little point. How do you get Pierrot to come down?
That's my plan. Magnificent plan. You see, Pierrot has a mother, very old. Now, if she should be sick and send a letter to Pierrot, why, what could he do but leave the Casbah and come down here to town? He's a bad boy, Pierrot, but a good son. When he comes, we keep the arrest a secret. And soon Pepe comes down to look for him. And when Pepe comes out of the Casbah, we have him. Are we agreed?
Agreed. But how do we know we can trust you not to make a better bargain with Pepe?
What? I'm an informer, not a hypocrite. What are you laughing at, Inspector?
It amuses me to see you sell your friends at bargain prices. You have a flair for business, Regis.
Good morning, Pepe.
Morning, Aisha.
Good morning, Pepe.
Hello, Betty.
Better what out? Pepe, Women will be the death of you yet.
Say happy death, Inspector. Good morning. Coming my way?
With pleasure.
Well, did you get home safely last night?
Why not?
Nothing unpleasant, eh?
Yes, we had one rather unpleasant experience.
Yes?
With you.
She didn't think so.
What makes you so sure?
What did she say?
Say, oh, you know, women, they talk about nothing. I hardly listen. Was there anything special about her?
Yes. Pearls, the color I like. Handcuffs I can appreciate. Platinum and diamonds. And she didn't buy that perfume in Algiers.
What about the eyes?
Huh? Well, they all have eyes. But all that silk and jingle, you don't see much of that in the Casbah.
But you do where she comes from, eh? She asked quite a few questions about you.
Oh, she did? What did you tell her?
Oh, what could I tell her?
Why? Did you think she might be afraid of my past?
No, but she might be a little appalled at your future. I told her you might get off with 20 years with a good lawyer.
You wouldn't want me to get 20 years. You're too fond of me. What's her name?
So, you are thinking about her.
Now, how could I be thinking about her when I don't even know her name?
Her name is Gabrielle. She's stopping with friends at the Hotel Madeleine. You can see her there any time, Pepe.
I see. Thank you, Inspector. I'll wait for her to come back to the Casbah.
Gabby, are you dressed yet, Gabby? Andre just phoned. He's waiting on the terrace.
Andre phoned. If I'm out of his sight for 5 minutes, Andre phones.
Well, don't you like having him so attentive?
I love it. I've just been sitting here thinking that I'm the happiest girl in the world.
Well, you should be. Marrying a man who adores you and can give you everything in the world you ever dreamed about.
That's my trouble. I'm such a fool. I go dreaming about the wrong things.
Oh, that's a terrible mistake.
Marie, remember the time in the Bonton bargain basement? The two of us behind the counter? Handkerchiefs, gloves, hosiery?
Yes. And don't you forget it.
I won't.
After all, you don't marry for fun. I didn't. Oh, come on, Gabby. Inspector Slimane is there, too.
Inspector Slimane?
Well, didn't you tell me you invited him?
Oh, of course. I'd forgotten. I'm ready, Marie.
Ah, there you are, Gabby. Sit down, dear.
Good morning, Andre. Good morning, Inspector. I see you've already met my fiancée.
I took the liberty of presenting myself. As you see, I could not wait to take advantage of your invitation last night.
I'm glad.
Yes, we're all glad.
Inspector, will you tell my fiancée where I was last night during the shooting?
You were with me.
There. You see, Andre?
I never doubted you, Gabby.
And whom did we meet, Inspector?
We met Pepe Lemoco.
Pepe Lemoco. Nice friends you have.
In business, one cannot choose.
Inspector, have you seen him since?
Yes, mademoiselle.
Did he say anything about me?
Well, in a way, yes.
Oh, I know. My pearls.
A connoisseur can admire pearls without neglecting the wearer.
Oh, he means if he stole your pearls, he'd steal you with them. Oh, he sounds marvelous to me. I'd like to meet him.
It can easily be arranged. If you wish to visit the Casbah again with a suitable guide...
Well, I hardly think it necessary.
Of course, would love to go. Tonight, Inspector, if it's convenient.
I am at your service, mademoiselle.
Looking all over for you. What are you doing up here on the roof?
Nothing.
What are you looking at like that?
Oh, looking out across the harbor.
What's there, Pepe? What do you see?
Home.
Oh, you can't see your home from here.
Well, there's no harm in trying.
Pepe, what are you looking at?
Down there in the bay. That ship.
Doesn't it make you seasick to look at boats?
Doesn't it give you a headache to ask so many questions?
No. Have you got a headache?
No, I'm thinking.
Oh, that's sure to give you a headache.
Oh, I don't think with my head. I think with my heart.
Then you better tell me what you're thinking.
It's nothing.
If it's nothing, you better tell me.
Oh, Inez, I'll get mad if you go on like this.
I want you to get mad. Shout at me and hurt me, but don't treat me as if I'm not here.
Oh, I know you're here.
No, you don't. You're dreaming about something with your eyes wide open. Oh, Pepe, I wish you'd dream about me.
Look, you always lived in the Casbah. For you, there is nothing outside.
The Casbah's big enough?
Not for me. It's like being in a grave.
Pepe.
Can't stand much more of it.
If you want to go away, I'll go with you. Pepe, take me with you. We could be happy together. Oh. You think I'd look funny in your big city. I'm not good enough for you there.
Oh, Inez, it isn't you. It's the Casbah. You belong here. You don't understand the way I feel. I've stood it for 2 years. The time comes when you can't stand it anymore. Morning, noon, and night. Same thing, same people. I'm fed up. I've had enough.
You're tired of me.
It has nothing to do with you. I just want to get away.
Do you know when you're going away? Never.
You'll see.
You can't do it. I am the Casbah. I'll keep you. Just try to get away and you'll find out. It's funny for the police to come in and try to arrest you. You're in prison already. You're in the Casbah with a wall around you.
Stop it.
There's nothing else. You'll never have anything else.
Stop, I tell
and
you.
I'm glad there's no world outside, not for you ever.
Be quiet. Be quiet.
Oh, Pepe. Pepe, I love you. I love you.
Where are we going now, Inspector?
I thought perhaps a cafe or two, mademoiselle.
Yes, that would be interesting.
I'm sorry your fiancé did not care to join us this evening.
The Casbah is a little too exciting for Andre.
Ah. This is Shani's place, mademoiselle. We can sit right out here.
Good evening.
Ah, Pepe, will you join us?
With pleasure. Oh, good evening, mademoiselle.
Good evening.
Oh, I wondered if you'd excuse me a moment. I want to buy some cigarettes.
Of course, Inspector.
I leave you in safe hands, mademoiselle.
So, you wanted to take another look at this strange, wild animal.
Strange, but not so very wild.
How do you like my cage?
I don't know. Yes.
Do you like Algiers?
I don't like traveling. Makes me homesick.
Does it?
If I can't see the same old streets when I open my eyes in the morning, I want to go right back to sleep.
So do I, and yet I've been in the Casbah for 2 years.
You are homesick, too?
Uh-huh. Very.
Pepe.
Excuse me. Well, Carlos?
Pepe Piero's gone to the town.
What for?
I don't know. It was something about a letter from his mother. Regis went with him.
Regis? Let me know as soon as I get back.
Sure. Say.
What?
That girl you're with is all right, huh?
I'll tell her you said so.
Take a look at those rocks she's wearing. If it was me, I'd get them first and do the fancy stuff afterwards.
Shut up. Get out of here.
Okay. Okay.
I'm sorry, mademoiselle.
Was he talking about me?
Yes, he was worried about you.
Why?
Well, all that stuff you have on.
Oh, that's very nice of him.
You're not worried yourself?
No, not while I'm with you.
Huh? Right. Oh, that bracelet is really something.
Isn't it? And it hardly weighs anything at all. Here, feel it.
Oh, at least 20,000 francs, eh?
Add a zero.
Oh, but I mean, what I would get for it. Here, better put it on again.
You put it on, please.
Huh. All right. There. Want to dance?
I'd love to.
Your name is Gabrielle, isn't it?
Yes, they call me Gabi.
Are you married?
No?
Widow?
No.
Why not? Who are you with?
My fiancé?
Oh. What is he like?
Jealous. Very jealous.
What are you laughing at?
Oh, at nothing.
Too bad.
What's too bad?
Too bad I don't know you better.
Why?
Because I would slap your face. See, when people laugh around me, I like to know why.
I wasn't laughing at you. I was thinking of Andre's face, if you could see me now. Dancing with Pepe Le Moco.
Come with me.
Where?
Outside on the terrace.
But, Inspector Slimane will be looking for me.
You said you were in safe hands. Come outside.
All right. Is that the harbor down there?
Yes, the harbor. All the ships that leave Algiers. The ships that go home.
Where is your home?
Any place in the world except the Casbah.
I know what you mean. Any place where there are lights.
Yes, lights and music. Lovely women laughing.
Walking on the boulevard.
In the Spain.
The smell of the first flowers in the city park.
Yes, the theaters, the cafes, the subway.
Will you ever leave here?
No.
Will you ever be happy here?
Perhaps. It all depends.
I'll have to go now.
No, not yet.
I must. My friends are waiting, but I'll come back.
When?
Tomorrow.
How can I be sure?
I never break a promise. Let me go.
Why should I?
Because I asked you.
Say, please.
You're rude.
Am I? Tomorrow, I'll be expecting you here.
Mr. DeMille will be back in just a moment to bring us Act Two of Algiers with Charles Boyer and Hedy Lamarr. But first,
Flight number 4, United Airlines, mainliner sleeper plane, leaving for Denver, Omaha, Chicago.
tonight we have as our guest Miss Frances Litiger, one of the lovely young stewardesses who fly with those huge mainliners. Chosen for poise, charm, expert training, these girls have an exciting and glamorous job, and one that's very hard on stockings. So we're especially proud that so many of United Airlines' 194 stewardesses use Lux Flakes for their stockings, both silk and nylon. Over 81% of the girls who have told us what care they give their stockings use Lux Flakes. Miss Litiger, what part of your job would you say was hardest on stockings?
Why, I'd say making up the berths in the sleeper plane. We have to kneel right down on the floor to change the seats into lower berths.
Stockings have to be elastic to take strain like that.
Other things are hard on them, too, Mr. Roy, like serving meals.
You mean sandwiches and so on?
No, indeed. I mean real hot meals. Things like broiled filet mignon and tomato juice, salad, dessert, and coffee.
Well, how can anything that sounds so good be hard on stockings?
Well, we keep the hot dishes in a special compartment down near the floor of the plane. So every time we serve one, we have to stoop down. And we serve 1 million meals a year.
Yet you find time for the rest of your job, too?
Oh, yes. Actually, we spend most of our time talking with passengers, answering questions.
What question are you asked most often, Miss Litiger?
Most people want to know how high we are.
Well, I'd like to know, too.
Our usual flying altitude on United is about 1.5 miles to 2 miles high.
I guess that makes your recommendation just about the highest praise Lux Flakes has ever had.
Lux deserves high praise, Mr. Roy. I've found, and so have many of my friends, that it cuts down on runs and helps stockings to wear better.
Thank you, Miss Litiger. Everywhere you go, New Quick Lux is the favorite stocking care. Every woman who stoops down to dust the furniture at home or open a filing cabinet at the office knows that stockings have to keep their elasticity if they're to stretch without breaking. New Quick Lux guards that precious elasticity. For better stocking wear and to cut down on stocking runs, wash your stockings after every wearing in gentle New Quick Lux. We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Act Two of Algiers, starring Charles Boyer as Pepe Lemoko and Hedy Lamarr as Gabby, with Alan Napier as Inspector Slimane. Only a few seconds have passed. On the terrace above the Casbah, Pepe Lemoko and Gabby stand looking deep into each other's eyes. With a quick movement, she tries to tear herself away, but his hand grips her arm.
Please, I must go.
Remember your promise.
I will, I told you. Tomorrow. Pepe! What's that? Pepe! Pepe!
What do you want? Can't you see I'm with Madame?
It's Pierrot. He's come back from the town. He's been shot.
What are you
They
saying?
tried to arrest him. He's been shot.
Where is he? Take me to him. You. Where is he?
Who?
Regis. He sent me there. Where is he?
Carlos, help him here. Take him to Aishas.
They got me, Pepe. The police. I wouldn't listen to you.
Hannes, go with Pio. I'm going to find Regis.
Let me go, Pepe. Let me go, please.
No, sit down. You were fond of Pio, weren't you, Regis?
Oh, I was.
Eh?
I am fond of him.
Where is he now?
I tell you, I don't know. No, please, Pepe, let me go.
No, you don't want to leave before he gets back. You want to know why he's been detained, don't you?
I don't know anything about Pierrot, Pepe. You know me. You know I'm all right. Tell me you do. Last night, I was the one who came to warn you.
Yes, you were the one.
Pepe, I got Pierrot here.
Yeah. Pierrot!
Bring him in.
Put your arm around me, Pierrot.
Where is he?
No, Piero. I'm your friend. Now, don't shoot me.
Carlos,
Don't shoot me, Piero. No.
hold my arm.
No.
Steady.
No, please don't.
No,
please,
Piero.
don't. Piero,
You
no.
sent me
No,
down
please,
there.
please, no.
And now you pay your...
No.
Bill. He's dead. He's dead. You killed him, Regis.
No, don't kill me.
Give me that
don't
gun.
Kill me, no.
Well? Well, Inspector?
It's finished, Pepe. I did everything for Pierrot that you would have done yourself. I was all alone at the cemetery. I followed the custom of your people, a handful of earth on the body, and flowers to make him feel at home in such a strange place. It is hard not to be able to go down to say goodbye to your friend on his last journey.
Piero is dead. There's no sense to it. I wasn't even there.
Oh, Pepe, I know how you feel. You are a prisoner in the Casbah. But a day will come when they will not be able to prevent your leaving. You will go out of the Casbah in spite of them all.
I'll get out whenever I wish.
And when you go, you will go quietly, the way Piero went. Feet first. I am sorry for you, Pepe.
Tell me, how is she?
She?
You know, Debbie.
Oh, I'm afraid you will not see her again. Her last visit to the Casbah was a little too much for her. She got a bad impression of the Casbah. It's a pity.
Pepe, sit down. Please sit down. All day long you've walked back and forth, back and forth. Please, Pepe.
Sure, come on, Pepe, sit down.
Pepe, my son.
Well, why are you all staring at me? I'm sick of looking at you. Get out of here, get out.
I know what it is. You're thinking of that girl, I know. But she's never coming back. She told me last night. And today I went to the terrace. She wasn't there. She'll never be there.
Never coming back, eh?
I told you to get those jewels. You had them right in the palm of your hand.
Stop it, stop it!
Your friends have no tact, my dear Pepe. I know how it pains you to live among this cattle, but let me assure you...
They can't keep me here. I'm free. Free to go. I'm sick of it. All of you. I'm sick of listening to you. And I'm sick of looking at you. I'll get out when I feel like it. None of you can stop me.
Pepe, listen to me. Now, don't go near the town.
I don't need your advice. None of you. I'm free to do as I please. Free. You hear that?
You're walking into a trap. You know better.
They can't touch me. I'm going down. Get out of my way. When I please, I said. And when I please is now. Get out of my way.
Pepe, come back! Pepe!
Pepe's leaving the Casbah.
He's leaving the Casbah.
Get out of my way.
Pepe the Marco is going out.
Pepe, come back! He's going out.
Pepe's
Out of my way.
Pepe.
All of you. I'm going out. You hear? I'm going out.
Pepe, wait! Don't go! She's here, Pepe. I saw her. She's waiting for you.
What? You told me she wouldn't come again.
I lied to you, Pepe. I lied. Forgive me.
Where is she?
Pepe, you're so quiet.
I'm looking at you. I can't speak when I do that.
When you met me tonight, you were so very strange. Did you think I wasn't coming back?
I was afraid you weren't. Oh, you're beautiful. That's easy to say, isn't it? But what I'm telling you is different, see? For me, you're more than that. For 2 years, I've been lost, like walking in my sleep. Suddenly, I wake up, that's you. I don't know what I've been doing all that time, waiting for you without knowing it. Do you know what you are to me? You're all the world outside. You're all those lights and music we were speaking of. With you, I escape. See? Do you know what you remind me of? The subway. Close your eyes. Listen. Can you hear it?
That's my heart beating.
Does it go like a subway train?
Oh, much faster.
You're all silk, and you jingle when you walk. And with all that, you make me think of the subway. Isn't that funny? Tell me, what did you do before?
Before what?
Well, before the jewels.
I wanted them. Pepe, it's late. I'll have to go.
Suppose you don't come tomorrow.
Suppose I don't. Pepe, can't you ever get away from the Kasbah?
No. I'm caught here. Like a bear in a hole. Dogs barking, hunters all around. No way out of it. Do you like that? Maybe it's lucky for you.
I don't like it, and it's not lucky.
You're right. If you don't come back, I might do anything. I might go down to your hotel to get you.
No, don't. Please don't.
Tomorrow, then?
Tomorrow. I never break a promise.
All right, Lurch, we'll see you later. I want to speak to Commissioner Janvier, please. Hello? Is that Commissioner Janvier? This is Inspector Slimane. I believe we have a way to bring Pepe Lomoco from the Kasbah, Commissioner. Yes? I believe I can guarantee it. I always told Pepe that women would be the death of him.
Sit down, Inspector. What was it you wanted to see me about?
Monsieur, it is about your fiancée.
My fiancée?
Yes. My mission is rather a delicate one, but necessary. I merely wish to suggest that your fiancée is a little too fond, shall we say, of the local color of the Kasbah.
What is all this?
The Kasbah is hardly the place for a woman alone. She attracts too much attention. We naturally wish to protect her from any embarrassment. Monsieur, she must not return to the Kasbah.
I understand. Will you wait here, please? I'll speak to her.
Come in.
Sorry to disturb you. Oh, going out?
Looks that way.
Where are you going?
For a walk.
But where?
To the park.
May I ask you to give me a sensible answer?
Then ask me a sensible question. Where could I go? I don't know anyone in Algiers. I just walk straight ahead.
And where does that take you?
I'll know when I get there.
No, you won't, because you're not going.
Oh, yes, my dear. Your hotel bores me. The head waiter looks like an undertaker. And every time I step into this apartment, it looks more like a funeral parlor. Goodbye, Andre.
Wait. I know where you're going.
Do you?
You're going to the Kasbah.
Well.
You go there every day.
Do I?
To meet Pepe Lomoco.
Oh. So now you're spying on me.
You're going to be my wife, Gabby.
You don't make it a very pleasant prospect.
I won't allow you to behave like this.
Andre, I'm glad you said that.
What do you mean?
We've got to be honest with each other. Why do you think I'm marrying you? Look at yourself and then look at me. I've never lied to you. You knew I didn't love you when I promised to marry you. And you thought it was all right. Until we are married, Andre, I'll do as I please. That's fair enough.
I forbid you to go.
It's a waste of time, Andre.
If you go now, there'll be no use in your coming back.
All right. Goodbye, Andre.
Gabby, don't do it. Come back, Gabby. Don't do it, please.
No, don't, mademoiselle.
Inspector, what did you say?
I also ask you not to go to the Kasbah.
Why not?
Your fiancé was only trying to spare you. He did not want to tell you the truth as I told it to him. You see, an attempt was made to capture Pepe Lomoco this afternoon. In a sense, it was successful.
You mean he's been taken? Pepe Lomoco has been captured?
Not alive, mademoiselle. Pepe Lomoco was killed.
In just a moment, you'll hear Act 3 of Algiers with Charles Boyer and Hedy Lamarr. Now, I want to tell you a real-life story which happened to Mrs. Florence Dewey of Morris, Illinois. About 5 or 6 years ago, Mrs. Dewey bought some material for a new dress. It was a washable rayon crepe, a beautiful print with bright-colored sprays on a navy blue background. That was a long time ago. But just recently, we heard from Mrs. Dewey about that same dress. Here's what she said.
I followed your advice about using Lux Flakes, and I've never used anything else in laundering this dress. It has been washed over 100 times, and yet the colors are still bright and fresh. In fact, I can't see any difference between the colors in this dress that I've washed so often and a jacket made from the same material at the same time that I've worn and washed only a few times.
I'd like to thank Mrs. Dewey for letting us tell you about that remarkable record, because it is one more proof, and a good one,
of how very gentle new Quick Lux Flakes are. How safe for anything safe in water. You see, there's no harmful alkali in new Quick Lux. So naturally, your pretty things don't get faded and dull, but stay fresh and new-looking longer. Lux takes away every bit of perspiration and soil so fast. It gives such rich suds from just a few flakes, even in hard water. That makes it thrifty. Marvelous purity, speed, thrift. Those are the things that have made new Quick Lux the most popular soap in the whole United States for pretty dresses, for stockings, underthings, and other nice things, too. The favorite 2-to-1 over any other flakes, chips, or beads. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
The curtain rises on the third act of Algiers. Pepe Lamoko is not dead. That was only a ruse of Inspector Slemane's to keep Gabby away from the Casbah and to bring Pepe out. In vain, Pepe waits for her to appear at their meeting place. At last, he returns to his room, weary and bitter.
Oh, Pepe. Anything wrong? What's the matter? This morning you were singing. Why don't you sing now?
Why don't you mind your own business?
Oh, so that's the way it is. All right, I'll leave you to yourself. I'm going into the town.
The town? What for?
I'm like you. I'm bored.
Anything on your mind?
No, just to look things over.
When are you going?
Now.
Would you do me a favor?
Sure, what?
I want you to deliver a letter for me. I'll write it now.
Oh. Okay, I get the idea. Maybe I don't look like Cupid, but I'll manage. Where's she staying? What hotel?
At the Madeleine.
You want it delivered in person? Or maybe I can't get to see her.
Look, go to the servants' entrance. Give someone a good tip. And tell them you've got to have an answer.
Don't worry, I'll get it. I'll be back in 2 hours.
Hello? Yes, this is Andre Giraud. Oh, yes. What boat is that? The Ville d'Algiers at 6 this evening? Yes, make the reservations, please. Well, Gabby, are you coming with me? Gabby, I asked you if you're sailing with me.
Do you want me to? Yes.
You know I want you to.
Even after what I told you this morning?
Oh, you were excited, Gabby. You didn't know what you were saying.
But I did, Andre. I never thought so clearly in all my life.
Gabby, I won't pretend you haven't hurt me.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
But I still don't understand. This man, this Pepe Lamoko, what could he have meant to you?
I could never make you understand that. I don't even understand it myself. I only know that when I was with him, I never wanted to leave. And when I was away from him, I didn't live until I saw him again.
Gabby.
I was going to meet him this morning. He'd hold out his hand to me and smile, and we'd climb up to the terrace above the Casbah and look out across the harbor. And I'd be happy with him. That's all I know. I'd be happy with him.
Pepe?
Here. Is Stella's with you?
No, it's Lavry, Pepe. He's just come from the town.
Pepe, I've got to speak to you.
What do you want?
Pepe, the police have taken Carlos. What? They arrested him in the town.
How do you know?
I was there, Pepe.
Yes? How much did you sell him for?
Oh, would I be here if I'd sold him?
Go on. What did you have to do with it?
I was at the police station when they brought Carlos in. I had a chance to see him in the cell. He gave me a letter, the one you had given him. He told me to take it to the hotel.
So you went to the hotel with the letter?
I did it for you, Pepe.
Well, did you get it?
What?
The answer.
Oh, she wanted to write to you, but she couldn't. She's being closely watched. But she expects you this morning. You can go down without any risk. Go to the service entrance in the back of the hotel. She'll be watching from her window.
Oh. Is that all?
Well, she wanted to come up, but she couldn't get away.
You're not going down, Pepe. You can't.
Shut up. Go on, Larby.
Well, that's all, Pepe. She's waiting for you. Well, I'll have to leave.
Now, wait. You said Gabby couldn't write because she was watched.
Yes, Pepe.
But in a little while, she'll be able to see me.
At the back of the hotel, yes.
Oh, that's very funny.
Oh, well, he's going to be away.
Oh, I see. But why couldn't she write to me?
Because he was there then.
Then how could she talk to you?
Well, because...
Because you don't know.
Pepe.
Something else. You think Carlos is dumb enough to give you my letter?
But you wrote a letter.
Do you think me so stupid as to believe he would give it to you?
Pepe, I give you my word.
So Gabby couldn't write, but she could talk to you.
Yes.
Well, for a woman who is so closely watched, it's funny the way she can do things. Now I've laughed enough. You hear me? I'm through laughing.
Pepe, on the head of my
Carlos
father...
was arrested. That's true.
I told you,
You
Pepe.
had my letter. That's true.
But I told you.
After that, it fits. But after that, nothing fits. Now tell me what happened.
Pepe, let me go.
Tell me what happened. Shall I break your neck to refresh your memory?
No, Pepe.
Tell me. You hear? Tell me the truth.
I'll tell you, Pepe. I'll tell you everything.
All right. Well?
Slimane planned it all.
Slimane? Then she never got my letter.
No. He told me to come to you.
Go on.
He thinks you'll come down.
And then?
Well, the hotel is surrounded. They're waiting for you.
Did you see the girl?
No.
Why didn't she come up here?
He told her you'd been killed. Well, that's what she thinks. She thinks you're dead.
Oh, I see.
She's leaving tonight on the Ville d'Algiers. But Slimane planned the whole thing.
Is that all?
Yes.
So, they're expecting me, are they? Well, they won't be disappointed.
You can't do it, Pepe. You can't leave me. I won't let you. You'll be killed.
I won't be killed. If I am, blame it on the Casbah.
It's for her you're throwing away your life. Pepe, come back. Pepe!
He's going. Pepe Lemoko. Pepe's leaving the Casbah.
He's going out.
Out of the Casbah. Going to the town. They'll get him sure.
Going out.
Leaving the Casbah. Pepe Lemoko. He's going out. He's going out. Pepe Lemoko.
Going out.
Hello, Inspector Slimane calling. Surround the Hotel Madeleine. I just had word that Pepe Lomoco is leaving the Casbah. Cover that back entrance. When he comes, don't let him out of the courtyard. Wait, that girl. Hold that girl.
Let me go.
Bring her here.
Come along now, come along.
Let go. I haven't done anything.
Well, Ines, we did not expect you. Where's Pepe?
He's not coming here. He's gone to the boat.
You expect me to believe that?
He's going away with her.
Oh, so you are the one to betray him. You would kill him before you would let him go free.
No.
And that's what you've done, as sure as if you'd held a gun in your hand.
I couldn't let him go. I couldn't lose him.
I thought I'd figured all the moves, but I miscalculated.
Why didn't I think of you?
No.
Send 10 men to the dock
No,
area.
don't give him a chance. Let him go, please.
Surround the gate of the pier.
No,
Don't
please.
here. Don't let him get on that boat.
Gabby, we're almost ready to leave. Gabby, do you hear me? I'll make you forget, dear. I'll make you forget everything.
Forget? You still don't understand, Andre. I don't want to forget.
Here, will you? Give me that ticket.
Here you are, sir. One passage on the Ville d'Algiers. You can just make it.
Thanks.
Put up your hands, Pepe.
What?
You see, Pepe, we meet at the appointed time. Put the handcuffs on him.
No, Slimane. Not here. She may see me. Not here, please.
As you wish. I cannot refuse an old friend.
Slimane, could I... Let me wait here until the boat leaves. It's not too much to ask. I can't get away.
All right, Pepe. I know I can trust you.
Pepe, I did it. You might have got away, but I told them. Oh, Pepe, don't hate me.
No, don't cry, Inez.
I was crazy because I love you so. I love you, Pepe.
You only did what your heart told you. So did I.
It's leaving, Pepe. Shall we go?
No, not yet, please. Look, I see her. She's at the rail. Gabby! Gabby!
She can't hear you, my friend.
Gabby! Gabby! Gabby!
He's getting away!
Gabby!
Get him back!
Don't shoot! He can't get away! Don't shoot! Gabby, come back! Come back! Gabby! Gabby, Pepe! Gabby, hear me! Gabby! Gabby!
You fools! I told you not to shoot. He was not trying to get away.
Oh, Pepe. Look at me, Pepe. Is it bad?
Your men, they're learning to shoot. Much better.
Oh, Pepe.
I'm sorry, Pepe. He thought you were going to escape.
Escape? And so I have my friend, Cabby.
It is over. Pepe Le Moco has left the Casbah.
In a moment, Mr. DeMille returns with our stars for their curtain call. He'll also bring us advanced news of plans for the fall season. Meantime, we of the Lux Radio Theater wish our many friends a very happy summer. We know from what you tell us that Lux Flakes contribute in many ways to happy, warm weather living. Nowadays, the smart woman lives in Luxables all summer long and looks cool and crisp, fresh as a daisy with no trouble at all. For new Quick Lux Flakes makes daintiness easy. Just a dip in these fast, gentle suds, and everything that's washable comes out delightfully fresh and sweet. Underthings, dresses, sports things. Of course, you'll lux them every day or so during hot, sticky weather, and it's a wonderful help to have flakes that are so fast. It's reassuring, too, to know that these gentle flakes are so safe, that they keep nice things, nice colors, new-looking longer. Wherever you go this summer, or wherever you stay, at home, in the country, at the shore, keep that friendly box of Lux Flakes handy to guard the most important of all charms, daintiness. New Quick Lux comes in the same familiar package, costs you no more. Now, here's Mr. DeMille with our stars. It isn't often we can say that one of our stars is taking his first curtain call in the Lux Radio Theater. But tonight, both of our stars are here for the first time. They're back on the stage now. Charles Boyer and Hedy Lamarr.
Thank you, C.B. I'm delighted to be here. It was a great pleasure to work with Hedy again.
Oh, wasn't Algiers your first experience with a camera here in Hollywood, Hedy?
Yes, Mr. DeMille. And it was a thrilling day for me when I played my first scene with Charles.
She was so beautiful, even the cameraman sighed.
I can understand his point of view, Charles.
I think you're ribbing me. Ribbing? That's pretty good American, isn't it, Mr. DeMille?
Excellent, Hedy, but we mean it. I haven't seen you around the Paramount lot recently, Charles. Have you finished Hold Back the Dawn?
Yes, we finished a few days ago, C.B. So I have a little vacation coming. Perhaps I'd better begin it right now by saying good night and thank you again.
Good night, Mr. DeMille, and I've enjoyed it so much.
Good night. You two have a way with an audience. When the clock on your mantel strikes the hour, the Lux Radio Theater completes its 7th season on the air. Down the long succession of Monday nights, Lux Flakes and Lux Toilet Soap have brought you about 350 different plays. And that means we've cast almost 8,000 parts with the best actors we could find. What counts most is that during those 7 years, 7 of the most important years in the history of the world, you've made this theater a kind of national meeting place, an all-American theater that has become a symbol of the American way of life. And we are well aware of our responsibility to you in the significant years that are to come. Our first responsibility, of course, is entertainment. And for your entertainment in the first few weeks of our 8th season, starting in September, we plan to bring you stars like Cary Grant, Irene Dunn, Bob Hope, Rosalind Russell, Claudette Colbert, and Barbara Stanwyck in plays that you yourselves will ask for. Meanwhile, we recommend the program the Columbia Broadcasting System will present at this time during our 8 weeks holiday. The program is called Forecast and presents leading stars of Hollywood radio, the theater, and the concert stage. As Forecast number 1, next Monday, you'll hear The 1001 Nights with Marlene Dietrich as Scheherazade in a radio production of the Arabian Nights. You've made the Lux products behind this theater, Lux Flakes and Lux Toilet Soap, a national habit. And we know from past experience that you're not going to break that habit during our summer vacation. So we're going to thank you in advance by promising that next year will be the best yet in the history of the Lux Radio Theater. And now, before we say good night, there's another kind of promise we'd like to make. 3 days ago, on the 4th of July, the President of the United States asked every one of us to dedicate himself anew to the principles of freedom and justice, which are the foundation of this democracy. And so, in company with all those who pledged their hearts and hands on Independence Day, we now pledge the Lux Radio Theater to do everything in our power to defend and protect this American way of life, and to bring that bright day nearer when life, liberty, and happiness can be pursued in peace by all men. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes and Lux Toilet Soap, join me in wishing you a happy summer. And until September 8th, this is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Lady Lamar appeared tonight through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. Charles Boyer will soon begin work in the Universal picture Appointment for Love. Included in tonight's play were B. Benaderet as Inez, Hans Conrad as Regis, Bruce Payne as Grandpère, Frederick Warlock as Janvier, Leo Cleary as Andre, Jeff Corey as Lobby, Lou Merrill as Carlos, Virginia Gordon as Marie, Paul Dubov as Pierrot, Noreen Gamil as Aisha, and Howard McNear as Max. Our music is directed by Louis Silvers, and your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the management of this theater, I want to announce the next attraction. The Unfinished Love Story. I refer to Saratoga, starring Clark Gable and Jean Harlow. The picture which the theatergoers of the world have insisted, through letters, telegrams, and petitions, be finished.
Saratoga, the motion picture everyone is talking about, the romance everyone is waiting to see, the spectacular production thousands of theatergoers demanded that the studio complete and release with Jean Harlow has been finished. Through ingenious camera work by Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's ace photographers and the determination of the producers to make this, Miss Harlow's last picture, her finest, a great production awaits your approval. Saratoga is by Anita Luce, celebrated author of San Francisco. And it takes you on a fascinating journey to Saratoga, Miami, Hialeah, to Santa Anita, and New York. Here is entertainment that scales the peaks. Saratoga is the one picture of the new season that not one of you will want to miss.
The Warrior of the Woodlands, Ranger Bill, is coming up next.
Ranger Bill, warrior of the woodland, struggling against extreme odds, traveling dangerous trails, fighting the many enemies of nature. This is the job of the guardian of the forest, Ranger Bill. Pouring rain, freezing cold, blistering heat, snow, floods, bears, rattlesnakes, mountain lions. Yes, all this in exchange for the satisfaction and pride of a job well done. Say, fellows and girls, do you remember how the Apostle Paul brought the gospel with him when he was put in prison? Remember what a remarkable change the gospel made in the prison? Well, this story isn't about the Apostle Paul, but it's about Bill and his Rangers. They took the gospel to the State Reform School for boys. The Reform School is located on the outskirts of Knotty Pine. Oh, it's not as easy as it sounds. Bill and the fellows had to fight to get the message of salvation inside the Reform School. Wait a minute, I almost told you the story. You'll have to hear The Gospel Goes to Reform School. Inside large, ominous buildings are almost endless corridors. Along these corridors are locked rooms. Inside the rooms are young lads who made mistakes early in life. Some of the lads are tough as old shoe leather and hard as nails. Others aren't. But all isn't well at the school. The warden and the chief guard are talking about it in the warden's office.
Warden, the boys are restless again.
You know what to do.
Yes, sir, I do. But I don't think that's the answer.
Individual confinement always breaks down the toughies, Wayne.
Yes, it breaks them down, all right. But it doesn't correct the difficulty.
What do you mean?
Well, I think we're approaching the problem negatively. Sure, individual confinement subdues them.
That's all we're interested in. We're not running a kindergarten here. This is a house of correction.
But still,
Who's the ringleader this time?
Joe Matson.
So it's Joe again. Put him in individual confinement immediately.
Well, he just got out of solitary 2 days ago.
Put him back again.
That only makes him worse.
I said put him back.
Well, he'll only make him harder to handle when we...
Look, I'm the warden here. I said put him in a single room and lock it.
Yes, sir.
Wayne, one more thing.
Yes, Warden?
If you want to keep your job as chief guard, I'd get rid of those soft ideas about babying these lads. Understand?
Yeah, I understand.
Boy, you sure never know when to give up, do you, Bill?
What do you mean, pal?
Well, I'm talking about Warden Dawson.
Well, we're not licked yet.
Maybe not, but it doesn't look like he's going to say yes.
Now, don't go giving up so easy, fellers. I've seen Bill make harder-boiled men than him, say, Uncle.
So have I. But he's a boss at the reform school, and what he says goes.
That's right, Henry. But you've forgotten one thing.
What's that, Bill?
The Lord's on our side. The Lord wants the gospel in the reform school, and a dozen hard-boiled wardens couldn't stop the Lord's plan.
Well, I know that, Bill, but...
Maybe we jump to conclusion, Henry. Too often we try to work out Lord's plan our way.
Yeah, you might have something there, Sonny. Let's let the Lord work out his own plan, the way he wants it done.
Maybe I am a little hasty. I'll wait and do whatever the Lord wants me to do to help.
Well, I'm glad you put it that way, pal. There's the reform school ahead, and we're just in time for the appointment with the warden. You fellas pray while I do the talking.
Bill, why do we have to go over this whole thing again?
Because I'd like to know why you won't let us bring sports activities and Bible classes into the school.
I've told you that. I don't believe in babying these lads. They're tough, potential criminals, and they need to be taught respect for law and order.
That's a negative approach, Warden. Why not teach them the positive way?
Oh, you're as bad as my chief guard.
I think Wayne's right, if you want the truth.
What's the matter with men these days? Don't they have any guts?
Does it take intestinal fortitude to run a crime college?
Are you saying I'm running a crime college?
Yes. You're making the lads bitter and hateful by your negative methods of discipline. The Lord would never use the method you use.
Oh, the Lord's method may be all right for Sunday school goodies, but not for tough guys with records.
Oh, is that so? How do you know? You're not willing to give the Word of God an opportunity to work here. You're afraid to give these lads something concrete and constructive. Something they can feast their hungry souls on.
The only thing I'll feed them is bread and water if they don't behave themselves.
I'm afraid that you're wrong, Warden. Terribly wrong. I feel sorry for you. I feel even more sorry for the lads under your iron hand.
An iron hand, huh? Get out of my office and take your Sunday school sermons with you.
All right. I'll go. But we'll pray that the Lord will open your heart and mind to the truth.
Get out!
Bill, are you busy?
Come on in, Wayne.
Are you sure you have time to talk? That's a big pile of paperwork you have on your desk.
I always keep that pile of paperwork on my desk. Makes me feel like I've got something waiting to be done.
Well, I appreciate you taking time out to talk.
Well, any time I can help, I'm glad to do it. It's always better to talk at the time a person has something on his mind than to put it off. What's on your mind, Wayne?
Well, I guess you know that the warden and I don't see eye to eye on how the lads should be handled.
Yeah, I know. You mentioned that.
What can we do about it, Bill?
Well, frankly, I don't know, Wayne.
You mean it's hopeless?
Oh, I didn't say that. But Warden Dawson is the boss of his penal institution.
Yeah, that's right. But his ways of handling the boys are outdated, antique.
You could complain to the right people. That might help.
No, I don't want to do that. He might lose his job.
Well, there's only one thing we can do, Wayne.
What's that, Bill?
We can pray about it.
Oh, why didn't I think of that? Guess the Lord has dealt with harder hearts than the wardens.
That's right. Suppose you and I pray right now. Then the fellas and I'll have a prayer meeting tonight.
That's fine, Bill. And I'll come tonight, too.
Good. You know, Wayne, there's a time for action and there's a time for prayer. In this instance, action is out of the question. You all know why we're here. I don't need to go over the purpose of our prayer meeting again. Wayne, will you start?
I'll be glad to, Bill. Gentlemen, let us pray. Heavenly Father, we ask that you intercede for the lads at the Reform School who need the gospel of salvation so badly. Please soften Warden Dawson's hard-boiled attitude. Make him see the folly.
Almighty God, any time you open door that men close, so a wonderful story of salvation can be told. We are up against stone wall, but we know you have planned to open closed door. Make it possible for us.
You've heard our petitions. We know that the promises given in thy word are everlasting. Give us the patience and the trust to wait upon thy good pleasure and the fulfillment of thy will. Hear our prayer for the gospel's sake. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Only trust in, only trust in.
Sometimes the Lord moves in strange and mysterious ways to accomplish his plans. Perhaps this is one of them. High excitement runs wild inside the Reform School because the boys are on the rampage. A riot is near, and the guards are having a tough time controlling the frenzied mob of lads. Wayne and Warden Dawson are trying to calm the boys down.
Get those boys back to their rooms. Nick, Tony, Sam, Bob, push them back down the corridor into the auditorium and lock them in there till they cool off.
What do you plan to do now, Warden?
Let's go into my office where we can talk.
That's a good idea.
Well, what do you think about it, Wayne?
Well, I'd say we've got a pretty serious situation. We've got to get those lads back to their rooms and quickly if we can.
Well, that's right. And we'll put them in solitary confinement, especially the leaders, until they cool off and acquire some common sense.
Well, that's only one of the things they're complaining about.
I don't care what they're yelling about. Do it.
But what if they repel again?
Jim and Sandy have been hurt. The boys are using homemade clubs and blackjacks to fight the guards.
That settles it. Break out the tear gas and call the state police and rangers. We're going to need help.
Ranger headquarters, Bill speaking. Yes, Warden. What? Yes, we'll be there as soon as we can. Yes, sir, goodbye.
Well, what's cooking, Bill?
The boys at the school are rioting.
No joking. Well, how come?
I don't know. Several guards have been hurt. They need help. Let's get Stumpy and Grey Wolf and be on our way.
Find out how serious this is from the balcony of the auditorium, Bill. We managed to pin them all in the auditorium.
Well, let's have a look.
Well, Bill?
Lads are pretty angry.
Yeah.
Most of their anger is directed at you, Warden.
What does that prove? I'm the head of this institution. It's natural for them to scream at me.
What, if any plans do you have, Bill, on the spur of the moment?
I'm going into the auditorium and talk to the boys.
No, Bill, you can't do that.
Certainly you can't be serious, Bill. One guard has a fractured nose, another a scalp wound, two have black eyes, another has several minor cuts.
I never was more serious in my life.
But, Bill,
Henry, please let me talk.
I'll not assume a responsibility for your safety, Bill.
I'm not asking you to. But I go in there on one condition.
What's that?
If I quiet the boys down and get them to go back to their rooms, you must allow us to bring sports activities and Bible classes inside these walls.
All right, I'll agree to that. If you can do your part.
Yes, that's right, Warden, if I do my part. How do I get to the main floor of the auditorium from here?
Right down that stairway, Bill. The doors are at the end of the corridor. I'll unlock them for you.
We'll all go in case you need help.
No, I'll go alone, Warden. Wayne will open the door. I don't want them to get the idea that this is a trick. All right, let's go, Wayne.
Right.
Are you Rangers going to stand there and let him walk into that lion's den by himself?
Well, Daniel didn't have anybody with him except the Lord. Leave the doors unlocked, Wayne. I want you to get out of sight, though.
I will, Bill. And I'll be praying that your plan will work.
Good boy, Wayne. All right, open the door.
Right. But I know how you're going to do it.
What you don't know, Wayne, is that Bill is using a mob-quieting trick as old as the hills. Bill has taken a half a dozen steps inside and stands like a statue. The angry lads realize that somebody new and different is standing before them. But he doesn't say a word, just stands there like a piece of granite. Now the angry lads are curious. Who is this guy in a different uniform? Why doesn't he speak? Slowly their curiosity overpowers their anger and they quiet down. Maybe this fellow in the strange uniform will say something. Maybe something important. Now they're waiting for Bill to speak. They're ready to listen. But Bill still stands with his arms folded like a marble column.
Why don't you say something, mister?
Maybe he's dumb and he can't talk.
Knock it off, you guys. We shut up to listen to him, so let him speak.
My name is Bill Jefferson. I'm a forest ranger. I've come here to help you. Now go back to your rooms quietly, and I'll visit you room by room and tell you how I'm going to help you.
So's my Uncle Louie. You're just another cop.
What are you trying to...
I happen to be a Christian, young fella. A Christian doesn't go back on his word.
Get out of here, pretty boy.
Well?
Let's go back to our rooms. I believe Bill's on the level.
Jerry, you fouled Ned. It's a free throw for the red shirts.
Ned's bigger than I am. How else can I stop him?
Well, that's no reason to be a poor sport. It's not Christ-like. The fact that Ned has an advantage in height should be a challenge to you to outplay him.
I never thought of it that way, Bill. I'm sure glad you and the other fellows are teaching us how to be Christian.
Thanks, Jerry. Ned, take your free throw and we'll go on with the game.
Well, next week, fellows, we'll begin our New Testament studies with the Gospel of John. Will you read the first 3 chapters in the meantime? That's all for today.
Okay.
Bible study's real swell. Henry, I'd like to thank you for these wonderful studies. They've really helped me.
Oh, thanks, Al. I only wish I could spend more time with you fellas.
Oh, that's mighty fine of you to say that. You know, a lot of folks think that we're not human because we're in reform school. Thanks again.
There you're doing wonders with these lads. They seem more content and happy.
Well, you're seeing the power of the Lord Jesus Christ in the lives of these lads, Warden. Not by might, nor by power, but by my Spirit, saith the Lord.
Huh? Oh, yeah, of course.
I know you'll see a big change in the boys if you'll give the gospel enough time to take its powerful, positive effect on them. You're giving the lads something for their starved souls, Warden.
Bill, as long as things keep improving, you can work with the boys. I won't interfere at all.
Thanks. We'll do our best to put the boys on a solid foundation.
Well, Joe Matson's coming out of individual confinement today. I'm going to have a talk with him in my office. I gotta get going.
Joe Matson? Seems I've heard some pretty vicious stories about him.
No, they're not stories, Bill. They're facts. He's a tough and bitter young man. You, had enough, Joe?
Yeah.
You, ready to behave yourself?
Yeah, sure, Warden.
I think you know by now that we mean business, Joe. Individual confinement isn't any joke. Better lads than you have snapped under that treatment.
No, I ain't about to snap. I'm just sick and tired of solitary.
Yeah, well, you behave yourself and you won't have to go back. You know, Joe, you've got such a miserable record here that it wouldn't take much more to send you to the state penitentiary. One more ornery trick of yours and you'll be sent there. Is that clear?
Yeah.
All right. You can go back to your room now and get back into routine again here.
Hey, you guys. It's Joe. He's back.
Yeah, he must have got tired of living by himself.
Hi, guys.
You look kind of beat, Joe. Was it rough and solitary?
What you guys reading? Give me that.
Hey, that's my Bible. Take it easy.
You're what? You guys lost your minds? Reading the Bible, that's only for goodies.
That isn't what Ranger Bill says. He says the Bible is for everybody. And the Bible says so.
Listen, you guys, if you know what's good for you, quit this crazy stuff.
Yeah? What if we like it? Maybe we don't want to quit.
Listen, you jokers, you'd better or else.
Bill, you noticed change in fellows in last week?
I'll say I have.
What's causing it, Bill?
I haven't been able to put my finger on it, pal. Do you know, Wayne?
Yeah.
Well, let us in on the secret, Sonny, before all of our work goes up in smoke.
It's Joe Matson.
Joe Matson? Are you sure, Wayne?
Well, the change has come over the boys since Joe's out of solitary, hasn't it?
He's right, fellas.
I was afraid this might happen.
Joe have that much influence?
I'll say he has. He's probably threatened every fellow in here with a beating if they turn religious or something like that.
Are you sure Joe's the cause of the sudden change in the attitude of the boys?
You could have my job if I'm not. He's a tough egg, Bill.
I see. Is the warden in his office?
Yeah, I think so.
Fine. I'm going to ask him if I can have a talk with Joe.
There he is, Bill.
Thanks, Wayne. Come in, sit down, Joe. Joe, you know who I am by now, I'm sure. And I know who you are. What's more, I know your record here at the Reform School.
Yeah? Well, when do I get the sermon?
Joe, let's talk straight from the shoulder, okay?
I ain't going nowhere. I gotta listen to you. That's what the warden said.
Joe, if you don't want to listen to me, you don't have to. You can go right back to your room right now. It'll be perfectly all right with me. What do you say?
Yeah, I ain't got nothing else to do. Go ahead, preach.
You may have the other fellas bluffed into thinking you're a tough guy, Joe, but I know differently.
Yeah? How do you know so much?
I'm not able to answer that right now. But I happen to know a lot about you. Things you did before you came here. Before you made your mistake.
So?
So why the change in your personality since you came here, Joe?
That's my business.
Mine, too. I think you're a fine lad, Joe, deep down underneath. Just because you made a mistake isn't any reason to go sour.
Yeah, that's what you think. I'm going back to my room.
Now, one more thing, Joe.
Yeah?
Even though your family has forsaken you, you still have two friends.
Yeah? Who?
Myself and the Lord.
Ain't that nice?
Uh-oh. Apparently Bill's talk with Joe was a waste of time. Joe's instigated another riot in the school. Only this time the situation is more serious. One building's on fire and another badly damaged. After a violent struggle, the warden and his men finally cornered Joe and his ringleader friends in a small building. The rest of the lads have been herded back to their rooms. The warden sent for Bill and the Rangers. The warden's not happy at all about the whole thing.
It's a good thing we got fire engines around here. The whole place would burn down. I should have my head examined for listening to soft-hearted fools. Teach them the gospel and they'll be good little boys. Poppycock. Pure, unadulterated humbug.
All the boys are back in their rooms except Joe and a half dozen more, Warden.
They still in the laundry?
Yes, sir. We've got them surrounded. They can't get out.
Go in and get them out.
Well, we've tried. They've got ammonia guns rigged up.
How in the name of common sense did they get them?
I don't know, sir.
I don't know. While you nimble brains were softening me up, they made the ammonia guns. I'll be the laughing stock of every penal institution in this country. Why did I ever let myself get talked into letting you gentlemen work with these boys? When we get this thing under control, things are going to change. I'm going to rule this school with an iron hand. I'll show you Sunday school teachers how to run a house of correction or die in the attempt. Wayne, get your men and tear gas those lads out of the laundry. When you get them out, they go into solitary. Bread and water for a month. I'll show them they can't run me around in circles. What's more, Jim Matson's going to be transferred to the state pen after he gets out of solitary, and I'll get going.
Yes, sir. Right away.
Oh, wait a minute, Wayne.
Keep out of this, Bill Jefferson. You've caused enough trouble already.
Are you through running off at the mouth, Warden?
What? What are you talking about?
I'm talking to you. The situation at this school developed under your own doing. We got in here too late to prevent this. Don't blame the gospel for your own shortcoming. Hit him again, Sonny.
Get out of here.
I'm not going anywhere until I've finished my job. I'm going over to the laundry and talk to those lads.
Bill, they've got ammonia guns.
Ammonia guns don't scare me. I think I've got Joe Matson's number.
Hey, you guys, here comes Bill.
Let him in. Maybe he can talk to the warden for us.
Yeah, we can trust him.
You guys ain't letting no cop in here. Get ready with your ammonia guns. We'll blast him when he gets near enough. Get a move on, he's almost here. What's the matter? You guys got 10 ears?
I ain't blasting no nice guy like Bill.
You ain't, huh? You blast him or I'll blast you.
You squirt ammonia on Jerry and Ned and I'll let you have it right in the face.
You heard him, Joe. We like Bill.
Open up, fellas. This is Bill. I want to talk to you.
I'll let him in.
Okay, Jerry. We'll keep Joe covered.
Hi, Bill.
Oh, Jerry. Let me have your ammonia gun, Joe.
Turn the muzzle towards yourself, Joe. No funny business.
Thanks, Joe. Let's put the ammonia guns on the table, fellas.
Why'd you come here, copper?
To tell you fellas that you're making it bad for everybody, including yourselves and me.
You, Bill?
Yes.
How come you?
Because I almost had the warden sold and giving you fellas sports, shop, classroom studies, and most of all church services, Sunday school, and Bible classes. Now you've upset the apple cart with this shenanigan.
Why didn't I think of that before? We're only hurting ourselves.
Yeah. I'm through listening to Joe.
Me too. All he knows is to be tough. He ain't got a brain cell working.
You're a smart cop, aren't you? Here's what I think of you.
Bill! Joe, you hit a federal officer.
I'm sorry you did that, Joe. You hurt my faith in you more than you did my jaw. Why don't you hit me again?
Bill, are you crazy?
It's all right, Jerry. Go ahead, Joe. Get all the bitterness and hate out of your system.
What's the matter, Joe? You're supposed to be tough.
Knock off the wisecracks, fellas.
I can't hit you again, Bill. How can a fella hit the best friend he's ever had?
Joe, I could send you to the state penitentiary for what you've done.
I know that, sir. Well, I'm ready to take my punishment.
Joe, you've changed.
Yes, sir. Thanks to Bill and the rest of the Rangers.
What made you change, Joe?
Well, two things, sir.
Yeah?
Bill told me I had two friends, himself and the Lord. Then when I hit Bill, he treated me with love and kindness. Nobody ever did that to me before. I knew then that I must find out how to become a Christian.
Well, I'm giving you another chance, Joe. I guess I've learned a lot. Let's start from scratch again. What do you say, Joe?
Well, I don't know what to say except, well, thanks.
From now on, things are going to be different around here, thanks to Bill and his Rangers.
Oh, boy, things are pretty tense there for a while. You know, boys and girls, when we let the Lord work out His plan for doing things, it seems that all of the big problems just melt away. Listen next week for more adventure with
Ranger Bill!
Have been destroyed by Spartacus.
Spartacus, a motion picture unequaled in the entire history of filmmaking, unlikely ever to be surpassed in the tenderness and beauty of its love story. Nothing was spared to make Spartacus the superb achievement it is. Neither time, nor money, nor talent. For in Spartacus, you will see the finest cast ever assembled, relive history's most exciting and inspiring drama. Starring Kirk Douglas as Spartacus, slave, gladiator, invincible fighter. Laurence Olivier as Crassus, symbol of Rome's majesty and might.
I'm not after glory. I'm after Spartacus.
Gene Simmons as the slave Erinia, whose body was bought and sold, but whose love enveloped Spartacus with a radiance few men have known. Charles Lawton as Gracchus, the leader of the Roman Senate. Peter Ustinov as Batiatus, shrewd and devious dealer in human flesh. John Gavin as Julius Caesar, ambitious staff officer. And Tony Curtis as Antoninus, who loved Spartacus like a brother. In the powerful story of the gladiator rebel who sprang from slavery to challenge the awesome might of imperial Rome.
The symbol of the Senate. All the power of Rome.
I imagine a God for slaves. And I
my personal favorites. George Burns and Gracie Allen are up next in our lineup.
Well, hello. Come right in. Oh, George, we've got company.
This is Bill Goodwin speaking for Lever Brothers, makers of Swan, the new white floating soap. Well, it's Tuesday night again, time for another pleasant visit with George Burns and Gracie Allen. Their two distinguished guests, Hosea Turby and Deems Taylor, Jimmy Cash, and Paul Whiteman and his music. And now meet the people who live in the Burns house, George and Gracie. Well, Gracie is still determined to play at Paul Whiteman's concert at Carnegie Hall next Tuesday. She's practicing now, and George and Paul are trying to make her listen to reason.
Gracie, you can't do this to me. You'll ruin my reputation.
What'd you say, Paul?
I said you can't do this to me. You'll ruin my reputation.
What'd you say, Paul?
For Pete's sake, will you stop playing and listen? Paul said you'll ruin his reputation.
Oh, well, that's silly, Paul. We won't be alone in Carnegie Hall. Thousands of people will be there.
Yeah, that's what he was afraid of.
But, Paul, I played with you last year at a concert given by the Beverly Hills Uplift Society.
But this is different. This is Carnegie Hall. All the critics will be there.
What'd you say, Paul?
I said all the critics will be there.
Pardon me, Paul. Hello? Oh, yes, the insurance company. Well, look, here's what I wanted. I'm going to play the piano in Carnegie Hall, and I want to insure my finger. Which finger? Why, the one I play the piano with. What? Oh, my, that's a lot of money. Well, I'll tell you what. Just insure it up to the first knuckle. Goodbye.
Gracie, we've been friends for a long time. Why don't you forget the concert?
What'd you say, Paul?
I said forget this concert.
Pardon me, Paul. Hello? Oh, hello, Mr. Steinway. No, I haven't decided yet. I may use yours or I may use somebody else's. Yes, I understand that you're willing to pay me. Well, I'll let you know later. Goodbye, Mr. Steinway.
You mean Mr. Steinway is willing to pay you? Steinway, the piano maker?
No, this Mr. Steinway makes celery tonic.
Celery tonic?
Yes, he wants me to have a bottle of it on the piano when I appear at Carnegie Hall.
Oh, Max Steinway celery tonic.
Yes.
Well, that's a real artistic touch.
Gracie, you've got to call this off. I won't stand for
What'd you say, Paul?
He said he won't stand for it.
Oh, persecute me as much as you like. I don't mind. Life has never been kind to great musicians. Look at Rimsky-Korsakov. Life must have been very difficult for him, especially if he liked to drink.
If he liked to drink?
Yes. Suppose he had a few drinks and somebody said, "Who are you?" And he had to say, "I'm Rimsky-Korsakov."
Yes, that's even hard to say when you're sober.
Yes.
Look, Gracie, you can't go through with this. It's musical suicide.
Oh, pardon
The critics
me,
will
Paul,
pen
pardon
me.
me. I'm
They'll
gonna
be on
see
my
my little
ear.
darling
I
Jack.
can't begin to tell you what to...
Well, it looks like we can't stop her, Paul. Yes, sir, that's what it looks like. We can't stop her.
That's great. They used to call me the king of jazz, but from now on I'll be called the Mussolini of music.
Hi, fellas, what's doing?
Bill, look, we can't make Gracie give up the concert. Have you any ideas?
Well, let me see, George. Have you tried threatening her?
Bill, I told her that if she went through with this concert, she could start looking for a new husband.
Uh-huh. Well, why don't you try threatening her?
Well, what do you want me to do? Threaten to beat her? Threaten to whip her or to stop her?
Oh, now you can make a worse threat than that, George.
What?
Threaten to take away her Swan soap. Now, Gracie knows that Swan is the new white floating soap that's purer than finest Castiles, a regular Suds and Whips.
Bill, this is serious. Paul Whiteman's reputation is at stake.
Yeah, what do you think those critics are going to do to me?
The critics? Well, Paul, as the bar Swan said to the dirty dishes, here's where you get panned.
Oh, no.
You know, George, Swan is really great in that dishpan because it's purer than finest Castiles, and because it suds faster than other white floating soaps. And because it's purer than finest Castiles, it's kind to your hands. Helps keep them soft and lovely. So use Swan for every soap and water job around the house.
Bill, if you can think of a way to keep Gracie from playing the piano in Carnegie Hall, say so. And if you can't...
Wait, George, I've got it. Listen, I'll have a microphone in the wings, and every time Gracie starts to play, I'll start to sing and drown her out, huh?
You'll sing?
Oh, sure, Paul. Something popular like, Break it off, break your bar, Swan and two. Break it off. That's an easy thing to do. Break it off. Well, George, you get the idea. I sing about Swan breaking in two with a simple twist of the wrist, so you can use half in the kitchen for dishes and cleaning and the other half in the bathroom for your hands and face.
Bill, I've got enough trouble. You're not going to sing about Swan at my concert.
Oh, well, Paul, if Gracie plays the piano, the whole concert will be your Swan song. Goodbye.
Well, he was a big help. I wish I knew someone who could just talk Gracie out of this.
Say, wait a minute. What about Deems Taylor?
Deems Taylor?
Yeah, you know, that big shot with the Allegro and Donnie Mob.
Do you really think he can help us?
Sure, if Deems tells Gracie not to play, she won't play. Nobody in music packs more weight than he does.
Well, I wouldn't say that, Paul.
Slip of the tongue, George, slip of the tongue.
Oh, Gracie.
In here.
Gracie, I'd like to talk.
Later, dear. Herman and I are busy discussing the opera, aren't we, darling?
Well, that's fine. Discussing opera with a silly duck. Oh, yeah? Well, you're one with feathers.
Well, I don't blame Herman a bit. He thinks we don't know anything about opera, Herman. Yeah. Well, come on, darling. Let's show him. Ready? Da 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 da.
Oh, no.
Da 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 da.
This is awful.
It is not. Don't mind him, Herman. I think you're wonderful. Come on. Da 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 da.
Paul Whiteman. There's a big hit from a new picture. And the boys come up with their arrangement of Taking a Chance on Love.
Gracie, will you please give up the silly concert?
Well, no, George, and let's not argue any further. You just don't realize that I've got music inside of me.
Okay, but do you have to let it out in Carnegie Hall?
It's just no use, George.
Well, maybe I can't talk you out of it, but I'm expecting someone here any minute who can. Deems Taylor.
Who?
Deems Taylor. Don't you know who Deems Taylor is?
I don't even know who Deem is.
Gracie, Deems Taylor is one of the finest musicians in America.
I don't care. He can't talk me out of it.
But he's important. He's even composed a couple of operas.
He has?
Sure.
Real operas like Carmen or Miranda?
Yeah, the names of his last two are Faust and Luce. Come in.
How do you do? I'm Deems Taylor.
Well, come right in, Mr. Taylor. I'm George Burns, and this is Gracie.
Hello, and you can't talk me out of it.
Well, Gracie, in fairness to you, I think I ought to hear you play before we begin this discussion.
Would you?
Oh, well, gladly. This is the piece I'm going to present in Carnegie Hall.
That's all of it?
Well, yes. Didn't it do something to you?
Certainly did. I'm sure it did something to Chopin, too, and he's not even here.
You see, George, Mr. Taylor thinks I'm wonderful.
You'd better straighten this out fast, Eames. Right. Gracie, I'm a man who has devoted his life to the classical traditions of music. In fact, well, many people refer to me as a long-haired musician.
Oh, well, that's not nice. They shouldn't make fun of you just because you haven't...
Gracie.
Well, he hasn't.
Never mind. No, I mean that I'm qualified to defend those traditions. Really, Gracie, you shouldn't play in Carnegie Hall.
Why not?
Well, may I tell you a little story?
Well, can George hear it, too, or is it, you know?
Well, no, this story hasn't even a trace of, you know. It concerns a young man of my acquaintance, a real virtuoso.
Oh, doesn't drink or smoke, huh?
As far as I know, he doesn't even chew gum. But that's beside the point. For years, this young man has been trying to get into Carnegie Hall. 12 hours every day he sits at the piano. No food, no rest. But he doesn't mind that. Only one thing bothers him.
No cushion.
He doesn't need a cushion. Gracie, don't you understand why I told you that story?
Well, of course I do.
Good.
You want me to give the poor man a ticket to my concert?
George. I know, Deems. That's Gracie. She must be so confusing to come home to. You said it.
Well, you see, Mr. Taylor, I don't have to practice like that poor man. Mine is a natural gift. My whole family is musical.
Indeed.
Oh, yes, indeed. It only took my sister Bessie 5 years to learn to play the cello.
Well, isn't 5 years rather long to learn to play the cello?
Oh, I don't think so. Not when you consider that for 4 years she thought she was supposed to blow into it.
George! I know. Baffling, isn't it? Yes.
Oh, come in.
Hello, Gracie. Oh, I see you have company.
Mr. Taylor, this is my girlfriend, Tootsie Sagwell. I hope you'll forgive her if she seems a little forward. You see, she's simply crazy about musicians and other types of men.
Say, Deems, you were talking to Gracie, remember? Oh, yes. As I was saying, Gracie, your musical talent is at least open
He's cute,
to...
isn't he, Tootsie?
Yeah. I love his dimples.
Girls, would you please let the man talk? Go ahead, Deems. Thanks. Well, as I was saying, Gracie, your musical talent isn't what you might
Don't
call...
you think his eyes are nice, Tootsie? Trustful, sort of like a St. Bernard.
Yes, and I adore that straight nose and that high forehead.
Look, would you girls just stop dissecting me just long enough for me to finish a sentence? As I was saying, Gracie...
Don't you love his ears, Tootsie? He's got so much character in them.
Gracie, I'm telling you for the last time, I want you to listen to what Deems is saying. And don't interrupt him again.
Yes, dear. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Deems. Well, as I was saying, music, Gracie, is a thing that one either has within him or one doesn't have at all. Now, I want to be fair in your case. I've given the matter very careful consideration, and Gracie,
You
it's
don't
my
think he's
honest
too old
opinion.
for you, do you, Tootsie?
Well, that I'm not quite sure of, Gracie, but don't worry, I'm planning to find out.
Oh, no, you're not. I'm getting you out of here right now. Goodbye. Wait, Deems. You can't go. Think what will happen to music. Brother, I can't stay. Think what will happen to me. That's fine. Now look what you've done. Chase Deems Taylor right out of the place.
Well, George, this time I don't blame you for being upset. I know you feel awful about it, and I do, too. Really, I do.
Well, you ought to feel awful.
Oh, I do. He was the nicest fiancé Tootsie ever had. Oh, don't cry, Tootsie. I'd do anything to get you a fella. Anything. I'd even give up my musical career. Oh, Gracie. Oh, Tootsie.
Oh, nuts. Cut it out.
and it's wonderful to see.
The rose Jimmy Cash is singing of is the girl who walks through the heat of gunfire, through the fog of shell smoke, who stops her march only to help the wounded. The girl who wears the Red Cross. It's the Red Cross which comes to the boys to heal their wounds. The men and women of the Red Cross stand beside our boys, beside your boy, in every battle zone. But they may stand there with empty hands, with no way to give help now that the need is greatest, if they are not supplied with the weapons of mercy. Give. Give to the Red Cross so that it may continue to give to the fighting men it serves.
Mid the war's great curse stands a Red Cross nurse. She's the rose of no man's
All right. How do you do? I'm Jose Turby.
How do you do? Paul Whiteman phoned and said you were coming, Mr. Turby. Do you think you can keep Gracie from doing this concert?
Certainly. I will tell your wife that I, myself, will play for Mr. Whiteman.
You don't know my wife. She thinks she's a better pianist than you'll ever be.
You must marry some very peculiar people, Mr. Burns.
Yes, that I do. Oh, Gracie.
Yes, dear.
Gracie, I'd like you to meet Senor Jose Iturbe.
Senor Turby? Oh, aren't you the man who sells my husband his cigars?
Gracie, Mr. Iturbe sells very few cigars. Maybe not a half a dozen Coronas a month.
I am a pianist, Mrs. Burns. And I would like to play in Carnegie Hall next week instead of you.
Why, Mr. Turby, do you want to ruin Paul Whiteman's concert?
It wouldn't ruin it. Really, I play the piano as well as you do.
Oh, please.
But I do. I do. Suppose we have a little contest to decide who is the better pianist.
Well, that's all right with me. And may the best woman win.
Well, this is what I've been waiting for.
Now, I want you to listen very carefully, Mr. Turby.
Well, go on.
Well, that's the piece I'm going to play in Carnegie Hall.
That?
Well, sure.
Esta mujer está completamente fuera de
I know just how you feel, Jose.
Now, I want you to listen very carefully, Mrs. Burns, while I play.
Oh, come in.
Hello, people. What goes on?
Shh, Bill. Mr. Turby is just about to play something on the piano.
Oh, gee, it's Jose Turby, the maestro himself. Oh, Mr. Turby, this is a great thrill for me.
Well, thank you.
Yes, you see, I'm studying the piano myself, and, well, I know you great artists don't usually divulge your professional secrets, but, would you tell me something?
Certainly. What is it?
Well, Mr. Turby, do you wash your hands with Swan? Swan, the new white floating soap that's purer than finest Castiles. You know, money can't buy a purer soap.
Bill, for heaven's sake, Mr. Turby is just about to play.
Really? Oh, well, I want to hear this. I wouldn't stop Jose Turby from playing.
Thank you.
Oh, wow! You're a murder maestro. Murder! How long have you been playing the piano?
I started to play when I was 3.
Get that, George. 3 years old, an infant prodigy, a baby. Did your mother bathe you with Swan, Mr. Turby? Bill, Swan is great for bathing the baby, you know. It's so pure that it's kind even to a little baby's tender skin. So you know it must be great for your hands and face, your tub or shower. Well, go ahead, play.
Thank you.
Oh, Mr. Turby.
What now?
You're from Spain, aren't you?
Yes.
Of course you've visited Castile.
Certainly.
Well, you know, Jose, women have long considered Castile soap the standard of purity. But Swan is even purer than finest Castile.
All right, Bill, that's the last straw. Out.
Well, okay, George, I'm going. Well, so long, Mr. Turby. Certainly was a thrill to hear you play.
Well, I'm sorry about the interruption, Jose.
Oh, that's all right. I understand.
Oh, good. Well, go right ahead and play.
Oh, yes, by all means, Mr. Turby.
Now, quiet, Gracie.
Well, Gracie? Well, it was nice, but of course I'm a concert artist and I don't know anything about that boogie-woogie.
Boogie-woogie?
Well, it's obvious who won the contest, Mr. Turby, but don't take it to heart. You play very nicely with some of your fingers.
This is too much.
Well, goodbye, Mr. Turby. I have to get back to my girlfriend. She had a very sad experience today. She lost her fiancé, and I promised her I'd do anything in the world to get... Hey, wait a minute. Mr. Turby, would you really like to play that concert?
I certainly would.
Well, I think it might be arranged.
Really? You'll let him do it?
Uh-huh.
Oh, boy, that's all I want to hear. Wait till I tell Whiteman the good news.
Good. Now everybody's happy, and the concert will be a true artistic success. I will lay them in the aisles. Well, so long.
Oh, wait, Mr. Turby, that isn't all. Have you heard the expression, you scratch my back and I'll scratch yours?
Mm-hmm. No, but it sounds like fun.
Well, it means swapping favors. I've done you a favor. Now, I want you to do me a favor.
What do you want me to do?
Well, I want you to make love to a girl.
That's a favor?
Yes.
What sort of a girl is she?
Well, what sort of a girl do you like?
Mm-hmm. Well, I like them blonde. I like them brunette. I like them tall. I like them short. See what I mean?
Well, how wonderful! I found a man for Tootsie.
Tootsie?
Yeah, and just wait until you see her. She's so different. She's right in the other room.
I must feast my eyes on this little tomato. Ask her to come out.
Oh, Tootsie. Yes, Gracie? Mr. Jose Turby, a piano player, is out here. He'd like to meet you.
Yes, Tootsie, please, come out.
Well, all right. Here I
am. Please, go back in. Mrs. Burns, may I ask you a question?
Yes, Mr. Turby?
This is, a girl?
Well?
I will go even further. This is, a woman?
Well, she's my very dearest friend. And don't forget, either you make love to Tootsie or I'll play the concert.
You are a very tough character, Mrs. Burns.
Well, what do you say?
This is the most difficult decision. If I don't make love to Tootsie, you will play the concert.
Yes.
If that happens, I will never be able to hold up my head again. Everyone will say, Jose Iturbi is a traitor to music.
Oh, come, Mr. Turby. Are you a coward?
Enough. I have made up my mind.
Well, here's Paul, Jose. I told him the good news.
Yes, Jose, and I can't thank you enough. Well, you saved my life.
Mine, too. For the first time in 3 weeks, I can relax.
Oh, what a wonderful feeling. Now, Jose, how about playing the number we'll hear at my concert?
Okay, boys. This is the number you will hear at Carnegie Hall next Tuesday night.
Shh. Quiet, everybody. Go ahead, Jose.
George and Gracie will be right back, so I've just time to remind you that although Swan is purer than finest Castiles, it's economical for every soap and water job around the house. In the bath, Swan gives more soap per penny than any leading toilet soap tested. And in the kitchen, Swan saves over easy-to-waste package soaps. So help save your hands, and incidentally save your pocketbook, with Swan, the new white floating soap that's purer than finest Castiles. And now here they are again, George and Gracie.
George, I've been thinking things over. This concert is coming between us.
It certainly is.
After all, I'm first a wife and second a musician.
That's right.
My first duty is to you.
Absolutely.
Well, here's a ticket in the first row at Carnegie Hall next Tuesday.
Good night,
The makers of Swan, the new white floating soap, join George and Gracie in inviting you to tune in to your CBS station at the same time again next week, when Gracie will be guest soloist in Paul Whiteman's concert at Carnegie Hall. Remember, George Burns and Gracie Allen, CBS next Tuesday night. And don't forget to listen to Swan's other show, Tommy Riggs and Betty Lou, next Friday night over another network. And now, till next week at the same time, this is Bill Goodwin saying, well, hi, Swan. How about you? Night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. KNX Los Angeles, the voice of Hollywood. KNX Los Angeles, the voice of Hollywood. KNX Los Angeles, the voice of Hollywood. KNX Los Angeles.
This is Paris, and I'm an American who lives here. I'm a painter. All my life, that's all I've ever wanted to do. Brother, if you can't paint in Paris, you better give up and marry the boss's daughter. Oh, I have a lot of good friends in Paris. A lot of very good friends.
And I am one of them. I'm a concert pianist. That's a pretentious way of saying I'm unemployed at the moment. I like Paris. It's a place where you don't run into old friends, although that has never been one of my problems. Strangely enough, I made a friend over here once. I worked for him. His name was Henri Borel. You know, the French music hall star. Do you remember him?
I remember, because that is me.
Begin today. You'll find it nice, the quickest way to paradise. I'll build a stairway to paradise with the new step every day.
She's an exciting girl. She's like a sunbeam. When she walks down the street, everybody feels a little better.
C'est magnifique! Wonderful. it's marvelous she should care for me.
Paris is a mood, a longing you didn't know you had until it was answered. Paris is it's like love or art or faith. It can't be explained, only felt.
Just listen to my heart go pit-a-pat. It started from the start. I felt like that. Hum it, strum it, sing it, drum it. What a thrill I'm getting from it. Tra-la-la-la-la-la-la.
Hunt the Biggest of All game with the Green Hornet and Kato coming up next.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful Filipino valet Kato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs. Risking his life that criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, The Return of Oliver Perry. The Green Hornet strikes again. American skilled tradesmen and helpers, you are needed in West Coast and Hawaiian Navy yards, needed to help finish the Jap. Our fighting men cannot do it with bare hands. They must have returned to them the damaged fighting ships lying in repair yards. It's up to you to repair them. No wishful thinking will get those ships back to the men who need them. Machinists, coppersmiths, electricians, and many others, including helpers in all trades, are needed. If you are not in war work at your highest skill, go to your U.S. Employment Service office today. That's your nearest U.S. Employment Service office. And now, the Green Hornet. Britt Reed, young publisher of the Daily Sentinel, was at the breakfast table one morning when the phone rang.
Mr. Reed's apartment? What? Oh, yes. Yes, he's still here. Just a minute. For you, Mr. Britt. Office calling.
All right, kiddo. Who is it, Ashford?
No, sir. It's Miss Case.
Miss Case, huh? I guess it's important. Hello, Miss Case.
Good morning, Mr. Reed. I called to tell you that I've made an appointment for you at 11 o'clock. It's 10 o'clock now.
Oh, do you have to make early appointments for me?
Early, did you say?
Well, sure. 11 is the break of dawn to me. Who wants to see me at that time?
Do you remember that well-known detective from the West Coast who was here some time ago?
You don't mean Oliver Perry's in town.
That's right. He said it was very important to see you this morning. I'm made the appointment as late as I could.
That's all right. I wonder what he wants. The last time I saw him was the day the peace conference opened in San Francisco.
Yes, I know. That's what Mr. Perry told me. Anyway, I thought I'd better call you so that you'd be here on time.
I'm glad you did. I'll be there shortly, Miss Case.
All right. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Well,
I hear you mention Oliver Perry, Mr. Britt.
yes, he's in town and wants to see me at 11 o'clock this morning. I'm curious to know why he's here.
He's dangerous to Green Hornet.
You're right about that, Cato. He was suspicious of the Hornet's identity out on the coast. And I recall the last words he said to me before I left.
I do want it to go on record that if I ever have to cross swords with the Green Hornet again, I'll do my utmost to show him up and turn him into the law.
I wonder if Oliver Perry came here this time to accomplish his purpose. To effect the capture of the Green Hornet.
Good morning. I'm Oliver Perry.
Oh, yes, Mr. Perry. Mr. Reed's expecting you. Come right this way, please.
Thank you.
Mr. Perry's here, Mr. Reed.
Well, come right in, Oliver.
Thanks. How are you, Britt? It's good to see you again.
Have a chair. Make yourself comfortable.
Seems to be a very efficient secretary you have out there.
Oh, she is.
I suppose, like most confidential secretaries, she knows all the secrets of your personal life.
Well, if she does, Oliver, even a great detective like you couldn't get her to disclose them.
Oh, come now, Britt. Why should I be interested in your personal life?
I'm sure I wouldn't be able to answer that. In fact, there's no reason why anyone should be interested.
Perhaps not. Britt, would it surprise you to know that I came directly to you this morning because I want to contact the Green Hornet?
Not at all, Oliver. I'm used to people coming to me with strange requests, especially my friends. It's a widespread opinion that a newspaper publisher has a wealth of information and underground contacts on tap at all times.
Britt, when you were out on the coast, I made the statement that you were a very remarkable man. I still think so.
Good. I'm glad your opinion hasn't changed. Shall we discuss the reason for your visit now?
Oh, yes. Yes, of course. As I said a moment ago, I came here because I want to contact the Green Hornet.
You mean you've come here to make another try at catching the Hornet?
Oh, not exactly. Yet I will say that if the opportunity presents itself, I will turn him in.
It's not like you to be subtle. Why not come right to the point?
I will. Just before the peace conference ended, the wife of one of the Far East delegates was the victim of a robbery.
Oh, really?
Yes. The loss has not been made public, but the authorities have been making an intensive search.
Well, why the secrecy? And what was stolen?
You've heard of the Carter Emerald?
Of course. It's said to be priceless,
The
but
Carter Emerald was stolen.
Oh, but it wasn't in this country. The duty alone, but... Oh, I get it. The wife of that delegate brought it in as part of her personal possessions, duty-free.
Exactly. But it was understood she was to wear it home again.
Instead, some clever crook took advantage of the fact that emerald was in this country. What's the connection between that and your trip here, Oliver?
The Green Hornet has been blamed for the theft.
Oh, really?
Yes. Also a few of the smaller stones. The gem was set in a necklace, you know.
No, I didn't know.
No, of course. You wouldn't. Anyway, a few of the smaller stones have been sold here in this city recently. When I received that tip, I came on here.
What have you to do with the case?
The delegate hired me to trace the stone.
So you decided to run down the Hornet and find it?
No, I don't believe the Hornet took the Carter Emerald.
Well, that's a break for the Hornet. But why do you eliminate...
Why do I eliminate the Hornet? Because I don't believe he was in San Francisco at that time.
He was there when we had our little San Francisco adventure, Oliver, when the conference first started.
Exactly. He was there when you were there, Britt.
We're agreed upon that, anyhow. Well, why are you hunting the Hornet, then? Just on general principles?
I'm trying to contact the Green Hornet because I hope to get his aid in tracing the Carter Emerald.
Oh, I see. Yet even though he may help you find it, you'll turn him in if you get the chance. Is that it?
Right. I'd make a deal so that in some way he could receive a reward. A very large sum, if he found the emerald. But to me, he's still a hunted criminal. He'd have to keep out of my way or take the consequences.
In other words, you figure it takes a crook to catch a crook.
Sometimes.
And you deal with him with one hand and grab him for the law with the other. Is that it?
The deal could be arranged without his getting in my way. If he did, I'd surely do my best to turn him in.
Really, Oliver, you don't quite make sense. The Hornet would be a fool to deal with you and risk capture at the same time.
Maybe the Green Hornet wouldn't reason quite the way you do, Britt. Or would he?
If he's smart, he would. But we aren't getting anywhere, Oliver. What do you expect me to do?
Find a way to get the information I've given you to the Green Hornet. If you do that, I'm sure he'll find a way to contact me. I'll be at the downtown hotel. Well, I guess that's all, Britt.
That's a big order. Entirely out of my line.
Well, that's too bad. I neglected to say, if the Green Hornet doesn't contact me within 24 hours, I have certain information I'll give the police that might lead them to the Hornet.
Oh, is that so? Well, if you have such information, you should have given it to the police long ago. Remember, the Daily Sentinel still offers $25,000 for information leading to the Hornet's capture.
You forget one thing, Britt. The Hornet saved my life in San Francisco.
Oh, yes, you told me about that.
Also, I'm a private detective. I'm not duty-bound to give out information I choose to withhold. That's why, up to this point, I haven't disclosed certain facts that might lead to the Green Hornet's true identity.
Well, let's hope you manage to contact him within the 24-hour limit. But I'm afraid I can't give you any help, Oliver.
You might find a way. I'll wait and see. In the meantime, I'll be at my hotel. I hope our next visit will be as friendly as this one, Britt. Goodbye.
Goodbye. And good luck. I wonder if Axford's in Miss Case's office.
Yes, Mr. Reed.
Has Axford come in?
Yes, he has. Do you want him?
Yes, send him in.
Yes, sir, right away.
Perry's hunt for the Carter Emerald is off the record. But one thing he didn't tell me.
You want to see me, Reed?
Oh, yes, Axford. I had...
Say, by the way, I saw Oliver Perry, the detective, going out. What's he doing in town?
Well, he did mention he was hunting for the Green Hornet, Axford. He's stopping at the downtown hotel. And
So
he
he's renewed the hunt for the Hornet, huh? Suffering snakes, maybe this time he'll get that spot in.
Maybe. I gathered from what he said that he has a definite line on the Hornet.
Honest?
Well, I don't know for sure. You might tip off Sergeant Burke. He might like to ask Perry some questions.
Holy crow. If Perry does have a line on him and Sergeant Me can get in on the capture, he'd have to split the reward with us.
Yes, I guess he would at that.
I'm going down to Cops Headquarters, Reed. I'll be stopping in the sitting room first, though, in case you want me before I leave. See you later, Reed.
All right. Axford will stop by and give Gunnigan a story on Perry. He didn't say his hunt for the Hornet was off the record. But I must admit, he's got both the Green Hornet and Britt Reed treading on thin ice. I've sure got to watch my step.
That afternoon in his hotel room, Oliver Perry frowned as he read a front-page item in the Daily Sentinel.
Famous detective renews hunt for Green Hornet. Oliver Perry, well-known West Coast detective, has arrived at the downtown hotel. His purpose in visiting this city... I should have told him my visit was off the record, as well as the loss of that gem. With that in the paper, I can't point a definite finger at Britt Reed if the Hornet should show up. He's won this round. Now, who can that be?
Good afternoon, Mr. Perry. I'm Sergeant Burke from headquarters. I met you the last time.
Oh, yes, I remember you, Sergeant. Do come in. I suppose that item in the Sentinel and dropped in to pay your respects. Is that it?
Well, not exactly, Mr. Perry. You see, Axford, that's Mike Axford on the Daily Sentinel, you know. He said he heard from Mr. Reed that you had a line on the Green Hornet. So I thought
I see. So Mr. Reed told one of his reporters that, huh?
Sure, and why not? Ain't he offering that big reward and all? He's as anxious to see that guy caught as we are, even though it'll cost him all that dough.
It might cost him more than that if the Hornet should be caught.
How come?
Oh, I was just thinking out loud, that's all, Sergeant. You know, some other paper might scoop the Sentinel or something like that.
Oh, well, tell me, Mr. Perry. Do you have a line on that criminal?
Sergeant, I'm afraid Mr. Reed misunderstood me. I really said I was hoping to get a line on him.
Oh, well, sure, and in that case, you're no better off than the rest of us. We're all hoping that.
Of course, Sergeant. Sorry you came all the way down here for nothing.
That's all right, Mr. Perry. I'm glad to meet you again.
We'll be keeping a lookout nearby in case you run into something and need help.
If I need help, I'll let you know.
Be sure and do that. Sorry to have bothered you, Mr. Perry.
Not at all, Sergeant. Glad you came. Oh. If Britt Reed is the Hornet, he's outsmarted me again by tipping off the police that I had a line on him. Now, if I told them my suspicions, they'd laugh at me, but... Oh. I'm beginning to think of a plan that will get the Hornet to help me find that gem. And at the same time, give me definite proof that Britt Reed is the Green Hornet.
We'll continue our story in just a moment. Here's an important message. If you are a trained social worker, or if you know one, please listen. Army and Navy hospitals here and overseas have sent out an urgent appeal for more trained social workers. The Red Cross must fill this need. This request is in recognition of the outstanding record social workers have made in healing the mental wounds of this war. Here is your opportunity to serve those who have given so much for you. Invaluable professional experience, post-war assignments, new and higher salary schedules now await you. For information, call or write your local American Red Cross chapter. Don't delay. The need is urgent. And now, back to the Green Hornet. Early that evening, Oliver Perry started to put his plan into effect. Britt Reed and Cato were at their apartment when the phone rang.
Mr. Reed's apartment?
This is Oliver Perry. Is Mr. Reed there?
Yes, sir. He's here. Just 1 minute, please.
Oh, is it, Cato?
It's Oliver Perry. He asked for you.
Perry, huh? Hello, Oliver.
Hello, Britt. Say, I forgot to tell you, just in case you should contact that certain party I mentioned, the small stones from that necklace were found in a pawn shop at 3rd and Water Streets in this city.
Well, thanks for the information, Oliver, but don't count on it getting to that certain party through me. I told you today that
I'm rather a stubborn cuss, Britt. I'm still hoping to get that Carter gem through the help of the Hornet.
Oh, so that's who you were talking about.
As if you didn't know. By the way, since I forgot to warn you my visit here was off the record, I can't blame you for putting the news in your paper. Of course, it can now be said, if alibis are needed, that the Hornet read in the Sentinel that I'm hunting him.
Oh, that's right.
Well, I won't keep you. Perhaps we'll be talking again before the evening's over.
Perhaps. Well, don't hesitate to call me if I can be of service. Good night, Oliver.
Goodbye.
Well, he's sure trying, Cato.
You play with fire when you have dealings with Oliver Perry. It's not good.
Oh, well, we've got to have some fun. In fact, I think we'll really help the old boy, Cato.
What you mean? He asked help only to corner Green Hornet. And since he already suspects you, it better
Backing down, Cato? In that case, I'll
Oh, no, I always ready to help, Mr. Britt.
Oh, you don't have to tell me that.
What you plan to do?
Well, Perry told me of a pawn shop at 3rd and Water Streets where they found the small stones that were in the necklace containing the Carter emerald.
But why they not already investigate the
I'm
place?
sure they did. And my guess is that the name they found on the loan company file card was a phony, as well as the address.
You make pawnbroker tell real name of person who brought in the stones?
Well, the broker's probably a fence for stolen goods. No one could get him to tell. Unless...
Oh, unless Green Hornet get to him, eh?
Yes, but that's exactly what Perry wants, too. He'll have the police watching in hopes that I'll go there.
Oh, we not go then, huh?
I will go. But first I'll have you phone that pawn shop and tip off the broker his place is being watched. Tell him to leave by the back door through the alley. We'll be waiting for him nearby when he does. Now, come on, we'll get the Black Beauty. Then you can use an outside phone for the call. Let's go. He's coming out now, Cato.
Yes, he's coming this way. He not see Black Beauty here in the darkness of the alley.
Be ready for a fast getaway, Cato.
Who's that?
Come over here and you won't get hurt. If you don't...
I'm coming. That gun. Why are
Keep
you...
your voice down.
You're wearing a mask. If this is a holdup, I
Get in the
haven't...
car and hurry.
What are you going to do? Why do you...
You're the Green Hornet.
For what? Do what you're told and you'll be all right. All I want is some information. Now let's get going.
In an apartment hideout on Water Street, Fingers Carsdale, confidence man, and his partner Slick were sitting at a table idling away their time with a game of two-handed blackjack.
How's that, Slick?
Hit me again.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Fingers, that did it.
Yeah, what do you got?
21. Pay me.
You had luck that time. Say, Slick, it's funny nothing's ever come out about that rock we lifted in Frisco.
Yeah? Don't kid yourself. We know the heat's on from what Abe the pawn guy said. Wonder who that is.
It must be Abe. He's the only one who knows that signal. Let him in.
Okay.
Out of the way, Mug.
Hey!
Hey, what the Green Hornet. Right. This gun shows I mean business.
Now, relax. We're not looking for trouble with you.
Well, Hornet, what's up? The Carter Emerald, Carsdale.
Well, what do you know?
Shut up, Slick. Now, look, Hornet. I don't know where you got my name or your information. Abe the pawn told me. You have that rock, so don't play cagey. I came to make a deal, to make you a proposition. Yeah? Like what, for instance? You have that stone and you can't get rid of it. And I can for a good price to the man hired to recover it. I have a tip that he'll deal with me and not call the police.
Say, Fingers,
Keep
maybe...
quiet, Slick. I'll do the talking. Now, tell me, Hornet, who is this go-between? And what's your proposition? You get the emerald. I'll come back later and we drive to his hotel. I close the deal and we split. 3 ways. Who did you say the guy is? I didn't say. But I will. It's Oliver Perry. Perry? The detective? Right, and don't get the idea he'd deal with you. He'd tip off the police, and if he didn't, I would. Now, there's a phone right in front of you. Call him at the downtown hotel. I'll tell you what to say. You'll find out that I'm on the level about this deal. Okay. I'll do it.
Oliver Perry speaking.
Yeah, I'm calling for a certain party who understands you're trying to get in touch with him.
If you're talking about the Hornet, you're right.
Well, what's the deal if he comes to you with the hunk of ice you're looking for?
$20,000 in cash, no questions asked. And my word of honor that he'll have 10 minutes getaway time before I call the police.
What's the plan for getting together?
I'm on the 2nd floor, 202. You can come up the service stairs. Give 3 sharp knocks. Be here promptly at midnight.
Okay, you'll be there.
I'll expect this deal to be on the square. No funny business. And you can count on me to carry out my part of the deal to the letter. Be sure to come at midnight.
Right. And have the cash ready. So long. You satisfied? Yeah. It's on the level, all right. He says for you to come at 2 a.m. It's 202 on the 2nd floor. Then that's settled. You get the emerald ready, and I'll meet you here later. And you'd better be here when I come back, too.
Hey, all this is kind of funny, Fingers. I don't like dealing with that Hornet and fooling with a gumshoe like Perry.
Look, Slick, you see this?
What's that thing?
The Hornet dropped this without knowing it. It's a genuine Hornet seal.
So what?
Listen, Perry didn't say 2 o'clock. He said midnight. Now, I'll get a mask and say I'm the Green Hornet. And this seal will prove it to Perry. That dough won't be split 3 ways. We'll make a dope out of that Hornet and have it all for the 2 of us. And maybe we'll even make a dope out of Perry before the deal's over.
Mr. Reed's apartment?
Oliver Perry speaking. Is Mr. Reed there?
Oh, just a minute, Mr. Perry.
Hello?
Red, I tried to get you before. You weren't in.
No, I just came in, Oliver. What's up?
I want you to come over and spend the evening. I expect to have a visitor. Though if you're here, I probably won't.
I'll be glad to come over.
One thing more. Strange as you may think the request, please bring your valet.
Just as you say, Oliver. It's 10:30 now. We'll be over shortly.
Good. I'll be looking for you both. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oliver Perry has invited us both to come over for a visit, Cato.
Oh, he not take chance of Hornet having assistance, perhaps, huh?
That's it, all right. He's going to keep both of us under his nose. Well, let's go. Maybe we'll have a pleasant evening at that. Who knows? Well, he said he'd be here at midnight, as you suggested. Is that it?
Yes. Now, let's see. My watch says midnight right now. If no one comes, perhaps I'll have a few remarks to drop to the police before...
I believe someone's knocking, Oliver.
Really? You and Cato go behind that screen in the corner. I've got to handle this alone.
Come along, Cato.
Something wrong somewhere. Put up job, perhaps. We'll see.
Mr. Perry?
Yes? Come in. Come over here to the desk.
Okay. Let's get this deal over with in a hurry.
First, though, you have a mask on such as the Green Hornet wears. What proof have you that you are the real Hornet?
Oh, so you want proof? Well, how about this?
Oh. A Hornet seal.
You ever seen one of those before?
Yes. You know I have.
Oh, sure. And you ought to know that it's genuine.
It is, I admit that. All right, I have the money for you. There it is. Now, if you'll hand me the card emerald, I'll give you 10 minutes, no more, before I call the police.
Well, it looks like 20,000. I'll take it. And then one move toward the phone or toward a gun, and I'll let you have it.
You double-crossing.
So long, and thanks for the dough.
Wait, come back here. Stay back. Let go of my arm. All right, don't take this. Oh. He's been knocked out, kiddo. He shouldn't try to stop an armed man.
He not hurt very bad, I think.
Well, listen, get him to the couch. He'll be out cold for a while. I've got something to do, and I've got to hurry. I won't be long.
Yeah, that's packed. I'll make sure we got everything, Slick.
Yeah, we have. We better blow out of here right now.
Oh, it's only 12:30. Hornet will go up there at 2 a.m. and get picked up. We sure put one over on him.
You're not going anywhere, wise guy.
I got fingers.
No.
Hey, wait, Hornet. He planted on us. He's got the lock on the door.
This will shut you up.
I'll get you with my rod.
Smell this, Slicky.
Yes.
Those dopes. Now to put the emerald and the money on the table and then call the police. I've got to get back to Perry.
Well, how do you feel now, Mr. Perry?
Oh, I'm all right. Is Britt Reed here? Did he leave here?
He's right over there, Mr. Perry. And he's been right here with you all the time. It was Reed who phoned headquarters and told us what happened. Oh, Reed.
Yes, Oxford. Oh, I see you've come around all right, Oliver. Any ill effects?
I don't feel in the pink, if that's what you mean.
Maybe you'll feel better when you hear the news.
What news?
I heard from headquarters they picked up 2 mugs, and in the same room was a big emerald and $20,000. Your money, Mr. Reed says it is.
Card emerald? But how did...
It was a fight amongst the crooks over the booty, like as not. The big shot got scared off and left the stuff. But he left his seal behind, too.
You mean the Green Hornet?
Yes, the Hornet double-crossed you. But he lost out anyway. You will get the Carter Emerald and also your 20,000. So don't worry, Oliver.
Thanks for the advice. And, Britt.
Yes?
Allow me to repeat what I've said before. I still think you're a very remarkable man.
Enlistment in the United States Marine Corps is still open to young men whose 18th birthday is more than 2 weeks away. Those physically and mentally qualified may start their training immediately and see the end of the war with Japan as a Marine fighter. So, young men, if your 18th birthday is more than 2 weeks away and you are physically and mentally qualified, sign up now. Contact your nearest Marine recruiting headquarters and take your place in a truly rugged service, the United States Marines. Be sure to listen to the Green Hornet next week at this same time. These copyrighted dramas originate in the studios of WXYZ Detroit. All characters, names, places, and incidents are fictitious. Bob Hall speaking. This is the Michigan Radio Network.
This is the story of three girls. One who wanted something very much but was too young to know how to get it. One who was old enough to know how to get it, but nobody wanted her. And one who had everything and yet didn't know what she wanted. They all joined the Navy and became three girls with one idea: men.
What good is a gal without a guy? What good is the earth without the sky? The flowers would fail to show without the sun to make them grow. What good is a gal without a guy?
And this is the guy they had in mind, Barry Sullivan.
Then stood up, honey, or just all by yourself?
Just all by myself.
Like us. Isn't that nice?
You don't mind our being so direct. Look, we don't like rushing things, but we've only got 4 hours to get back to the base, and
That is depressing.
well, it's depressing, but it's not final. There's always an angle if you can think of a good enough reason.
And there's a good enough reason.
But we're true to the blue as we travel. If we must, we'll adjust and convert from a wife to a life full of travel. And we'll work and we'll march and we'll work and we'll march till we hurt. Oh, you gotta give me water, 'cause a whole lot of water makes a wave.
Skirts Ahoy is a great, big, wonderful show. The comedy is fast and hilarious, the romance warm and alluring, and the songs are terrific. And Esther Williams is gorgeous. You'll meet Joan Evans, one of Hollywood's newest and youngest stars, and Vivian Blaine, that Guys and Dolls sensation. You'll see Barry Sullivan, hear the singing DeMarco sisters. Debbie Reynolds introduces Bobby Van in a big surprise number. And Esther Williams introduces two amazing protégés underwater. And Mr. B introduces himself, Billy Eckstein, singing and I introduce Keith Brissell. Hey, that's me.
I get a funny feeling when I'm alone with you.
But just about the time you resist, he says you better kiss me, baby, or you're off of my list. What good is a gal without a guy? Skirts ahoy, here we come, skirts ahoy. Skirts ahoy, here we come, skirts ahoy. Oh, frolic and sailors are we.
recreate those thrilling days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger up next.
Hi-yo, Silver! Away! A fiery horse with a speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo, Silver, the Lone Ranger. In the early days of the western United States, outlaws roamed the new territory. The rocky caves of the hill country made excellent headquarters where they were safe from pursuit by any sheriff's posse. But the masked rider of the plains knew every possible hideout, and his faithful Indian companion Tonto could follow any trail. Together they fought crime and criminals through the length and breadth of 7 states, and finally they brought law and order to the lawless frontier. Return with us now to those thrilling days when the West was young, and adventure lay at the end of every trail. The Lone Ranger rides again. Come on, Silver! We're heading for the hill country! Hi-yo, Silver! Away! It was an hour before dawn. The Lone Ranger and Tonto were riding through the broken country in the vicinity of Spanish Springs. Parallel to the trail they followed, at a distance of about half a mile, was a hill famous for its hundreds of caves. Now the hill was only a black smudge against the dark sky. But suddenly, the masked man reined in.
Oh, Silver. Oh, Scout. Oh.
A light, Tonto.
Let me see it.
It wasn't there a moment ago. Looks as though it might have been lit in the mouth of one of those caves.
That's right.
Remember those stories we heard before we rode here? There were rumors of strange things happening in this district. Twice men have been found dead near those caves. No one seemed to know who shot them or why.
That heap strange.
That light may have nothing to do with the happenings here, but it comes from the direction of the caves, and we're investigating. Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout.
Silver and Scout, guided by their masters, swerved from the trail and plunged toward the dim, flickering beacon in the distance. Silver, a flying white ghost, took the lead. Scout thundered in his wake, straining every nerve to hold the pace.
Come on, Silver!
The light, as the masked man had thought, shone from within the cave. But as they approached, 2 shots rang out. The light went out, and a single horseman raced away from the cave's entrance.
Get up there! Get on! Get up! Get up! Oh, Silver! Oh, boy! Oh, Scout! We get, feller?
Let him go for the present. We can pick up his trail later. We'll see what happened inside. Careful, Tonto. It's black as pitch in here. What was that?
Me make light. Find out.
A lantern. That's what made the light we saw. Get it lit. Bring it along and hold it high. I think this passage widens out up ahead.
There, a place.
A cavern. Looks to be almost the size of a large room. Watch out. There's a ridge you'll have to step over to enter.
Let me see it. You look.
That fellow's been shot. Come on.
Maybe him still alive.
We'll see. A little closer with the lantern, Kimasabi. There's no pulse.
Him get shot twice.
Yes, he's dead. There's no mistaking that. Either one of those shots would have been enough to kill him.
Them shots we hear.
Yes, and that fellow we saw riding away fired them. We'll get on his trail and... Wait, Tonto. Shine that light on this wall here.
What matter?
Look.
Oh.
Nature never hollowed out this cavern, Kimasabi. Or if it did, men have altered it since. See how these stones that make up the wall are fitted together? Granite blocks and almost perfectly square. You can even see the marks left when those blocks were chipped into shape.
Them mark plenty old.
This was all Spanish territory at one time.
That's right.
This may have been their work. It's possible that it goes back to a time even earlier than that. The Aztecs could have done this. Wonder what their purpose was. It's possible that... Tonto, hold the lantern right there. If I'm right...
What you see?
One moment. All right. Now bring the lantern over here.
That path there.
It's a path, sure enough, Tonto. But look how it was made. It enters the cavern by way of the passage, leads to this wall, then goes directly across the cavern to that farther wall.
Why do that?
I'll get an idea. Hand me that rock there.
Here. Your rock.
We'll see if I'm right.
Tonto not savvy.
Kimasabi, both the Spaniards and the Aztecs were clever at building secret passageways and concealing their entrances. I can be wrong, but what else would explain this path?
Maybe you...
Listen. There.
There, a tunnel.
That granite block across the way swung open, right where this path ends. Now look up here, Tonto, where I just struck with this rock.
And what there?
This spot here, no bigger than the muzzle of a 6-gun. When I hit it with the rock, it was pushed in, and a small piece of stone next to it, and exactly the same size, was forced outward.
Now, Tonto see.
In other words, the door to the tunnel is controlled by a clever system of counterbalances. Just a small pressure here will open that heavy granite block over there.
That heap smart.
Press this other piece of stone, and the block will close again.
We looking tunnel?
Not now. Now that we've discovered the secret of this cavern, we can investigate the passageway anytime. The longer we wait, the harder it'll be to follow the trail of the fellow who left here. I'll close that entrance. There. Now to the trail, Tonto. We'll soon have the sun to help us. Scarcely had the masked man and Tonto departed, and two figures detached themselves from the shadows outside. They entered the same mysterious cavern the masked man had examined, cautiously made a light, and bent over the body on the ground. Both had the cruel, grim features of men who lived outside the law.
Well, Red, so this time it was Flynn. He sure cashed in his chips for the last time. First it was Sheriff Peters, then Squint, and now Flynn. Nick, you figure it was them two fellas just left here that done it? Who else? I reckon, blast 'em. I wish we'd got here just a minute sooner. We could have followed them if you hadn't been in such a hurry. You couldn't wait to saddle up. If we'd waited to saddle, we'd never even know they was here. Yeah, that's so. The boss ain't gonna like this. That ain't all he's not gonna be mad about. Them fellas didn't find out about the tunnel, and I'll eat my hardware. Look, where one of them was hidden with a rock. Right where the lever for the door is. Yeah. They had a notion just about where to look for it. There wasn't any way they could have started we was heading here. Them leaving when they did most likely means they found what they was hunting for. It was my fault, I reckon. If I hadn't dozed off, I'd have seen the light in here sooner. Flynn would never have fixed a light and took the chance of leading strangers to the cave, lest there was trouble. I'm willing to bet he didn't fix the light. Them other fellas did. Maybe. Well, there's just one thing to do. What's that? What the boss told us if anybody found out about the tunnel. Blow it up? Just so. He always said the day'd come when it couldn't be kept secret no longer. Yeah. And if it ain't blowed up, you and me and the boss and all the rest of the boys are likely to get hung so high we could take a chaw from the moon. Yeah, we'll have to go for blasting powder. We'll get that when we report this to the boss. There's something I'm going to suggest his doing. Yeah?
Them fellas that was in here couldn't have followed the tunnel all the way to the end. There wasn't no light in here before you dozed off, was there?
I can swear there wasn't. I couldn't have been asleep over 5 or 10 minutes.
And it didn't take us long to get here. So you see, they never had time to follow the tunnel and get back. It would have took them close to 2 hours.
That's so.
Which same means they had a reason for leaving, but they'll be back.
Mm-hmm.
We'll get the blasting powder, fix it to blow up the tunnel, and wait outside.
You mean?
Just what you think I mean. When them fellas come back to snoop around, they're going to get blown sky high. In the meantime, the Lone Ranger and Tonto had picked up the trail of the horsemen who had left the cave just before their arrival. The trail led away from the hill across a wide plateau and ended suddenly at the edge of a sheer cliff.
Oh, Silver.
Tonto, he couldn't have deliberately gone over the edge of this cliff.
It heaped far down.
There's thousands of feet to the bottom.
And there's no other trail.
Could he have doubled back?
Yeah, him not do that. Trail go one way.
That's true. Tonto, if I hadn't seen this myself, I'd have said it was impossible. He didn't double back.
That's right.
He didn't follow the edge of the cliff in either direction. The ground is fairly hard, but not so hard it wouldn't show the marks of hoofs.
Then him go over.
Why?
Maybe him wounded.
We heard only 2 shots. We found that fellow in the cave had been shot twice.
That's right.
And if he'd been wounded, the horse would still have refused the jump. The valley below must be at least 40 or 50 miles wide.
We find many strange things.
A cabin with a dead man in it, a hidden tunnel, and now a horseman who apparently disappeared into thin air. There's an explanation somewhere. There must be. And I have an idea all those things we met in the last 2 hours, the cave, the tunnel, the dead man, the rider we followed, somehow linked together.
And that's what Tonto think.
Before we go back to the tunnel, I'm going into Spanish Springs.
And what do there?
Find out what's being said. Talk to the law if possible. Gather all the information I can.
You wear a disguise?
Yes. We'll find a place to camp. I'll put on a disguise, and before I'm through, we'll get to the bottom of this. Come on,
get
Silver.
up, Scout.
Hail, Silver! Away! It was later in the day that a tall, heavy-set rancher strode into the cafe. He headed directly toward a slender, well-dressed man who was talking with a group of his companions at the bar.
Foley.
Oh, it's you, is it, Benson? Well, gentlemen, as I was saying...
Blast you, Foley. Don't give me none of them high and mighty ways of yours.
Take your hand off my shoulder.
I suppose you'll make me.
If the necessity arises...
I never did see a fellow that could get me so mad.
You should learn to control your temper. One of these days, Benson, you'll find it's not healthy to lose your temper with me.
You've been talking to the sheriff.
Yes? Well, I frequently do.
And one of these days, you're going to find out it ain't exactly healthy to go talking about me.
Indeed.
You told Sheriff Peters to question me about the killings there's been.
Did I? Yes, I seem to remember something of the sort.
Seem to remember? Why, you...
Careful.
Don't tell me to be careful. Only when you go making statements like that behind my back, you'd better have reasons that'll stand up. Just what was yours?
Oh, there were several.
Yeah?
For one, you're not very intelligent, you know. You really aren't, Benson. You're exactly the type to use a gun instead of your head.
I ain't your type, if that's what you mean. When I go after somebody, I call him out and meet him man to man.
So I've heard.
But you highfalutin skunk, you. Your way is to go sneaking around and knife him in the back.
I'll give you exactly 5 seconds in which to take that back and apologize.
You want an apology?
I do.
Well, here it is. Oh, I'll kick the living daylights out of you.
What's going on in
You'll die for that, Benson.
Kate! Hey, Kate, let go! You're pulling my hair. Let go, Kate!
Behave yourself, you overgrown idiot, or I'll lift your scalp right off your head.
Now, watch out for Foley. He's drawn.
I'll handle him. You drop that gun.
Oh, my arm.
Thank you, stranger. That was mighty neat.
Sheriff had better order these men out of town before there's a killing.
I'll do that.
I'll hold him till he gets here.
You'll hold him to...
Well?
Pardon it, stranger. I just couldn't help it. You never met the sheriff, huh?
I know nothing about him except that his name is Peters.
Peters. Stranger, that's me. I'm Sheriff Peters.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. The two ranchers, Benson and Foley, were ordered to leave town. Then Sheriff Kate Peters, unaware that the stranger who questioned her was a Lone Ranger in disguise, explained the election of a woman to the office of sheriff.
You see, stranger, my husband was sheriff before me. When Jim was killed, I told the folks around here I wanted his job until I located the sneaking dry gulcher that drilled him. The best part of it is, now that I've been sheriff for a spell, folks have decided they kind of like having a woman in office.
Yes?
Well, why not? Who's going to be fool enough to draw again a woman? The hombre that tried it would get lynched so fast he'd never have occasion to change his mind. Stranger, I've been sheriff for going on a year now, and in just that 1 year I've brought more law and order to this county than all the men folks have done in 10. You ask anybody if that ain't so.
You found the man who killed your husband?
Not so far, but I ain't give up yet.
Is there anyone you suspect?
You'll excuse me, stranger, but that's something I'd rather not say.
As I recall the story, your husband was found near the caves south of Spanish Springs.
That's right.
And several weeks later, another man was found dead in almost the same spot.
Say, you seem mighty well informed for a fellow that's new to these parts.
Perhaps I'm interested in finding out what was behind those murders as well as you are.
Just what business is it of yours?
You may learn later. Do you mind answering some questions?
Oh, ask ahead. I don't have to answer them unless I want to.
Very well. First, are there any ranches on the other side of that hill near the caves?
Why, just two. You seen the fellows that own them just now.
Yes?
Sure, Benson and Foley, the fellows that give orders to leave town.
Another question. Before his death, did your husband say anything that might explain why he was killed?
Just one thing.
And that?
He said he was on the track of one of the biggest gangs of crooks that ever hit this county.
Then doesn't that give you a lead?
I'd admire to know how. I told you I'd brought law and order to the county. There ain't a gang of rustlers or hold-up men to be found from one end of the district to the other. If it was outlaws killed Jim, they've sure cleared out since.
But if they haven't cleared out?
And all I gotta say is if they've kept under cover for this long, they're too slick for you and me. I'd say there ain't but one man alive could catch 'em.
One man?
The Lone Ranger.
You've heard of him?
Shucks, who ain't?
What have you heard?
Well, he's brought crooks to justice that the law couldn't. He rides a white horse that they say is like greased lightning. He's got a redskin pod called Tonto.
Is that all you've heard?
Let me see. Horse is called Silver. Yeah, and they say that hombre don't shoot nothing but silver bullets. You ever hear the like?
Kate, something tells me the Lone Ranger may help you find your husband's killer.
Well, it'd be nice to think so, but I sure ain't planning on it.
Take my advice.
Huh?
If the time should ever come that an Indian named Tonto shows you a silver bullet and asks you to do as he says, you do it.
Do it. Stranger, any time the Lone Ranger sends word to me, I'm waiting just long enough to listen. Then I'm acting. But you want to know something?
What's that?
I don't figure I got any more chance of meeting up with that masked hombre than you have. And I reckon that's small chance enough.
The Lone Ranger remained in town for another hour, quietly gathering what information he could. Then he made his way to the place where he had hidden Silver and raced toward the camp where Tonto was waiting. As he reined in, he shouted, "Whoa, Silver! Whoa, fella! Whoa! Tonto, get mounted. We're riding."
Here, Scout. Where we go?
I learned some things in town that were interesting. And I have an idea how those hoof prints we followed this morning disappeared.
Tonto got news, too.
Good. We'll check on that trail we lost, and you can tell me your news as we ride. Come on,
Get him
Silver.
up, Scout.
It was noon when the Lone Ranger and Tonto left camp, but it was after dark when the rancher, Benson, hearing the front door of his ranch house open without warning, looked up impatiently.
That's you, Clay? I thought I told...
Don't reach for that gun, Benson.
Mask.
I said don't reach for a gun.
Why,
That's better.
is this a holdup?
It isn't.
Then what do you want?
Did you think you could get away with it, Benson?
Did I... Say, what are you talking about? Who are you, anyhow?
Never mind who I am. Just think back to this morning.
Huh?
Think back to an hour before dawn.
Why, you?
I see you remember.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Perhaps you'll recall it better if I tell you. This morning you went to a certain cave a few miles from here. You found a guard there. You tried to make him tell the secret of the cave, but he refused. You heard horsemen approaching, got panicky, killed the guard, and raced away. Don't deny it.
Yeah, but how could you know?
It was easy enough to see that the man you killed was a guard. There were plenty of signs pointing to the fact he'd been inside the cave for some time.
But I don't see how...
It was clear you hadn't learned the secret, because if you had, you would have used it to escape, instead of racing past me and my companion.
Wait. You don't know what you're talking about. But I tell you...
You were confident you hadn't been recognized, but you didn't feel sure that the horse wouldn't be known again. Besides, you wanted to confuse your trail.
Listen, I tell you...
Keep still till I finish. You rode to the cliff this side of the valley. There, you shot your horse, let it fall to the bottom, and made your getaway on foot. The ground wasn't firm enough to hide the hoofprints of a horse, but it was hard enough so that a man on foot wouldn't leave a trail.
You can't prove it.
I can prove every word of it. I can show you the trail of your horse to the cliff. I can show you the horse where it lies at the bottom of the cliff. When I found it, I asked questions until I learned you'd been seen riding a horse just like it.
What do you want?
Benson, I spoke to the sheriff today, but said nothing of the man you murdered in the cave.
You mean you...
Perhaps we can work together.
Huh?
I know a part of the secret of the cave, a part I'm sure you don't know. On the other hand, you probably know things I don't.
We should go partners?
If that's what you wish. I give you my word not to tell the law about that murdered guard.
Can I trust you?
What choice have you got?
You know about the tunnel? How to get in it from the cave?
I do.
And you'll show me how?
Tonight.
Then, mister, it's a bargain. Just show me how to get in that tunnel, and I'll show you how to make more cash than you ever seen before.
But the two outlaws, Red and Nick, were still keeping watch outside the cave for the Lone Ranger's return. They were well hidden by underbrush, and when the sound of two horses approaching could be heard, they lowered their voices.
That them, Red? If they stop at the cave, it is. You fixed the blasting powder, didn't you? It's all set. How are we going to touch it off? We'll have to wait till they get inside the tunnel, then follow behind, only not too close. There wasn't any way I could draw a fuse through the door so it wouldn't be noticed. What if they see us? Give them time to get far enough inside, and they won't. They stopped at the cave, all right. Wait.
Come on.
You lead the way, mister.
Right. Watch out for loose tail there.
There they go. And in just about 10 minutes, what they found out ain't going to help them none, with a few tons of rock atop of them. You sure you can catch them in the cave-in? They got the whole thing timed. Yeah? I put the powder quite a ways down the tunnel and strung the fuse back along the floor. I figured that allowing for the time it'll take the fuse to burn, we ought to give them just about a 10-minute start. By that time, they should be right where they'll get the worst of it. Good enough. All right. Follow along, Nick. We'll get closer and see that they don't tarry none.
10 minutes later, a blast shook the tunnel. At the signal that their work was completed, Red and Nick mounted and took to the trail. 2 hours later, they arrived at a group of century-old buildings, originally constructed by a Spanish owner. They wore broad grins as they entered the largest building of the group, and...
Evening, boss.
Oh, it's you, Red.
Good evening, Nick.
Howdy.
Well, we've done it, boss.
You're sure?
We waited till we heard the blasting powder go off, Mr. Foley. They're done for, all right. Even if they ain't, they're trapped in there where they won't never get out again.
It seems a pity.
To get rid of them fellas? Why, boss...
Oh, no. I was speaking of the tunnel. I meant it seems a pity we had to destroy it after putting it to such good use for so long.
Yeah, it's so. You know something, Mr. Foley?
Yes?
I got a notion one of them two fellas was Benson. It looked a little like him in the dark. And you said you figured he'd been snooping around.
Red, if you're right, it gives me real pleasure to hear it. I wouldn't...
What the? The wall! Don't you gents move.
Benson!
Stand where you are.
You! Oh, my hand!
I warned you.
Oh. You see that shooting, gents? That was my partner here done that. But don't get no more notions. I shoot to kill.
Red, Nick, you fools. You told me you'd trap these fellows.
We heard the blast.
I don't see how they
They'd have
got
been successful, Foley, if a friend of mine hadn't found them near the cave. He heard them discussing their scheme and gave me warning beforehand.
But I tell
when
you...
Benson and I entered the tunnel, we cut the fuse. The end you lit burned out. Then we ran ahead, took most of the blasting powder, and lit the rest of the fuse ourselves. You heard an explosion, all right. And in the tunnel, it sounded loud. but it didn't do much damage.
Why, you...
And the blasting powder we helped ourselves to blew open this end of the tunnel. Careful, Foley.
Benson, I'd like to... Sure. I can guess what you'd like to do. Wallace did figure you were smarter than me, didn't you? Well, I wasn't so dumb that when I seen you drill the sheriff when he came to that cave, that I didn't guess you was up to some crooked game.
You saw that?
How else do you figure I got wise?
And if you're thinking of making a break for it, Foley, you'd better change your mind. I doubt that Benson would hesitate to do exactly what he said. Shoot to kill.
And if you doubt it, Foley, just think this one over. Who done for Flynn, the guard you had in the cave, and for Squint for him?
You killed those men.
Sure I did. Now remember that if you're figuring in to try something.
Now look, fellas.
Keep still.
But, men, you came through the tunnel. You must have seen what's there. There's enough for all of us. We can throw together.
We saw it. Dope that you've been smuggling over the border.
We'll take you and Benson as partners.
You've been using that tunnel to get dope to and from your house without suspicion, haven't you, Foley?
Yes, but
then you've had your organization distribute all over the West. You haven't sold any in this county because you were careful to keep the trail from leading to you.
But can't we talk this over?
Nope, because we're taking over.
That's where you're wrong, Benson.
Kate, the law.
I'm taking over. Come along, boys.
Me bring law.
Good work, Tonto.
Hey, ain't you
Benson,
the fellow that...
you're trapped along with the rest of them, and the masked fellow led you right into the trap. So you killed 2 men, did you? And you, Foley, you're the dope-peddling skunk that killed my Jim.
No, please.
You needn't deny it. We heard you.
Masked man, you gave me your word. You said you wouldn't tell the law about them killings.
And I kept my word, Benson. You told the law. I didn't.
Why, you...
Back up there, Benson. My, I've been waiting a good long time for this day to come. Now I've caught me 2 killers and smashed up a dope ring besides. This is gonna be a day I won't never forget.
Did you bring Silver along, Tonto?
Him outside.
Let's go.
Hey, masked man.
You and your deputies can handle things now, Kate, without us. Adios.
That Indian, the masked man. Who are they?
Foley, they're the fellers that fixed it so we'd be waiting outside to hear the truth of things. The redskin come to town early this evening and told me just what was gonna happen.
But who are they?
You hear that, Foley? You hear him call his horse Silver? That answer your question?
Silver? Why, that must have been the Lone Ranger and Tonto.
Just so. Them's the names they go by. And from now on, your names are Mud. Now let's get moving for the jail.
Come on, Silver! Rustlers are active on the range. The law needs help. Hi-yo, Silver! Away! The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
When the world's greatest athlete, Michael Jordan, teams up with the world's best-loved cartoon character, Bugs Bunny. You won't believe your eyes.
Pardon me, Mr. Jordan. Could I have your your John Hancock?
What's going on here?
We need your help! You heard of the Dream Team? Well, we're the Mean Team.
Ready?
Yeah!
Doc. Yeah.
You kick it in here. You go to the hole and dominate. We on defense.
Oh, yeah.
Whoa! I don't play defense.
Warner Brothers presents Jordan, Bugs Bunny.
Special delivery!
Together, they just might save the world. Space Jam. You've never seen anything like it.
Groucho Marx is your host, as some of the most interesting contestants you will ever meet compete on You Bet Your Life. Up next.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is sign. S-I-G-N.
What is it?
Sign.
That's sing, isn't it? S-I-G-N?
S-I-G-N is sign.
Oh.
That much I'm sure of so far.
Okay, I was just checking to see if you were alive, huh?
You bet your life.
It's Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood and brought to you by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America, who invite you to see and drive the delightful, lovely DeSoto for 1956.
The time has come, it's very clear. The car you wanted is really here. It's delightful, it's the lovely, it's DeSoto. You'll understand the reasons why. For once you drive it, you want to buy. It's delightful, it's the lovely, it's DeSoto.
And now, here he is, the one, the only...
One of nature's noblemen. Oh, that's me. Well, here I am again with $1,000 for one of our couples, and if any of them say the secret word, the duck will fly down and pay them $100, $101. Now, what were you saying?
Well, Groucho...
You haven't been saying anything.
No, I was waiting.
Even when you're talking.
Groucho, how'd you
You're
like...
a fine-looking fellow, Joe.
Groucho, Mrs...
I get a lot of fan mail about you.
Oh, you do?
Yeah. They want me to get Don Wilson.
Groucho, I think we better go on. Mrs. Martha Box and Mr. Thurman Wade are waiting to talk to you.
Oh.
So, folks, would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Well, welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers. You say the secret word, you'll divide $101. It's a common word, something you see every day. Now, leave us see here. Mrs. Martha Box and Mr. Thurman Wade. Mr. Wade, we ought to get along swimmingly, huh?
Up to our ears.
Yes. Oh, I see. Where are you from, Wade, Thurman?
I'm from a small town in Virginia, Martinsville.
Oh.
It's in the foothills of the Blue Ridge. It's a small manufacturing town.
Can you sing that song about the Blue Ridge Mountains of Virginia?
I could.
Well, could you sing a few bars of it? In the Blue Ridge Mountains of Virginia. No. Well, why did you leave Virginia? On account of this song I just sang?
No, I joined the Navy, and I haven't been back to live except for a short period since.
Well, is there a Navy in Virginia?
No, we're, being on the Atlantic coast, we're part of the United States Navy there.
Oh, I didn't know that. Are you married?
Yes, I have a wife.
Getting some very careful answers from Thurman here. And you're Martha Box?
Yes, that's right.
Do you have any little packing cases at home?
No, unfortunately, I don't.
You don't, huh? Where are you from, Martha?
I'm from Reykjavik, Iceland.
You're from Iceland?
Yes.
Well, shiver my timbers. I'm freezing already.
Oh, it isn't so cold.
Do the people live in igloos in Iceland?
No, actually, it's a very modern town. It's,
You're not an Eskimo, huh?
No, I don't think I'm any relation, actually, to them. We're of Nordic descent.
And you're single?
No, I'm married.
Oh, you're married.
Mm-hmm.
Well, how'd you meet your husband, Martha? Is
Well,
he
we
an
were up
Icelander,
the-
too, or is he just a polar bear?
No, he was an officer in the Air Force during the war.
Oh. Now, what did your husband say to you when he proposed? Do you remember?
I don't recall that he said anything. I remember he gave me a ring, and I just said yes.
He gave you a... What do you mean? Did he call you on the telephone?
No, we were coming home from a dance.
You were coming home from a dance?
Mm-hmm.
And that's all there was to it? He gave you the ring?
That's all there was to
He
it.
didn't say, will you marry me, or do you
No,
love me?
I don't remember it, and I cannot pin him down either. He
Well,
can't
has he
remember
ever
it
said
either.
that he loves you?
Oh, yes.
Oh, I'm just curious.
Oh, yeah. All the
Where's-
time.
No. All the time? Doesn't he ever say when is dinner ready or anything?
No, usually I'm
Why
the
don't
one
you
who
clean
says
my
dinner
room
is
or
ready.
something? Huh? Who's been using my toothbrush? You just keep saying all day long, I love you?
No.
That can get
not
pretty
all the
dreary
time.
after a while, can it?
We talk about books, and we talk about a little bit about science, and we
Oh.
read poetry. We do a
Oh,
lot
that's
of
nice.
things
You have a
together.
very idyllic existence. Mr. Wade, what kind of work do you do now that you've left the Virginia Navy?
Well, I'm still with the Navy, however, in a civilian capacity.
Oh, and what is your capacity? About 2 quarts?
A couple of jiggers.
Oh.
I'm a training supervisor of civilian employees at the Long Beach, California Naval Shipyard. Evenings, I teach speed reading at Long Beach City College.
Speed reading?
Yes.
Well, you mean you teach people to read faster?
That's just about the sum of it.
Oh, I should think just getting people to read at all would be an achievement.
That often is.
Well, what is the normal speed for reading? I can read a billboard going 60. Is that about par? I mean, if
maybe.
it's just one word on it, I mean.
The adults with whom I work, starting reading speed is about 235 words a minute.
235? Well, that sounds like a lot of words to me. How fast do you read?
Well, it depends on the material, Groucho. You shift gears
Well,
and...
let's say it was the Kinsey report.
Slowly.
Slowly, yeah.
I have been tested at about 6,120 words a minute.
Is that RPM, revolutions?
Words per minute. WPM.
Oh. I didn't know there were 6,000 words. How do you explain the fact you can read so much faster than the average dolt?
Probably haven't met the average dolt. However...
You have. You may not be aware of it, but you have.
Well, he didn't identify himself as such.
Well, I thought you would gather it by this time.
But this reading thing is a matter of training.
It is, huh?
Even you could learn to read faster.
You mean I could read 1,000 words a minute?
Easily.
That's impossible. I can't read at all now. Well, how do you teach people to read faster? Do you touch a match to the top of the page?
No, I haven't tried that. I might. You teach them to see more in a
That's
short.
known as a literary hotfoot.
Teach them to see more in a shorter period of time. To
you keep mentioning Seymour. Is that a friend of yours?
As in S-double-E.
Oh. Well, go on with this. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
You teach them to see more in a shorter period of time and teach them to understand what they see, not to stumble over these unfamiliar words.
I see. How long would it take you to read, let's say, Tolstoy's War and Peace? That's over 1,000 pages.
Oh, that'd probably take an hour and a half.
Well, how do you know you could read it that fast?
Well, I've read similar books. I read, I think, From Here to Eternity in about 54 minutes.
Mm-hmm. I read Photoplay magazine the other night, and it took me 3 hours and 10 minutes. Simon, you ought to be a whiz at our quiz game, and here's a good chance to find out. Remember, we start you off with $100, and if you miss a question, you lose half of your bankroll. Is that clear?
That's
And you
right.
have one answer between you, and don't anybody shout out until you discuss it with your partner. You selected science and medicine. Remember, the more the questions weigh, the harder it is. Now, what do you want to start with? 50, 60,
Shoot
80,
the works.
100? Dr. William Röntgen's contribution to science and medicine is in everyday use. The name is spelled Roentgen. What did Röntgen discover?
X-rays.
That is right. That's right, X-rays.
And you now have $200.
Now you have $200. What are you going to go for?
$90.
$90? What is the most malleable of all metals?
Lead.
No. It says gold here.
Well, you lost half the $200. You still have $100.
All right. Now, don't get discouraged. You've got 2 more questions. You want to go for 80 now?
Yes, we're going to try.
What do you call the large veins on either side of the neck?
Jugular veins.
That's right. Jugular veins is right. Huh?
You now have $180.
Now, what are you going to go for? 70?
The latest says 70.
Okay. What do you call the force that impels matter outward from the center of rotation?
Centrifugal. Centrifugal. Yes. Centrifugal force.
Centrifugal force is right. You're a real smart guy.
And you wind up with $250.
Well, thanks, and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
Thank you, Groucho.
It's news, big news, and here's the headline. Sales of the delightful, lovely DeSoto for 1956 have doubled. It's a great story of acceptance by the American people of this spectacular new car, the forward-look DeSoto. What's more, it means that now you can afford to move up to the DeSoto class, to this beautiful, powerful, modern car yourself. Here's why. Because sales have practically doubled, your DeSoto Plymouth dealer is able to offer you a terrific deal right now. Stop in at your DeSoto Plymouth dealers tomorrow and see for yourself how this success story brings the star of the medium price field into your price range. Stop in and get the feel of DeSoto's sensational push-button driving, tremendous takeoff power, its power steering and power brakes. For the best buy of 56, drive and price a DeSoto before you decide.
Mrs. Carmen Altomari and Mr. Philip Schutz are waiting to talk to you. So, folks, you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Say the secret word and divide $101. It's a common word. It's a common word, something you see every day. Mrs. Carmen Altomari, that's
Yes,
you.
sir.
Well, you're a fine-looking woman, Carmen.
Thank you.
Do you mind if I call you Carmen?
Not a bit.
You can call me Preferred. That's a stock market, Carmen and Preferred. How old are you, Carmen? And if you don't care to divulge this information, that's all right with me.
68, Groucho. Yes,
68?
sir.
Wow, you're a very young-looking 68.
Thank you for the compliment.
Where are you from, Carm?
I'm from Italy. And
You're from where?
From Italy.
You're from
Campobasso.
Italy?
Yes.
How long have you been married, Carmen?
And a few days I'm going to be a Golden Wedding anniversary.
Golden wedding?
Yes, sir.
Oh, that's wonderful. Do you have anything to show for the last 50 years?
I got 5 children.
5 children, huh?
Yes, sir.
Well, stick around, Carmen. I'll be back. Right now, I'd like to talk to this gentleman here. I hope you don't think I accidentally ignored you. I really did it deliberately.
Just relaxing.
Yes. You're Philip Schutz?
That's right, Groucho.
You don't mind my snide remarks?
No, Groucho, no.
I know you wouldn't. What kind of work do you do?
Well, I'm a lawyer, Groucho.
A lawyer?
Yes, sir.
No wonder you don't care what I say. Right now, you've got enough witnesses for a $50,000 slander suit. With 2 pair of pants. What kind of a lawyer are you?
Well, I have a general practice in the 2 major fields of law, Groucho.
2 major fields? Well, what are the 2 major fields of law? Honest and crooked?
Groucho, criminal and civil law.
That's what I said, honest and crooked. Well, when you practice Criminal law. Do you keep a civil tongue in your head?
Sometimes it's expedient, Groucho.
Well, what makes a successful lawyer, in your opinion, Philip?
Well, I think it's a combination of preparation, patience, perseverance, and wealthy clients.
You're a very practical man, Philip.
We try to be practical.
Are they still wealthy after you get through representing them?
Well, that is a matter of opinion, Groucho.
I mean, there's a difference of opinion between you and the client.
Frequently.
Well, you both know how to play this crooked game that we're going to foister on you, huh?
I've heard something about it.
Yes, now you're partners, and remember, we want one answer between you.
In the race for the $1,000, the first couple won $250, and the secret word is sign.
Now, you selected a dictionary quiz, and you ought to be pretty good at this.
May I consult with my partner?
Yes, you certainly can.
Partner, how about, say...
You're the boss, Felipe.
I'm going to go $100.
Yes, you go to $100.
For $100?
You're the boss.
That's what I said.
Okay, what is the word meaning a hater of mankind?
It's a hedonist.
Huh? Oh, I'm sorry. It's misanthrope.
You're correct.
Cynic, misanthrope.
You now have $50.
All right, don't get discouraged. You got
No,
three
no.
more chances. You want to go for 90, 50, 60? What is it?
$90, Groucho.
What does the word obese mean?
Obese means...
O-B-E-S-E.
Means very fat.
That's right. Fat, stout. That's good. That's right. I like it.
You now have $140.
Now, what do you want to go for?
$80, Groucho.
$80.
Yes, sir.
What is a talisman? And I don't mean the rose by that name.
A talisman is a medallion or a medal of some significance.
Well, all right. It's a good luck charm. I would say that's close enough.
You now have $220.
Yeah, now, what are you going to go for? 70?
$70 is satisfactory.
If maternal means pertaining to a mother, what is the word that means pertaining to a brother?
Fraternal.
Fraternal is right.
And you wind up with $290.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
Groucho, just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Mrs. Sylvia Feldman to be on the show, and her partner is Mr. A. Purvis Pullen. So, folks, would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and divide $101. It's a common word, something you see every day. Sylvia Feldman, since we have to start someplace, I'll start with you. Where are you from, Sylvia?
New York City, but I've been here since 1940.
Oh. No, you're from New York, eh? Whereabouts in New York?
A little bit of every place in New York.
Oh, well, that's a nice part of New York, I think. It says here, I don't believe this, but it says here that your name is Purvis Pullen?
Yeah, A. Purvis Pullen.
A Purvis. Well, that's an error, isn't it?
No, that's my real name.
Actually, that's your name?
Yeah, A. Purvis Pullen.
Oh. Mm-hmm. Well, that's ridiculous. There's nobody named A. Purvis Pullen. Let's take your name one hunk at a time. Now, what does the A stand for?
Well, the A stands for A.
You're just A. You have no name at all. You're just an initial, is that it?
Uh-huh. A. Purvis. Uh-huh. They call me Perv for short.
Perv?
Perv, uh-huh.
How about Pullen? Does that stand for anything?
Well, Pullen is...
Taffy, isn't it?
No, Pullen is an English name. It dates back to 1150.
That's toffee
AD.
in English, isn't it?
No, Pullen is in English, it means chicken. It's like the pullet. It means chicken, Pullen.
You're too tall for a chicken. You could be an ostrich. I don't see how you could... Can you cackle?
You mean make a noise like a chicken?
Cackle. Isn't that what cackle is? Huh?
Yeah,
Huh?
Yeah. Want to try it?
Yeah, let's see you cackle, huh? Well, Purvis, that's magnificent. You could pass for a rooster without any trouble at all. But keep a sharp eye out, Purvis. You may wind up in a fricassee. It's a pretty hungry-looking crowd out there. What sort of work do you do, Purvis?
Well, I'm a toy salesman. That is, I'm the sales manager for the Schuko toys. They're little imports from Nuremberg, U.S. owned Germany. And the company that I work for is the Saca Dietrich Company in San Clemente, California.
Oh. Well, when you open the door, what do? Do you cackle and say, "Here comes Pullen"?
Well, sometimes I do, but I just show my wares. I have little toys, and there's different kinds of toys. Like, for instance...
Is that any good?
Yeah, that's good. It's a rooster.
Well, yours wasn't a rooster, huh?
Mine was a hen.
It was a hen,
Yeah.
huh? Well, how does it...
And the rooster. That way it goes up.
Well, it's not much better than mine, huh?
No.
Well, Sylvia, let's find out some more things about you. Do you have a job, or are you busy keeping house?
I'm a party consultant, Groucho.
You're a party consultant?
That's right.
Which party do you consult, the Republicans or the Democrats? Huh?
I plan parties where people have fun.
Well, can't they do that without your help?
They can have the party, but they might not do it as correctly, and they'd have a great deal more anxiety if they did it themselves.
I see. Well, say I wanted to throw a real big party, someone around 310 pounds. No, some big party with about 100 kids, circus clowns, elephants, you know, the works.
Yes, well, once we
I might even
decided-
go as high as $20. Now, what would I get for my what would I get for my money?
For $20, you'd get a lot of conversation, but if you wanted to do it right, you'd have to spend about from $300 to $500.
You're kidding, aren't you?
No,
$500.
for 100 children.
I can get. Did I say 100 children?
That's what I thought you said.
That's $5 a head, huh? Well, Sylvia, you may not realize it, but will you cackle again for me? That's what your party is. It just laid an egg. No? But is that all you do, cackle like a chicken? I'm not, underemphasizing the importance of that.
Well,
appreciate it. I think it's a magnificent talent, but...
I as a child, I started imitating. I do about 375 birds, 75 animals, 14 snakes, and 5 insects.
Oh. Can you imitate a bee?
A bee? Yes, I can do a bumblebee.
Give us a bee. He even killed it for you, huh? Well, you certainly know a lot about the birds and the bees, Beavis. And what you've learned in the woods should come in pretty handy in the city. Can you trumpet like an elephant?
I can cackle like a gobble like a turkey gobbler.
Well, that's hardly an elephant, but give us that. Isn't that wonderful, huh? Can you imitate any animals besides your husband, Sylvia?
No, but I can plan any parties that you'd want to have.
Well, you have a one-party mind, I can see that. Huh? Now, you both know how to play You Bet Your Life, huh?
Yes.
I presume you do.
In the race for the $1,000, the second couple leads with $290.
Now, you select the small towns and cities of the United States. I'm going to list 6 cities and towns, all in the same state, and you can tell me in what state they're located. Remember, the more the questions worth, the harder it is. Can you imitate any animals, George?
No, I wish I could.
Let's see you do a chicken.
I can't
Well,
do
try
it.
it. I did a rooster before.
I'm no good at these things.
Go on, tear loose.
It would sound about like that, I think.
Well, try it, huh?
Well, which one do you want?
The rooster, the one I just did. Come on.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
Of course it's ridiculous, and I'm not an imitator either, but the audience is hungry to hear you do a rooster. Now, come on. Tear loose with a rooster. You did fine. Many a rooster changes sex in the middle of the road, right? All right, now what do you want to start with, 10? I don't want you to think that I'm the only one up here with talent. He's loaded with talent, but he rarely gets an opportunity to display it, that's all. What are you going to start with, 10, 50, or 100, anything?
90.
$90. Here are the towns and cities. Now you tell me what state they're in. North Hero, Montpelier, Newfane, Rutland, Bennington, and Brattleboro. What state are they in? You want the cities again?
Yeah, name them again.
North Hero, Montpelier, Newfane, Rutland, Bennington, and Brattleboro. We don't know, guess. Well, there are 3 very well-known cities. There's Bennington, Brattleboro, and Rutland. It's Vermont.
Vermont.
I'm surprised at
I think of
you.
the New England states.
You see, if it had been Rhode Island, you'd have been able to do it because you imitated chicken, and that's where the Rhode Island Red comes from, huh?
Yeah.
Well, you still have $50.
I used to know a communist in Providence up there. He was called the Rhode Island Red. That isn't true at all. I don't know any communist. That's all.
Okay.
What are you going to go for?
100.
100. Here are the towns and cities: West Kingston, East Greenwich, Manville, Pawtucket, Valley Falls, and Cranston. What is the state? Manville, East Greenwich, Greenwich, I guess is pronounced, West Kingston, Pawtucket, Valley Falls, and Cranston.
New York?
No, it's Rhode Island. You should have known that.
Well, you now have $25.
We're not doing too good.
No.
$80 you're going to go for?
Okay, 80.
Here are the towns and cities: Oskaloosa, Grinnell, Winterset, Mason City, and Waverly. What is the state?
Iowa.
That's right. Yeah.
You now have $105.
70? $70. And what state are these towns and cities? Tallulah, St. Bernard, New Iberia, Shreveport, Farmerville, and New Roads.
Oh, that's in Louisiana.
That's right. Louisiana is right.
And you wind up with $175.
Thanks, and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Did a fine job.
That means that Mrs. Altomare and Mr. Schutz, with $290 in just 1 minute, get the chance at the $1,000 question. Whether you're steering around a superhighway curve, maneuvering through traffic, or parking, if you're driving a new DeSoto, full-time power steering makes driving unbelievably easy. It does all the work of driving all the time. You have all the fun. DeSoto full-time power steering works even when you're standing still. Just try turning the wheels of a car with conventional steering when it's standing still, or even a 56 model with ordinary part-time power steering. See how much effort it takes. Then try DeSoto's full-time power steering. You'll see it makes driving unbelievably easy. And if you visit your DeSoto Plymouth dealers right now, you'll also see that he can afford to give you a terrific deal on whatever model DeSoto you choose to buy. The reason he can afford to give you a terrific deal is that DeSoto's sales this year have already doubled. See about your new DeSoto tomorrow.
So make sure you see and drive the new DeSoto. Why, man alive, it's delightful, it's the lovely, it's delirious, it's the living, and it's the latest, it's the limit, it's the lux, it's DeSoto.
Your DeSoto Plymouth dealer will be happy to have you test drive the delightful, the lovely DeSoto. See him about it tomorrow. For the best buy of 56, drive and price a DeSoto before you decide. Here's the winning couple, Groucho, all set for the $1,000 question.
I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you. Think carefully, and please no help from the audience. The richest and best-known gold mine now in operation in the United States is located near Lead, South Dakota. For $1,000, what is the name of this famous mine?
I don't know. I'd have to take a guess. I'm sure I don't know.
Well, you're allowed to do that.
When do I make it?
As soon as the music stops. Okay, what is the answer to decided upon?
It's a considered guess. It's called Boulder.
No, I'm
sure
sorry.
it
It's
does
a
not
very famous name, and you'll know it. It's Homestake.
Well, never up, never in.
No, that's right. So that means the big question next week will be worth $1,500. Well, you lost the big money, but they won how much in the quiz, George?
$290.
Congratulations, and thanks
Thank
to
you,
both of
Ralph.
you and to all of our contestants on the show tonight. Arrivederci.
Again next Wednesday night at the same time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $1,500. Don't miss the Chrysler Corporation's big TV show on another network. And don't forget Groucho's television show, brought to you by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America, who invite you to visit your neighborhood showroom tomorrow to see and drive the delightful, lovely DeSoto for 1956.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember, it's delightful, it's the lovely, it's DeSoto.
Folks, here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. Tomorrow is annual Safe Driving Day. Let's all do our part to make driving safer, easier, and more pleasant. Drive carefully. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell. Directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jack Meakin. This is George Fenneman signing off for the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. You Bet Your Life is heard by our armed forces throughout the world.
At last, a warm, sensitive, touching story about the close personal relationship between a man and a woman, between a trucker and his dog,
Fred, I'm so damn tired of picking you up. Fred!
between a father
No way.
and his son,
No way that you could come from my loins.
and how they all took to the road one day for a quiet little drive in the country. From Georgia to Texas and back in 28 hours flat with a truckload of bootleg beer.
I'll be driving this one. Yeah, Blocker. You'll be driving the truck. This is Bandit 1, and that is Bandit 2.
Now, who would do a thing like that?
You're crazy, you know that? Yeah, you know that. Yes. Okay, how much money did you say it was? $1,000.
Universal presents Burt Reynolds, Sally Field, Jerry Reed, and Fred.
We're gonna really have to cook. I mean, put it on the back burner and let's cook. Is that a 10-4?
10-4.
And the only thing that stands between them and an $80,000 prize. Jackie Gleason as Sheriff Buford T. Justice.
I gotta barbecue your... Bandit, I've got a Smokey report for you. What's your handle, son? My handle's Smokey Bear, and I'm tail grabbing your ass right now.
This is Smokey and the Bandit, the story about a lazy weekend in Alabama, Texas, Mississippi, Arkansas, Georgia.
Daddy, the top came off. No. We ain't gonna make it, son. We come this far, ain't we? Look, when we say we're gonna do a job, we do a job. It's me they're after. They don't even know Cletus Snow exists. Oh, they don't? Well, now, I'll tell you what we're gonna do.
Smokey and the Bandit, proving once and for all, it's not where you're going that counts. It's who the hell's in back of you.
Thank you.